Oh, whoa? Oh no. Oh no. Did things break again? Greetings from an undisclosed location. How's everyone doing tonight? Give me a moment as I. Wait, am I on the. Chat, I was on the wrong scene. I was about to freak out. I was about to freak out that everything had broken. Hi, welcome on into Wookiees, to Tristan Golem, or to Intrepid Nobody. To Singularity, thank you for the resub. To Mal. To Rome Spider. To Jay Crispy. And anyone else be out there lurking? How's everyone doing? Hi. We do, in fact, have light. The tech is working. I was so scared for a second there. Indeed, that's Nyx behind me. I've been making pride icons for a handful of people throughout the month. I feel bad that they've been taking me as long as they have. You were first today, Wookiees. Indeed. Kissing him platonically and also in a non-platonic way. Aw, that's gay. Hey, Rome, that's gay. I'm non-binary. Why did I just peek? Why did my mic just peek? I'm non-binary, so it's gay no matter what. Okay, guys, my mic is peaking. Give me a second. Give me a second. I changed the settings on my compressor. I changed my compressor settings the other day, so I might have changed them a little bit too much. Also part NB. So is it straight? I think of it in okay. This is my personal take. Any relationship that involves a trans person is a queer relationship. I know not everyone's going to agree with that. Who waits a minute? What's up? What's up, Wookiees? Hello, Jay Crispy. Lovely to see you. I think to be trans, and I do realize not everyone's going to agree with this because some people do really care about like passing and uh fitting into, you know, normative expressions of gender and all of that. But I am of the opinion, hello Kismet, hope you're doing well. I'm of the opinion that like at least my personal experience of transness, I love being transgressive. I am actively and loudly queer, and therefore any relationship in which I take part is queer. Regardless of who with, it is in some way queer because I am actively queering gender by being who I am, you know? It's so fair to individuals who like don't consider their gender expression or whatnot queer, but I really dig into at this point a lot of queer theory, and for me, my gender is queer. I am actively queering gender by being trans. And you know what? I'm proud of that. I'm happy about that. Is transgressive like aggressive trans? Close enough, J. Crispy, close enough. Hello, thank you, Marauder, for the hydrate. I appreciate it. And hope you're doing well, Kismet. I forgot my water. Chat? Chat, I forgot my water. I knew I was missing something. Give me a moment. Is it in the room with me? Chat, I completely forgot my water. One second. Give me a moment. Oh god. I somehow I did my entire setup and forgot to bring water with me, which means I have not drank. Okay, listen. I need to go. It's not in the room with me. Chat, give me a second. Give me a second. Okay? The fox forgot water. Give me a second. Alignment center. Listen, it's fine, chat. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me just a moment, okay? I need to leave a thing up on screen so that people know that the stream is happening, okay? Alright, transform. Center to screen. I'll be right back. I need to go get my water, okay? I need to go get my water bottle. I have liquid. Apologies for that, chat. Apologies for that. Hi, Axo. Thank you for all the hydrates. I appreciate it. Water Barrage. Thank you for the clip, J Crispy. But how is everyone today? How's everyone doing? I alt-tabbed back to see 15 hydrates. Did you dump a whole Olympic pool onto his head? Basically. Hello, Aaron. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. I have water now, chat. Crisis averted. What's everyone up to? No water, stream ruined. I got my drink. I got my drink. All right. What's everyone up to? How's everyone been doing today? Hi. It is currently... Oh god, it's June 25th. Okay, it's currently June 25th. It is 8:06 p.m. and we're about to do some arts. What have you all been up to? That was the funniest thing I've seen today. I'm glad, J Crispy, I'm glad. Played some modded Risk of Rain. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I haven't checked out Risk of Rain at all. Feels amazing. I'm glad to hear it. I recently, chat, I've been obsessed with Hades. Like, truly and properly obsessed with Hades. I've been playing it nonstop. It's hard but fun. I would probably not enjoy it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't enjoy playing games that are difficult. I don't enjoy struggling in video games, but I'm glad you're having fun with it. Airship, it's not worth the effort. Looks really good. Might draw something. Had an idea for like a week, but didn't get around to it. What's that idea? I'm curious. Two is easier? I see. Lesbian has no mouth and she must scream. We're gonna fix that. Chat, I spent way too long yesterday trying to get the face of this to look right. I'm gonna pull up what this looked like yesterday. I'm gonna pull up what this looked like yesterday real quick. Alright. Let me open up. This is what it looked like yesterday. Everything with those eyes was wrong. So yeah, I had to do some reworking. No, don't. It's accurate with how lesbians deal with flirting. You're so fair, Blizzard. How are you doing today? Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. But yeah, it was bad. It was bad, chat. One second. I have to undo stuff. Alright. Now everything's functioning again. But hello. Things are only a little scuffed. My main problems are balance issues. Recently, the CEO of Arrowhead stepped down to be creative director for the game after being the game's previous creative director. Interesting. Got back into Helldivers 2 after the Sony incidents, like, kind of, blown over, but not really. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about Helldivers. I've not played it, to be honest. It is not a kind of game that I would like, but... Plus BRB, real. Disposing my Sona grenade launcher on arm. Ooh, chat. I got a calm done. I calmed someone for the first time in years, and it was a, like, combination music loop and art. And the music loop I do not have yet because there was an issue. Case Jackal is currently in the ER. Hopefully everything is fine. Proof it didn't happen, but I do have the sketch. I do have the doodle. And I'm cute. Chat, I'm handsome. Chat, I look like weirdly handsome. They really liked the multiple top surgery scars, which I absolutely adore. It's one of my favorite different like little persona things you can do. But look, it's me. Look, it's me. I really enjoy it. It's really cute. So Solitarova post-game looking ass. Yeah, and? I'm valid. I'm just posting my Sona grenade launcher on an arm. Probably have smoke billowing out of it and a shell getting freshly ejected, aiming a giant pistol with the other hand. That sounds like fun, Mal. Do it. I'd love to see it when you're done. Met TBH, might not have made it clear I was arranging a date and got accidentally stood up. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Blues Break. I'm so sorry, that fucking sucks. For a while, the balancing decision seemed to revolve around keeping everything damn weak. Again, haven't played the game. Helldivers does not seem like something I'd enjoy. I'm glad folks like it, but I don't think I could ever get into it. Yeah, they were top scars. Yeah, they're top surgery scars. Cause like animals have multiple sets of that's the wrong thing. Animals have multiple sets of nipples and all that, you know? They've got multiple breasts. A bunch of them. You see? Like I'm cute. I love it. I don't know. It's a personal little design choice that I absolutely adore. Saw it on someone else's Sona and it makes me happy. Having to set up stuff super last minute for an event because someone dropped out. What event? What event, Aaron? Or sorry, Aaron. Uwu. An extant form of life. A lot of one's got a much needed buff to be at least viable. Plus, yeah! I do love the plus yeah thing. I do love the plus yeah meme. I never had Miiverse. I did not have internet access. What was Miiverse on? Was that like the Wii U? Because I don't think I've ever seen a Wii U in person. Charity Raid Train, I see, I see. I wasn't, I did not see any of the setup for this one, damn. Hope everything goes well though, Aaron, hope everything goes well. I'd say it's fun with friends, but there are easier difficulties if you want to shoot bugs and robots. I don't know, it's not the kind of thing that I tend to enjoy game-wise. I don't know, like maybe I should give it a try sometime, but I don't know if it's the kind of game that I would even play. Again though, like I love that people are able to enjoy media in general. So here's what I had for the nose before, and it definitely needs to be fixed. It is definitely not an ideal nose. Eventually, all things face the entropy. Okay, so I use like the I tended to use like this color for the nose. Cool, cool. But yeah, we are continuing all of the Pride icons. I'm thankful, like I want to say again that I'm super thankful for all the support I've had with these. It has been genuinely insane, genuinely shocking. I'm glad to have opened up commissions again. Things have been going really well. I will admit I'm a little bit frazzled this evening. I'm a little bit, I don't know, like a couple of things have been happening recently that have kind of thrown me off my rhythm, off my schedule a bit. And I'm someone who enjoys my routines. I say as if I have strong routines. So I've been a little bit off, a little bit out of it, but I'm doing my best to stay on track. Unrelated, but related. Excited to play, yeah, no, I'm so excited for Sea of Thieves. For those unaware, I bought Sea of Thieves the other day, and I got to play it for the first time with the wonderful Merxy, who is a pal of mine and a fellow VTuber. You should totally go watch. So far, I do get mild motion sickness with it, but I'm hoping that will get better eventually. As the mage of the Aaron does this, like, right DMs? Listen. The eyes were all wrong. The eyes were all wrong, Aaron. I needed to fix them. But no, Sea of Thieves seems like a lot of fun. When did that happen? It was privately, J. Crispy. Yeah, pirate game. How are you, Robo-Oasis? Hope you've been well. I feel like it's been a hot minute. Or maybe I just haven't been paying proper attention. How have you been? I do hope everyone's been well. I feel like I've been slacking a little bit on my, like, ability to have good conversations on stream and all that. But it happens to the best of us. We all have little ups and downs. So we keep on trucking, we keep on creating. I think some of my best conversations have happened like right after I watched an interesting video essay, so maybe I just need to watch more interesting video essays. Hello, Avantia Guard, lovely to see you. Archivist stream yippee. How are you doing today? We're working on some Pride icons. Because I've been taking Pride Icon commissions throughout the month. They're closed at the moment because the month's about to end. I've got too many on my plate, but we are vibing. Yeah, this one's for the wonderful Lyrical Nyx. She is wonderful, a sweetheart, and a bit of a villain. At least she pins herself as a villain. She doesn't really act the part. Stream would just motivate me to do more art. Hell yeah. No, if you want to take this as like an opportunity or a space wherein to, focus, co-work, whatnot, absolutely feel free. I've been finding a lot of use in co-working spaces recently. Just spaces where I can sit quietly, in a voice call or whatnot and do work independently of anyone else with occasional little bursts of conversation. I cannot shut up for the life of me, so we love gay people who are just a tiny bit villainous. Exactly. I think her deal is like she okay. Oh, thank you. I just noticed the yar har har, Tristan. I just noticed the yar har har, my bad. Let me pirate myself. I have too many models, chat. I have too many models. I've got my furry model, I've got my normal model, I've got too many. Remember guys, to be gay do crime, not gay do crime get caught. Exactly. We do not get caught. Enjoy your lurk, Aaron, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for being here and hanging. You've had higher viewer counts recently, so chat's getting harder to follow. How it is. I good though? I see. It has been a little harder to follow recently. And I'm grateful for it, but also a little terrified, you know? I think I've talked pretty openly about, like, as a creator, it can be really hard to not constantly fear the fall, you know? I'm getting better with that. Higher number is so exciting and also so terrifying, but you know what? I'm really happy with how things have been over here. I love this community so dearly. Yar har har, exactly. Okay, but Nyx's deal. If you guys know, oh god, what's that one anime? The one magical girl, the one with Homura. Nyx pulled a Homura. That's her deal. Yeah, Madoka Magica. Yeah. Nyx's entire deal is she pulled a Homura. Imagine getting caught couldn't be me. Exactly. That's dark. I can also kinda understand, though. I can also kinda get it. When you're so gay, you go back in time to try and save your partner. Yeah, it was for her friends. And I'm like, you know what? I on one hand, I hate that because that's like, that is such an overextension of power. And I'm very much an anarchist, and I oppose really anyone having any kind of power over me and other vulnerable folk, and that can, include. I feel like that's still a big expression of power, even if it's not like governmental or anything. Uh, but also, I kind of get it. I kind of get the desire to, try and control and change and shift an entire universe to save the people you care about. Even if that is not how things are supposed to play out, quote unquote. Like, I kinda can't blame her. Feel this way. Anyone can wear whatever they want. Girls can have short hair and muscles. And that's where I run into trouble. Well, what does that mean? Am I reinforcing a gender binary that I don't adhere to, that I don't... I love this song as well. Anti-villain, kinda? I guess, sorta? I don't know, the term anti-villain is a very hard to pin down one. And I think a lot of the time... Really, anti-hero is also a very difficult term to pin down, because its meaning is so cultural and time-based. An anti-villain or anti-hero, like those are tropes that reflect whatever is seen as heroic or villainous in their cultural context. And that is something that changes wildly between time and place. What do we currently, see as heroic qualities or villainous qualities in our society? You could definitely argue that that queerness in and of itself is sometimes seen as a villainous quality, but we're seeing that attitude lessen, which is a good thing. But for a long time, queerness has been a quality that is relegated to villains. I love talking about weird media shit. I love media analysis. Forgive me, Chad. Forgive me. What if I rotated this? They're into an early grave. Digging into obscure media can be so fun. I mean, my my title is Archivist for a reason, you know? I love this kind of stuff. But understanding media and the history of it, I adore that stuff. I adore that stuff. And I'm very heavily enamored with and buried in early 2000s media. That's kind of what I focus on, so a lot of things I say are going to be kind of relevant to that era of media. Is it like I think it is an interesting thing to think about, like, okay, what do we see as heroic in the modern day? Because I'd actually argue that a lot of the modern heroes that we create and focus on and celebrate almost are rebels. That's become a surprisingly frequent trope these days. We love rebels who are working against terrible systems, but we're very limited in how we can present those symptoms. Or those systems, rather, I misspoke. Spy Dieter, welcome on in. It's everyone's favorite scalier. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. We're very limited in what those oppressive systems that people are rebelling against in media can be. We love our rebels, but if they're rebelling against things that are too close to home, cough the American government, cough, then we start having problems with those heroes. On stage. How does this connect to Homura? Don't ask me. Exactly. What does this say about a Homura? I don't know, but it's a completely irrelevant tangent that I've delved into because I'm not capable of staying on topic. This is for the my friends swimming day after day. Okay. I've been digging into obscure anime from like 30 to 40 years ago. Interesting. I'll be honest, I'm not that much of an anime watcher these days. Hi, Queen Moth. Really sorry about to miss the stream. No worries. Do what you gotta do. Take care of yourself. It's lovely to see you even for a moment. Do what you gotta do. Know that you've always got a place here, alright? There's no need to apologize for missing streams. Your cough is contagious. You infected Avantia. Oh, can I just call you Avantia? Is that alright? No worries if not. There's some better trans rep in a 40-year-old anime than some recent shows. That is sadly true. Yeah, I just don't want to give anyone, like, a nickname without checking with them, you know? Because, no offense, your username is a lot of syllables. Hope the rest of the stream goes well. Take care, Queen Malls. I'll try not to rant about Elden Ring lore. No, you're welcome to. I'm just like, it's gonna take me a while to stream if I ever do. I focus too much on early 2000 stuff. I only let myself have like one modern game at a time. You know that great anime Ghost Stories? The anime I'm familiar with the Ghost Stories dub. I'm familiar with the Ghost Stories dub. It's an interesting time. They were given free reign to do whatever they want. It's an interesting work. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Hades is our modern game for the moment because I'm obsessed with it. I'm not normal. Chat. You know, I've been doing like fresh save runs where I start from a fresh save file and I continue playing until I die and then restart the file. I got past the Bone Hydra on one of them, and I decided, screw it, I'm going to make this my actual. Like, I'm going to make this a secondary file that I play off of stream. I've made 3 runs on this file. Keep in mind, I've made almost no upgrades to the mirror at this point, because these are fresh save runs. It's my 3rd run. I reached Hades. I have not beat him yet, but I reached him on the 3rd run on this fresh file. I'm not normal. I'm not normal about this game, chat. No, see, I was gonna say, I am not as into anime as I used to be these days. And not for like a lack of interest. I just have a very hard a time getting myself to consume media. And my art style and the like has always been a lot more influenced by like Western animation than by anime itself. I've picked up some anime traits in my art recently. You'll notice like my eyes have gotten a lot more anime than how I used to draw. I can pull up like some older stuff. Um, but that's most. I'm gonna be real. It's mostly to try and appeal to the VTuber crowd. I've been a cartoonist for most of my time as an artist. It's been a weird shift. Here's actually the pride icon I did for myself 2 years ago. This was a drawing I did in 2022 as my pride icon. But you can see a lot more cartoon, a lot looser with the style, a lot rounder. What brush are you using? The texture is actually cool. Yeah, no worries. Let me grab and show that off real quick. You know, I'll just do a fresh canvas for this. So, I use 2 different brushes here. First of them is a pencil brush. I don't actually remember what brush pack this was from. Is there a way for me to check? I don't know if I can check this. It was a pencil pack that I downloaded when I first started using this. I'm not actually sure on that one, and I renamed it, so I can't tell what it is. But this second brush here, this is actually the default built-in chalk brush. I adore this brush, and I especially adore the way that it blends. The way that this brush blends is so nice. Like, okay, I'm not gonna show any examples, but I do occasional, like, gore art, usually is, like, vent stuff, and I fell in love with this brush specifically for rendering blood, and I do feel a bit weird about that, but I've just fallen in love with it in general. Okay, version of you looks like a fun, OG kind of goofy guy. I'm glad. Uh, no, I used to draw noses very differently as well. I kind of miss. Oh, don't do that. I kind of miss how I used to draw noses. Just a lot more detail, a lot more shape to them. Blood. It kind of, yeah, it has the look of dried blood. It was really good for rendering that. Um, Let me open up something like on the mild end. I keep all of that stuff like in a separate folder, in case, because I know some of it can be too much for folks. But to open up like a more mild situation where I used it, folks, look away if like the implication of eye loss is too much for you. I will let you know when things are safe. The silly gore art is very good, but yeah, exactly. Um, so I only show mild stuff with like warning. Um, but here we have like implied eye loss, and you can see, you know, the blood in the background. That's all that brush. That brush, it's such a beautiful brush. It blends so well. It has amazing texture. Like how you draw noses in general, though. Noses are good. Need to return to nose. I used to have so much more style specifically in how I did noses, and I genuinely miss it. Let me pull up some other old art. Do you have any other cool stuff from 2022? I know if I go back like a little bit further, I've got some really, really cool noses. Oh, these are my original PNGs back when I first started streaming. Yeah. It's in fact a very good brush. Yeah, it's one of the default ones. It's the default chalk brush in Clip Studio Paint. I absolutely adore Clip Studio Paint. But yeah, my old design. The entire look has gone through a lot of upgrades, and then you've got the upcoming 2.0. I've gotten handsome. Also, my hair, I've bleached more and more of my hair over time. I keep bleaching more and more of my hair, chat. I bleach more and more of my hair and I get more punk. Those are the big changes. Let me pull up like my actually the original Enfield. When I started presenting myself as an Enfield rather than trying to pretend to be human, you know? Let's see. You can see, you know, it's a little punk. I can see where people saw like the initial pirate vibes. A tiny bit of bleached hair out at the front. Very curly, but you know, it's a design. I bleached way more of my hair and got way more punk. You know what? It's a vibe. It's a vibe. How long until fully bleached hair and maximum levels of punk? One day. One day. Who knows? It could happen. There is going to be the color change. There's already going to be one color change. Ina, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, everyone. How are you doing tonight? Let me give you a shout out. At Ina VT. For anyone who does not know me, hello, I am Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream Not Quite Retro Games and do art here on twitch.tv. We're currently actually working on some Pride Month icons. This is for the lovely Lyrical Nyx. Here are a couple ones that I already made for myself for Celerity Dust, whatnot. But we're just doing some, we're just chilling, chatting, causing problems, doing some art. If you need some food, some water, some rest, go take care of yourselves, but feel free to stick around and enjoy the chaos with us while we, you know, chat, do some art, co-work, have fun. And if anyone does not know Ina, absolutely go give her some love. She is a wonderful VTuber, does a lot of fun stuff. I need to stop by your stream more often. I keep meaning to, but I have not had time, and you stream at similar hours to me. You're usually streaming like right before I start. For a year, I genuinely thought it was Celerity Dust, huh? Oh, Celery Dust. Oh yeah, no. They're gonna be so mad if they hear you say that. They're gonna be so mad. But how was your stream? What were you up to today? I need to peek in more often. I've been meaning to. I lurk when I get a chance, but. Welcome, Raiders. We don't bite, I swear. I definitely will not bite you. You're safe here. I will not bite you, definitely. Totally. You're safe. You won't get bitten. What were you up to? No, so I thought actually when I first met Celerity that it was Celebrity. That was my assumption. Oh, demos, some of the leftover Summer Fest demos. I see. Anything good in there? Then organizing games? I see. Anything interesting? I didn't get to do any of like the Steam Next Fest stuff. I just didn't have the time for it. There was one game that actually caught my eye, mostly because it looked a lot like Hades. Thank you, Emily the Alien, for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. But no, there was one particular game that caught my eye entirely because it looked a lot like Hades. Kill Knight. Not that one. Not that one. Let me see if I can find it. It was like a co-op, roguelike that resembled Hades, but it was like 1 to 4 players. I don't remember what it was called. Is there any way to see like what I was recently browsing on Steam? I don't see it here. Did I put it in my wish list? I'm not sure if I did. Yeah, I don't think I did. I have no clue what it was, but it looked interesting, and I wish I'd taken the chance to take a peek at it, but alas, I did not. I don't know, I've been getting really into roguelikes recently. I'm obsessed with Hades at the moment. But no, I hope you enjoyed yourself. And thank you again so much for sharing your community with us here in the archive. It means a lot. Chad, who wants to guess how long it'll take for me to start playing Epic the Musical? Oh, I love the song. The stick bullshit, my friends have told me so. But there are other people hurting, and those people really need support right now. Gonna make a snack? No worries, no worries. Go get some rest. Go get some food. You deserve it. You mentioned it about 5 minutes at most. Yeah, Mal's probably right. Hello, Pyro. How are you doing today? Lovely to see you as well. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. What was the... Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this old nose because I don't like it. What did the mouth look like? Oh, yeah, no. The mouth is bad. Why did I do that? But it's happening by force. It's 4 a.m. and I'm fucking tired. I am really at a loss with the mouth here, honestly. I can't tell how I feel about it. Also the nose. I've been here for a while. They keep holding on. I guess they suit my style. I played this during my my birthday stream last year. Kind of dig the nose. Something about it feels off. I've been having a lot of trouble with this one, to be honest, more so than any of the others. I think because it is a like sharper character. It's not quite as like soft and cartoon. So it's a little bit more out of my comfort zone. I've been leaning a lot more into some of the like anime expectations and traditions with this design. And I don't know entirely if that's the right move. But here we are. I feel that nose and that mouth don't mix together. Yeah. I keep at the base of your feet like some sort of lost kitten. The one thought I have is that maybe I need to put the shadow on this side. But that doesn't match with the lighting I've already done on everything else. And also it means it's on the opposite side of every other one of the drawings I've done. Which is a petty reason or a stupid reason to... That's a very stubborn reason to do it that way, but I'm nothing if not stubborn. You bite me more? Good luck with that, Iserat. And hello, Limited Gravitas. Maybe just keep the face with no mouth and nose. It feels a bit eldritch, but horror is still better than Uncanny Valley. I don't think the commissioner's gonna like that very much. I don't know if Nyx would like that. The only feedback I got off of the whip was, looks good. Tell me where trans is. Right here. I'm right here. Hi, I'm the trans boy. I'm the trans fox. I'm the non-binary trans mask absolute disaster in front of you. Thank you, Yala Blutbaya, too, for the follow. How are you doing? Welcome to the archive. Maybe it does need to be on that side. Yes, indeed. Where the hot people are. True that, true that. Most trans people I know are attractive. And I don't say that just because I'm one of them. The page. And at the bed. Still didn't make the grade. I've been learning patience in the better half of man. We'll remember from a different hand. What were you going to ask? I'm not adorable though, Isra. I'm not cute, I'm not adorable, but the rest of that is true. That I do anywhere. On an earlier stream you mentioned creatures you hate, yes? Yes. Those creatures being siphonophores, yes. Do you know about greenheads? Not off the top of my head, Pyro, no. Listen, I despise siphonophores and I'm valid for that. They're jellyfish, but worse. The polyamorous asexuals, listen, they're jellyfish, but worse. I don't like them. Listen, if they want to stay far away from me, then we're good. But if they enter my range of vision, we are going to have problems. We are going to have issues. I do not respect a creature which lives as... No, wait, no, this is gonna sound so bad. This is gonna sound so bad. I was gonna say, I don't like organisms that live as colonies, no. No, we're not doing this rant again. Don't even think about opening the diagram. I won't open the diagram. I won't open the diagram. I won't even open the Wikipedia page, okay? Okay? I don't like them. He hates jellyfish even though they're so soft, like you use them as pillows. No, you could die. Greenhead flies are mutant horseflies that evolved to feed off of human blood. Oh, I'm already terrified of horseflies. Thank you. Thanks for that info. I'm genuinely... Because we do have horseflies down here, and they are terrifying. AE hates polyamorous asexuals and old people. I need to stop dropping things. Cancelled now. Make a bed of jellyfish and lie on it. You will die. Oh no, the colony organisms. I hate them too. Those fucking things, the ones that sting you and then proceeds to itch for a week straight. Yes. No, we do have horseflies here. Not a fan. Do not enjoy them. I live in New Jersey and I'm mildly allergic to their bites. I would rather die. I don't like horseflies. Horseflies that feed on human blood are even worse. I may not be a human, but they'd probably try and bite me anyway. I look enough like one. He said, "This horse can fly." That's just called a Pegasus. That's just a Pegasus. I love horses. Chat, I love horses. I need to work on horse video. I know, don't yell at me, but I love horses, chat. I'm a former horse girl. What do you expect, you know? Of course the recovering horse girl loves horses. Oh my god, they're speciest! He is racist as descendants of Poseidon? Listen. Poseidon is also the god of horses, and I love horses, okay? Okay? You can't say that. You can't say that. I love horses. Chat, I love horses. It's not my fault that I'm Odysseus coded and Poseidon hates me. It's not my fault that I'm Odysseus coded. It's not my fault that I'm basically Odysseus from Ithaca. Odysseus of Ithaca. Do you know who I am? I actually know people who fear horses. It's actually pretty common. It's actually pretty common. A Maricene Latin. Oh my god. Why does that work so well, actually? Oh god. Horses are pretty, though. I love horses. They're very good critters. They're very good critters. Okay, now I need to decide if I want to keep the mouth like this or not. So we're gonna get rid of the old nose. Goodbye. This looks better. And I have to decide how I feel about this mouth. Keep in mind there's also the hand. Where's the hand? There you are. Do I like this mouth? I'm not sure. Don't do that. People everywhere, but that's alright, I brought enough to share. Oh, please, officer, you gotta believe me, it's soup for my family. No, I ain't no crook, ain't no from a can of Campbell's. Okay, so I do need to brighten this up a bit. How do we feel about that, chat? And sing forever. Please, officer, you gotta believe me, it's soup for my family. No, I ain't no crook, I ain't no vandal, just enjoy your lurk, Tristan, have fun at D&D, hope it treats you well. I would also hate greenheads, they sound terrifying. Wanted to be for sea creatures, and thalassophobia is already a thing, so maybe thalassophobia? Horses are huge. I don't blame people for being scared of them, but I really enjoy them. Chat at this point, at least regulars, have heard me talk too many times about how much I care about horses. And the trope of the horse girl. I have this ongoing developing theory that horse girlhood is a gender expression that acts as a socially acceptable way for young girls to escape the confines of traditional femininity. And that's why so many horse girls end up being queer. That's why so many kids who like horses end up being queer. There's academic research behind this. Avantia, there's academic research behind this. It is a video essay that I am currently developing, and by currently developing, I mean I've written like 500 words. I'm not good at writing video essays, but it's gonna happen. And probably a little neurospicy. Oh, there's a whole point of like the book that's my primary source about how it also has a lot of appeal for like disabled people. Because you gain a lot of agency out of the horse-human bond. The ability to, like, move around and explore and be in control in a way that is oftentimes otherwise inaccessible. It's so interesting. Holy shit, I need to research those papers. Alright, my primary source is a book called Horse Crazy: Girls in the Lives of Horses by... Oh, what's her name? Give me a second. By Gene O'Malley. JoJo Bizarre Adventure. I still need to watch that. But that's a horse video. It's a very interesting book, and there's some other studies about it as well. Very, very interesting subject. Something I'm currently working on a whole thing about. Because I grew up on horse girl games. They were the only, like, girls' games that I felt any draw or enjoyment to. And I've started to realize, wait, that might have been the queerness. That might have been the transness, actually. What actually kicked this off was me getting really into Red Dead Online. Red Dead Online, for those unaware, is Rockstar's amazing little. I say amazing sarcastically. Hello, Orleans, how are you doing? Lovely to see you. Rockstar's wonderful little online companion to Red Dead Redemption 2. Have I played Red Dead Redemption 2? No. But I really, really love Red Dead Online. I got into it at the behest of a friend and absolutely fell in love with it. Play it daily. And it got me thinking on, like, how gender impacts the horse-human relationship. Why do we have horse girls versus cowboys? Why are those different distinct categories? Why do we treat those categories so different? It turns out other people have had the same thought. Soon, though, I think. Then Sailor Boy. Imagine a horse with sharp teeth, like, just like that Greek myth style that eats people. That's terrifying. Hope well, doing well, Orleans. Hope the same for you. Well, hanging in there at the very least. Been a little bit all over the place in the mental department recently, but happens to the best of us. We keep on pushing through, you know? We keep on pushing through. All of JoJo's gonna get adapted eventually. It's very popular in Japan. I have not watched any JoJo whatsoever, and it feels like one of those series that is so long that getting into it would end up being the death of me, you know? Hi, Finnick, your notifications didn't go off? If you want Discord notifications, we do have a server, but no worries, no worries. Lovely to see you, hi. No pressure at all. I just relentlessly advertise the Discord server on occasion. If anyone wants it, no pressure whatsoever. And I will say that the Twitch alerts are basically mandatory. I know it says you can opt into them, they're mandatory. I need to fix that. Keyboard? I love whenever I try to do something and my keyboard says no. Someone type exclamation point Discord. Oh, you can't use Discord. I see, I see. No worries, no worries. But for anyone interested, I'm constantly on Discord. It's the best place to keep in touch with me for anyone who needs to. Imagine using any other app to talk to people. But alright, I think we'll say that's that for the face. Are we looking forward to your stream? I'm glad. That makes me happy. I appreciate it. How have you been? I know I don't stream Sundays or Mondays, and I know that can be a little bit of a break, but it gives me a break, you know? I'm the kind of person I don't think I could stream 3 days in a row. Yeah, I am super cool. This is true. This is true. I am super cool and interesting and badass, and also a weird gay fox on the internet. Apparently, people find my ramblings interesting. But no, I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to know that the things I create are interesting enough to have people look forward to them. I'm just a fox on the internet trying to make things that make me and others happy. And if people are looking forward to it, that means I'm succeeding. I do, and I believe we all do. I'm really grateful for that. Yeah, ask away, ask away. Whatever your question is, so long as I am comfortable with it, I will answer. But no, anyone's welcome to ask questions. If it's too much, I'll say so, and if I do say that, it's not out of anger. I'm just a bit of a private individual. Here's the thing with JoJo. It has different parts in it, just switches character casts and movies, settings / time period, introduces new protagonists and villains. I'm aware of that, but it's so much. One of these might choose a name in public, but way too scared, just don't want people to judge. It really is a matter of safety, you know? Are you going to be safe if you start using your preferred name in public? If yes, do it. Anyone who's going to be judgmental is not someone who deserves to be in your life, you know? If anyone is going to be judgmental, cause problems, that is their problem that they need to work. Possibly not, may just wait until I move then. If it's not going to be safe for you, then it might be for the best not to. Which I know is a really, really rough thing to go to, but you do gotta prioritize your own safety in these things. It's really hard in some parts of the world to be openly and loudly trans. I'm someone who. I'm not going to let those kinds of things stop me, but I honestly. I know I'm unique in that, and I only feel comfortable because I know I have other folks backing me up. Do you hold grudges on people? More than I would like to admit. I hold more grudges than I wish I did. But I'm usually pretty quick to forgive. Mostly worried about. It's mostly family I'm worried about, just afraid of people telling them. In that case, it might be safer not to, as unfortunate as it is. I hope you're able to get out of there soon. It's definitely a complicated issue, but you deserve to be safe. Small chicken with the Gengar. What's the occasion? I do think, like, as much as it sucks, holding grudges is a pretty human thing. I'd almost qualify it as a, like, self-protection mechanism. We're hurt by others, and so we want to avoid being hurt by those people again, and that can lead to us holding some amount of animosity or hesitance around them in the future. And I do believe forgiveness is a good quality. I think that when it is possible, and when people have shown that they are worthy of it, we should be forgiving. I don't fault people for struggling to do so. It can be, there are some things that are really hard to forgive, and it is, again, a mechanism for protecting yourself. Humans are emotional creatures at our core. This is true. I've always hated all the stuff that tells you to, like, be logical instead of use your emotions. Isn't using emotions our natural state, if it's such an issue? The only anime you watch is Sake. I'm familiar. I actually did watch a fair bit of that one, but it was a long time ago. So I can't say I remember details of it. Is 50% what I normally do for this? 50% looks right. Even logic bros who pretend they aren't emotional are actually, yeah, they're very emotionally driven. And that's normal, and there's nothing inherently bad about that. I mean, empathy is an emotion, and I do think empathy is one of the most important things in, like, improving our lives and improving society, you know? I think we do need to rely on empathy a hell lot more than we do. We almost villainize empathy in this country these days, and I think that's sad. We're too individualistic. What is Sake? If I recall, it's an anime about a guy who can. He's very autistic coded, and he can, in some capacity. I forget if it's read thoughts or see the future. It's one of those. I watched it a long, long time ago with some people I'm no longer friends with. I remember Sake is the asexual pink-haired dude. Valid. That he's gone, but you're the only excuse I had friends to lean on. It's also, oh, is it a trans guy? Wait, is it? There will be an ad hitting soon, folks. I do apologize. Twitch forces me to run ads. I do not have much choice in the matter. It's either pre-rolls or mid-rolls, and chat has voted that we do mid-rolls. It will last for 3 minutes, but I will still be here when you get back. Take the opportunity to stretch, get water, get a snack, anything of that sort. And do not worry. I always feel bad for running ads. Unfortunately, it's kind of unavoidable on this platform. If I had the option to run none at all, I would. Don't advertise my content. I don't make enough money off of it for it to be worth it. As much as I love the thought of being able to live off of this, the ads aren't that's not how I'm gonna end up making that money. Just can't recall it right now. Oh, there's a guy who has telepathy powers, reads minds, see through skin, weird one. There's a lot more. Interesting. I need to, honestly, I should probably catch up with that one. Or get a Ragnarok spin-off is interesting. Ooh. I'm not familiar. I need to consume more media. This is the constant plight of mine, chat. The fact that I don't consume enough media. It's a difficult thing to do. And it shouldn't be difficult, but for some reason it kinda is. I think it really is just a time thing with me, you know? I'm the kind of person that always feels guilty for not being productive enough. Hi, Mask! There will be an ad hitting so soon and I'm so sorry. But it's lovely to see you, how are you? Things have been going well, things have been going well. It's been a bit of an unproductive day, but we do what we can. See him in a lot of trans TikToks for some reason. I give it because he's trans. I mean, it could be people projecting, but that's not a bad thing. Headcanons are beautiful. I'm in full support of headcanons, so long as people don't, like, fight over them, you know? Wait a minute, I just got here. You hurt me, but I hurt you too. So... Doing fine, just super tired? I see, I see. Hope you feel better soon. I do get feeling tired. It's hard not to in this day and age. But we keep pushing through, we keep creating, we keep doing what we gotta do. We keep surviving. Cause I've been a mess, I've been obsessed, I've been neglectful, I've been obsessed. I love this song. I'm singing it before it even gets to that part. Oh, they actually already went through that part. My bad, my bad. Food time, food time. I'm really grateful that folks, like, sit through this with me, honestly. I still get so much anxiety about running any kind of ads at all. And I absolutely wouldn't if the platform didn't basically force me to. But that people are willing to deal with it means a lot. I've run into game limits. Can't actually make descriptions long enough to make the hull I want in-game. Oh no. I can't say I fully understand the consequences of that, Mal, but oof. I'm actually gonna shade on individual layers in this, I think. Is that smart for respecting my time? No, but we're gonna do it anyway. It's a terrible idea. Nothing can stop me. The iron says, hey Brian, get on your hands and knees and pray for us. Get on your hands and knees and pray for us. I don't think there's anything on that layer, okay. There we go. Need to either do annoying complicated maths or mess around with my guides. I wish I could understand what y'all are saying when you talk about this game. That's why I need Royce to guide me through it. To drag him on for a few hours and he can show me my way around. Welcome back from the ad, folks. Apologies for that. Thank you so much for hanging around and sticking with me. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Welcome back from Ad Hell. Welcome back. In 25, gonna go swim? Valid, valid. Actually, just got a pool. Congratulations. Hope you end up enjoying your time. God, it has been a long time since I've gone swimming. Some mix of dysphoria and not having access to a pool has kind of stopped me for a long time. I used to just like swim in rivers whenever I get the chance. But it's been a long, long time, you know? It's like 110 or hotter outside right now. Hey, the water will keep you cool, hopefully. Believe in the Lord above, get on your hands and knees and pray for... I love... Okay, chat. I love songs that deal with, like, religious trauma and queerness, and especially when they use, like, religion as a metaphor for that, like, queer trauma. More so than even just it being... how do I say? The song isn't just about that. It's not about the religious trauma element of it so much as it is using it as metaphor. Locker rooms scare me, you're so fair, Aaron. What artist is this? This is the Front Bottoms. The Front Bottoms. They're relatively popular at this point. It's actually been really interesting seeing them become popular in recent years. They are a Midwest emo band, which is kind of like a sibling genre to folk punk, and being a big folk punk fan, it's been really cool seeing the genre get a lot more exposure and interest. Oh, loved them 2 years ago, don't listen as much anymore. They're really good, they're really good, you absolutely should. Can hear you, yeah. I'm so, like, folk punk is a genre that I absolutely adore. And I'm really, really glad to see younger folks getting into them. I say younger folks as if I'm, like, old. I basically mean anyone under 18 when I say that. Love folk punk so much. Hell yeah, hell yeah. It's always wonderful running into other folk punk fans out here. You got a favorite band? Feels much more human to me. Exactly. Like, don't get me wrong, I love punk rock. There's some really good stuff out there, but folk punk is so authentic and indie. You cannot get more grassroots than folk punk. Hi, Squabbled. I was just going to buy a sandwich and back with sandwich. Welcome back, welcome back. Lovely to see you. Hope you've been well. I feel like it's been a hot minute since I've seen you around. I'm pretty sure you stopped by the other day, but aside of that, it's been a hot minute. How you been? What you been up to? See you, yeah. Have been up and down, went to Canada for a while, was doing a lot of stuff. I see. Hope you enjoyed your time in Canada. I've only been there, I think, once. Mostly stopped streaming because of the TFT situation. I'm not super familiar with it, but I've heard things like through the grapevine because of other streamers and the like. You're completely fair in that. You're completely fair in that. Hope you're able to get back into streaming eventually, though. Honeyos, off-brand Trio's, but they taste much better. You're so fair. You're so fair. Always been more of a, what cereals do I enjoy? More of a Frosted Flakes kind of guy, but you know. Used to be a super into classic punk, rock, and pop punk. The three bands of those genres I love are Misfits, Offspring, and Simple Plan. Hey, good taste, good taste. Like, don't get me wrong, punk rock is great. There's some punk rock bands I absolutely adore, but you don't get more grassroots and indie than folk punk. Completely unplayable at this point. Literally moments after you join, illegal content gets shoved into the chat. That sucks. I've seen more and more games get like taken over by that kind of stuff. Um, it's weird because it's just a lack of moderation. At least a lack of proper moderation, and there's gotta be a way around that. I can't say I know enough about that game and its community to say what the solution might be, but I don't know. I see enough of it as well on like Red Dead Online. It's not nearly as bad because the game's, barely played by anyone. But there's so much hacking and so much bullshit and people like throwing around slurs. I play with a male character, but I have a friend who plays with a female character. They're non-binary, but the in-game character they use is female. And I've heard so much gross stuff said to them. It's genuinely insane. Ooh, local news legend is very good. Stick and poke is good. Murder person for hire is wonderful. Nice, nice. Those are good takes. I think my like all-time okay. My all-time favorite is Pigeon Pit. I don't know if you've ever listened to them. They are relatively new. And they're a bit of a like okay. There's been this new recent wave in folk punk where some musicians are picking up more and more elements of like traditional folk music. Cuz for a long time folk punk has basically been just punk rock on acoustic guitar. But some musicians have recently been picking up more traditional folk elements, and one of those has been Pigeon Pit. Absolutely adore them. Yeah, Pigeon Pit, but without the D there. Really absolutely adore them. It's very good music. Yeah, Pigeon Pit's like my favorite band. But other close contenders, Mischief Brew. I absolutely adore Mischief Brew. Rest Well, Eric. What else? What else? Let me like check. Days and Days is my favorite for a long time, and I've shifted away from them a little bit. I've been finding okay, this is a weird statement, but the kind of folk punk that's like, oh, I'm doing drugs and getting fucked up because the world sucks, I've been drifting away from that more and more in recent years. And I think that's kind of me growing up in a weird way. I'm never gonna do the whole like pat the bunny, oh, this mindset is unhealthy kind of thing, but I don't feel as much of a need for that side of folk punk anymore. The music is still amazing, it just doesn't resonate with me quite as much. Sister Wife Sex Strike is really good. That's what's playing right now. I've been getting really into Walker and Wild. I'm scrolling through like all of my liked artists and picking out the good ones. It's not folk punk, but Straight Light Manifesto is always a classic. They're more, what's it called? I'm blanking on the name of the genre. I've got a lot of local news legend in here because of course I do. Harley Poe's always fun. Pat the Bunny is a classic, of course, as well as Ramshackle Glory. Mischief Brew, my beloved. The Homeless Gospel Choir. I don't know if they technically count as folk punk, but I like them. Thank you for the hydrate, Finnick. Sorry, I'm going off right now. Oh, Pigeon Pit, I know them. Oh, I'm glad. Goodbye, Finnick, take care. Do what you gotta do. Time to go back to my folk punk phase. Enjoy it. Apes of the State are a classic. Adore them. And thank you, Squabbled, for the hydrates, and Finnick as well. No, folk punk, it'll never be a phase for me. I adore it so much. Going back to older music, though, is so awesome. This is true. Every now and then I pay a visit back to My Chemical Romance, because that was my shit back in the day. I was actually lucky enough to go to one of their concerts during their reunion. God. They announced their tours and then COVID happened and it got delayed 2 years. I thought it was never gonna happen, and I was so grateful when I finally got to go and see them. My Chemical Romance, especially with the release of, what was that one song? I'm blanking on the name of a lot of things right now, chat. I am so head empty at the moment, forgive me. My Chemical Romance. What was it? The Foundations of Decay. Especially with the release of the Foundations of Decay, it feels so... it feels so punk. I do know She, Her, Hers, one of my favorite bands. One of their songs was actually playing earlier. Absolutely adore them. Let me like pull up my most listened artist real quick. I'm gonna pull up stats for Spotify. Stats for Spotify, because I don't mind if y'all see this shit. Y'all can see my my stats for Spotify. Alright, I'll do like my last 12 months or whatnot. We have on here Hi-M Case, who is not folk punk but is a musician I've been listening to for years, and Case Jackal is also their other account. Very meaningful stuff to me. Also a fellow streamer, and I commissioned them for a backing track recently. Sort of, technically, kind of. It's messy. Pigeon Pit's here, Pat the Bunny is here, Mischief Brew, The Narcissist Cookbook, Days and Days, She, Her, Hers, Apes of the State, Penelope Scott, AJJ, Mal Blum, Harley Poe, Defiance, Ohio. I have been obsessed with Epic the Musical recently, please forgive me. A Spoon Boy, Ankle Grease, Local News Legend. I actually found out recently that Ankle Grease did some bullshit. Keep in mind, this is the last 12 months. So that's a long story. Everyone's worried about Owen, Foot Ox, Walker and Wild, Bellows, Sister Wife, Sex Strike, Ramshackle Glory, Sodakin, Homeless Gospel Choir, Future Kings of Nowhere, Chase Petra, Migo the Devil, Cave Town, The Garages, Murder Person for Hire. You can see a lot of folk punk. A lot of folk punk. There's a lot of folk punk. I'm very normal, chat. I'm very normal. I'm so normal. Yeah, apparently they did. I heard about that a couple weeks ago. It's something that happened a long time ago, but so they didn't get popular until after it happened, which is weird. I don't know the details, but I'm mad about it. I am very mad about it. Unfortunately, that's kind of how things go. People do bad things. Nature of the world. Not nature of the world, but I'm no longer surprised by it, which is a very sad thing to say, you know. Had to bootleg a bunch of the songs onto SoundCloud because they're not on any websites. Fair, fair. As a black metal fan, I know that feeling all too well. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I don't think it's unique to any genre. It's just a lot more sad for me when it comes to folk punk because of how inherently leftist, and I'd even argue in queer of a genre it is. You would hope, you would want to think that people who are investing themselves into this genre, into this community, are good, well-intentioned people, but unfortunately you can't trust anyone necessarily. There's gonna be, in any scene, in any online space, bad people. And the more power someone gets, oftentimes the more likely they are to abuse that power. The more power someone gets, the more likely they are to, I've noticed, do shitty things. Gone through 5 accounts at this point. Had to bootleg a bunch of songs to Spotify because they're not on any websites. Haven't listened to too much black metal, but I'm slowly getting into it. By listening to black and melodic death metal. Valid, valid. I've never much gotten into metal myself. I'm very much an acoustic guitar enjoyer, to be honest. Partially because I play it, but have a ton of red anarchist and queer black metal to recommend if you want. Ooh. Interesting, interesting. You got me a little curious. You've got me a touch interested. Honestly, I'm always down to try new genres. I'll admit, I can be a little bit of a hipster when it comes to music. I can be a little bit of a hipster. But I'm always down to try new genres. I might just be a little bit salty if it's popular, you know? A lot of that comes out of the AFAB experience of having your interests put down as a kid. Because if you were interested in anything feminine, it was bad because it was feminine. If you were into anything masculine, you oftentimes got told, well, no, you can't actually be into this and understand it because this is an interest for guys. It's a guy thing. So I kind of got into the habit of only ever engaging with media that was so obscure that people couldn't have valid opinions on it. It's a bad habit, but just got back to the cabin for a long day. Gonna hop in the shower. Thank you so much for stopping in and saying hello, Mudkip. Take care. Go take your shower, go get some rest. It's lovely, always lovely to see you. The lesbian has a mouth. She can now scream. Indeed, she can. I'm not sure if I'm happy with the mouth, but she has a mouth now. I'm sure Nyx would be so grateful. Hated when people told me things I liked as a kid were for girls. Happened a lot, yeah. I got hit a lot with, like, I was really into Pokemon. But anytime I would say that, any guy in the same room as me had to be like, well, no, I like it more than you, actually. Prove it. Prove that you like it. And it's such an exhausting thing to be told. Like, I'm sorry, but my chromosomes do not dictate my level of interest or ability to understand Pokemon. They don't dictate much, really. And they don't even do a good job of dictating the things they supposedly dictate, you know? Speaking as someone who really enjoys genetics, mansplaining is fun to experience. It starts young. That's the sad thing. It starts young. These were like 12-year-olds. These were like 12-year-old boys thinking, no, you can't actually understand Pokemon. And like, I play a lot of D&D, and to this day, I play at a public game store, and people... Luckily, there aren't too many assholes at our table, because the DM is another trans guy. If they're gonna be assholes, you know... Someone's going to get beaten up. Chances are I'm gonna be the one who beats them up, but still. Even to this day... I'm sure if I put in a complaint, the owner's actually really chill and he would side with me, but still. Braver than me going to public game stores. My friend DM's there, and by friend I mean X. See, I was desperate to get back into D&D after, you know, my IRL group got split up. It was a handful of factors, but primarily the fact that a lot of them were college students and they all graduated, so, you know, people were moving cities, moving to different places, and I didn't really have anyone to play with anymore. I needed somewhere to play. I was kind of desperate, so I ended up at this local game store, and it's actually really, really chill there. They've been really good with queer stuff. The owner is really friendly and helpful and supportive, so... Ew, D&D, tabletop RPGs are so cringe. Exactly, I know, right? I know, right? It's so cringe, isn't it? It was either for girls only or dude, you're gay. God. It really... gendered expectations and hobbies, and it hurts everyone. It hurts everyone. There's so many, like, cis guys I've spoken to who have been like, God, I would love to get into XYZ, but I can't because I'd be called gay. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, that's a problem. That is a societal problem that we're trying to address here. D&D is so cringe as the D&D player. Sounds like you're still friends or on friendly terms with a lot of exes. I am actually. Okay, let me actually count through my exes and see which ones I'm friends with. Y'all want to do that? Y'all want to count which of my exes I'm still friends with? I think I'm friends with like half of them, but let's find out for sure, chat. Also, I've dated way too many people for an aromantic person. How did I get here? We've got number 1. No longer in contact, but I was the asshole. It was my first relationship. I was the asshole. It happens to the best of us. I think most of us have at least one relationship where we look back and go, oh, I was the problem. 2. Why do you keep doing that? Stop doing that. I want to know which of my exes I'm still friends with. Slarity and I have never dated. This is not true. No, I was the problem. 2. No. Transphobe. Who came after that? Who was after that? 3. Yes. We are friends, and every time she's in town, she visits me. We're living in different towns now. The only reason we broke up is because COVID happened, and we weren't, like, long distance just wasn't working between us. We're in different cities now, but anytime she's in town, she visits me. She's really cool. Why are so many of them women? Actually, no, there's... I can explain that later. So 4 and 5, it was polyamorous. Friends with one of them. Friends with one. The other one, we just kind of drifted. Like, there's no bad blood, we just don't talk. The other one I am still actively friends with. Have you ever heard me mention the ex of mine who's, like, really into psychedelics? That's that ex. 6. No, but I never wanted to be in the relationship, in general. She really manipulated me and, like, blackmailed me into it. It was a whole situation. 7. I'm missing... Oh, I know who I'm missing. Okay. No, but not for any particular reason. No, but drifted. 8. Yes, we're close. We hang out like twice a week. He's the one who DMs. 9. No. My entire friend circle collapsed. My entire friend circle collapsed. Collapsed. 10? Yeah. There you go. Which of my exes am I friends with? Enjoy your lurk, Avantia. Take care, take care. How did you date a transphobe as a trans person? She was nice to me to my face. She gendered me properly to my face. I found out she was misgendering me behind my back around my other friends. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. Love calling the community I'm part of cringe because me myself is very cringe. Yeah, no, embrace the cringe. Cringe is dead. Be cringe, be loud, be free. I've never been in a relationship, I'm sorry. No, and you're fair, and honestly, I think I don't think I would have been in a place to have a healthy relationship until pretty recently, and I've also realized as well that I don't really want one, you know? And that's okay. We're valid. You don't have to be in a relationship to be valid as a person, and you shouldn't seek one out until you feel comfortable in yourself. You know? So stupid, just like what you like. Absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed. Your body count is appreciating. Your body count is approaching your body count. Met a lot of people who were transphobic but still talk to me. Yeah, it was a case where she was. Okay. The really freaky part is she was a trans woman. She was a trans woman, but she would misgender me behind her back. I don't understand what was going through her head. Admittedly, this is when I was using strictly they them pronouns. I hadn't really like I was purely I was a purely neutral non-binary person. Then I'm still non-binary. But I'm a lot more masculining in my presentation and identity now than I was then. But she would misgender me behind her back, behind my back rather. And I'm pretty sure the only reason she was into me is because I cosplayed a character she liked, and also I was like 6 years younger than her. But it was a whole situation. It was just stupid. It was stupid. It was really stupid. Friend circle collapsing. My last friend group had the police involved. Oh no! Oh no! Kind of just told an old originating in the 80s male-dominated fan base. No, this was always canon without any effort to make it canon. No book release featuring female characters. No lore updates, and this is a thing now, which pissed off old male-dominated fan base for some reason, ranging from straight-up misogyny to wanting them to put any amount of effort into the retcon. I mean, putting effort in is nice, but also it's fair to be like, no, this was part of the plan all the time. We just haven't had a chance to feature it. I don't know. You're also allowed to retcon stuff in your stories. Hello, gentle ruffian. How are you doing? Don't care you think it's cringe. It's not your life. This is very true. Sorry I'm so behind on chat right now. Apologies. I'm a little bit out of it today, and I'm very sorry for that. I may be cringe, but you're mean and that's worse. I'm gonna start using that. That's a really good phrase, actually. I've been in like 2 relationships. First was extremely fucked up because I was young and stupid. Second one was poly. Found out it's really not my thing, and that's fair. That's fine. What's the point? If you're calling a person one thing to the face, why bother being a cunt about it? I don't know. She really liked me. It was manipulative and shitty. It was a whole thing. Like, I don't, and again, I want to say I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with an age gap as long as people are both like, you know, I think when you hit the age of 20, it's chill. That's my personal opinion. And like 2 years is reasonable under that point. I don't, it's a whole thing. Like, I don't think putting strict rules on that works in most situations because there is a lot of context and nuance and individual concerns that have to be made. But that particular gap was not okay. I was like 16, and she was in her 20s. That's a no from me. Sometimes I've talked to other friends about trans friends of mine. I've accidentally misgendered trans people before, albeit by accident. There's a difference between it being an accident and it being consistent and with some amount of intent, you know? No, it wasn't. It's 40k, like, specifically stated that Space Marines have to be male, something relating to only having male Primarchs in the organ transplants not being compatible, so everyone assumed custodes were the same. The latter were never confirmed nor denied, so this retcon isn't a big deal. Yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid. But, like, you're allowed to retcon things in your media, especially a piece of media that's that old and has been through, like, that many iterations. You're allowed to change things. Anyway, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's only 4 out of 10. Damn. That's only 4 out of 10 exes I'm still friends with. That's still a decent ratio, though. I want to think. I want to think 4 out of 10 exes I'm still friends with is still a pretty decent ratio. Correct me if I'm wrong, but. Still more than most people? 0 to 0 for me? No, you're fair. You're fair. At this point in my life, I'd rather have close friends. I'd rather have just close friends. I'm kind of a mix between me being aromantic and me having a lot of traumatic experiences. I'm happy just having close friends. I'm up to 30-ish for exes and I'm friends with one of them. Okay, then I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I don't know what it is about me. I don't know what it is about me. The funny thing also is that most of them were trans femme and I don't know why that happened. To be fair, me being aromantic, I pretty much never approached people, and it was purely people approaching me. And I also didn't realize for a long time. Okay. For a long time, I associated masculinity with having femininity pushed onto me, so I found it really difficult to express or experience any kind of attraction to masculinity as well as to express it. And it wasn't until I deconstructed that I realized, oh fuck, I really like men. But until then, I dated mostly women. But this was. Let's see. Come on, please work with me. Please work with me. Come on, come on. Please? Trans guy. And this is useless statistics, I just find it funny. There's a reason that I've given up on dating. I mean, I don't think it's healthy to give up, but I think sometimes it's just not something you should seek out. You know? Unless you're in a position to. Why does my pen keep failing on me? Stop doing that. Chat, why is it doing this? Oh yeah, no, T for T couples are also very common because there's a higher chance of people understanding your experience in any kind of T for T relationship, even if it is, you know, trans masc and trans femme. Had people ask me, but every time I've said no, honestly, I don't really want to. Then you don't have to, you know. If you aren't interested in being in a romantic relationship, then absolutely do not enter one. That's so fair, so valid. Trans femme. Please work with me. Hello, Gyoza, hi. I'm talking about my exes and how many of them I'm friends with. Okay, chat, the stylus is not working. I don't think this is viable. The stylus is not working. I think I like girls, but I am not really ready to date or anything. And that's a really healthy way of going about that, Squabble. That's a really healthy way of thinking about that. If you're not emotionally ready to be in a relationship, do not jump into one. I think it's really important to be at a point in your life where you are happy with yourself before you seek out anything like that. Still friends with the poly exes I was with. Some of the sweetest people I've met IRL. When I told them I didn't think poly relationships were my thing, they understood immediately and were fine with it. I'm glad that went well. I'm really glad that went well for you. Seems kind of basic, but I'm tired of heartbreak. If someone wants to date, I'd be down for it. Just not gonna go out of my way for it anymore, and that's also fair. Do what works for you. But hi, Gyoza, how are you doing today? But yeah, so 4 out of 10 on still being friends with exes. 4 out of 10. I'm at a point in my life where I'm not particularly interested in being in romantic relationships. I don't feel a need to be in one, and I'm a romantic. I'm not particularly interested. If I end up in one, then that's nice. If I end up finding happiness in one, then great. But right now, I don't see a need for that. I don't feel a drive for that. Maybe someday that'll change, but for now. Still friends with my exes, because I have no exes. Might be for the best, you know? Save intentionally. I do think, like, a lot of people jump into relationships. Okay, don't do that. Some people jump into relationships too early with too much fervor, without knowing what they're looking for, and oftentimes looking for the wrong things. Don't be impulsive with it. I think it is honestly a good idea to wait until your young adulthood, until you've started figuring yourself out to jump into anything like that. Your first few relationships are very unlikely to work out, especially if they're with friends, or rather, if they're in your teens. That's what I meant to say, not friends. But if they happen in your teens, like, it's a very high likelihood they aren't going to work out. And sure, you can argue those experiences prepare you for future relationships. I can definitely see value in that. Like, oh, you need to get the bad stuff out of your system first. But is it worth it? I don't know. Again, take everything I say about relationships with a grain of salt. I am an aromantic fox on the internet. My opinion, my experiences don't mean a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. But even in friendships, I've found, like, I needed to get some fucking therapy and figure my own shit out before I could have healthy, close friendships, you know? And that's okay. Happy couples do give me a weird, not envy, but man, it must be nice to have a 100% reliable partner. I get that. I do get that. The desire to have someone you can rely on. Yo, Vivi, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, folks. How was your stream? Let me give you a shout out. At Doc Vivi. Y'all were playing some Barotrauma, weren't you? How'd it go? Welcome on in to Dranzia, to Alchemist, to Jason. How is everyone tonight? How'd the Barotrauma go? I've been really, really wanting to check out Barotrauma, actually. It's been on my Steam wish list for a while, but I haven't had anyone to play it with, so I haven't, like, had the motivation to buy it yet. How good is it? How was it? Glad you're doing well, Jason. If anyone's not already following Vivi, definitely go resolve that fact. She is a wonderful, wonderful mad scientist VTuber. She plays a lot of sci-fi games. So if you are a fan of sci-fi, or of science in general, go give her a look. She talks a lot of cool science. Maybe we should invite you to the next collab then? I'd have to buy the game, but I'd be interested. I hope it went well. And if anyone doesn't know me, hello, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident cat of Enfield. I stream retro games and do art here on Twitch. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, go take care of yourselves, but feel free to stick around and enjoy the chaos. We'd love to have you. 2 tabs now. Aw. Guess I was watching and rating you. Well, thank you so much, Izerod. It's lovely to see you again. He loves to bite and be bratty, only a little. I love biting people, okay? Okay, that part's true. We were talking a little bit about, like, relationships and my personal experiences with them as an aromantic person, as well as some of chat's experiences as well. If anyone has any thoughts on the topic, feel free to drop them. It's definitely an interesting conversation for me to have with people, given I'm aromantic. Because of that, like, my experience of and thoughts on relationships are a bit more weird, I guess, a bit more unfamiliar. Way too romantic and hypersexual for my own good. I've noticed. I mean that lightheartedly. So lost in what I am, and that's okay. You don't have to know. I'm honestly of the opinion that sometimes labels can be a bit overrated. The need to cleanly define yourself into a category, it can be really useful, but I don't think it's necessary. Neko Boy Blue, welcome on, and hello Lost Boy Key. Thank you so much for the raid, Neko Boy Blue. How are you doing? For folks who don't know me, hello, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident cat again. Feel that I stream not quite retro games and do art. How's everyone doing tonight? How's the Barotrauma? Let me see if Twitch will allow me to give you a shout out. Let me see if it'll let me, because it might... Oh, never mind. Rorston's got it. Thank you so much. Hello, Rorston. Hope everything went well. We were swimming with Monster Call friends. I see, I see. I really want to check out Barotrauma one of these days. So welcome on in to Neko Boy Blue, to Quarry, to Hetza, just Hetza. If anyone's not already following Neko Boy Blue, go resolve that fact. He's a wonderful Catboy VTuber who also plays a lot of sci-fi games. Very wonderful individual. I really ought to like actively chat there more often. I spend a lot of time there in hyperfocus and whatnot. Oh, whoops, gotta follow Neko. Welcome back, Avanti. How are you doing? And no worries, Pyro, do what you gotta do. It was certainly interesting, I see. But no, I really hope y'all had a lot of fun with Barotrauma. I've heard really good things. I had a friend suggest it to me as a potential collab game a long time ago, but I haven't had anyone to play it with. On ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. I think we had too many mods and it was very overwhelming. I definitely imagine, I think playing any game your first time with mods is a bad idea. Personal gaming opinion, but how do you learn to make the purring noise? I've been making it for most of my life, but the way I've described it to other people, it's similar to like a growl or a gargle. And then you kind of bring that sound back in your throat and sing over it. Some people have been able to figure it out and mimic it, not a lot. This poor phone is literally reduced to sheet metal. Oh no, squabbled. Not a big fan of classifications for sexuality. Feels better to just say, I'm this guy who has a preference for guys, but a semi-attracted to girls. I do think, like, we put a little bit too much stake in specific labels when I do think identity is a much more nuanced experience than that. I don't like using specific labels for myself. And I found that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. A lot of people hear that I don't use specific labels and they try to pin them on me. Even when I specifically say, like, please don't, you know. I've had people, I've explained that to people and they've still tried to be like, well, no, it sounds like you're a demi boy, or you are, you know, bi, pan, whatever. And I understand the desire to put something into a clean category. I don't think it works for me. And I think the expectation that we have to isn't healthy. Because you can never expect to capture the whole of a human experience in a finite number of words. I think that's part of the beauty of these things, that they aren't easy to quantify. We create these words out of convenience. They exist because they are convenient shorthands for describing our experiences. But they need to continue to serve that purpose. They are meant to describe things, they are not prescriptive. And I think that's really important, personally. To me, it just exists and I'm happy about it. Hell yeah. Feels kind of like rolling R's. So, it is actually a uvular trill. A typical rolled R is an alveolar trill, if I recall. And what I'm doing is a uvular or guttural trill. It's further back in the throat. Labels are hard, don't really have a label that fits how I feel about my gender. The closest gender fluid, but I don't enjoy being masked. There are specific terms for that, that I have heard before, but again, like, whether you want to use them is entirely up to you. By definition, I'm bi. I prefer to be classified as gay because I have very, very strong preference for men, but still like specific girls. I'm very similar in sexuality to that, Mask. I'm very, very similar. Wherein I am occasionally attracted to women, but like the majority of my attraction is towards men. I just prefer to call myself queer. Sorry, what was that about, Avanti? I'm having trouble keeping track of things at the moment. Oh, a uvular trill, a uvular trill. There goes A, but it's uvula again. Rorson, I'm biting you. Apologies that I'm a touch out of it, chat. I'm feeling like a little bit mentally overwhelmed. Hopefully everything will be okay. I'm gonna keep going as long as I can, but I'm a little bit out of it. Worst one I've seen is in trans NB spaces where people categorize NB as their A gap. Yeah, it's a very messy issue. It's a very messy issue because there are uses to. There are situations in which it is useful to discuss those experiences. But the over focus on them, especially in non binary spaces, can be really uncomfortable and. It gets hard to do that without getting bioessentialist. For certain things like medical stuff, but yeah, no. Like, there are differences in experience, but when it is not relevant, it shouldn't be used as a category. And the over focus on it can be really frustrating as a non binary person. One of the things, because I am non binary, I know I present relatively masc, I use he, him pronouns as well as they, them, etc., but I am non binary. And it can be frustrating at times when it feels as, even in trans spaces, when I talk about being non binary, I am treated as. Still as being. People who constantly reduce themselves to AFAB non binary are invariably the worst. It's frustrating on both ends, both having that pushed onto you and having that. Because, okay. There are folks. There is use to discussing that sometimes, but when it is pushed onto you and when folks use it as a central part of their identity as non-binary people, it gets really. It's a space where a lot of shit gets messy and shitty and frustrating. I'm not speaking to it very well at the moment. But it very quickly and very easily can devolve into bioessentialism. There are differences in experiences, and sometimes those differences are useful to acknowledge. There was more to the sentence. There are differences in experience, and sometimes those are useful to acknowledge. And there are medical needs, and people need to sometimes communicate that stuff. But having that brought up in spaces where it does not belong, and having it constantly mentioned, it does very easily become turf rhetoric. I actually I wrote this whole rant not long ago. I didn't post it anywhere, but I kept it in my like little private Discord server and referenced it a couple times on stream. And it was a whole conversation about like sex and how we are allowed to express attraction. Because oftentimes, especially in feminist circles, and this is turf rhetoric, this very common turf rhetoric, this idea that any sexual attraction that is held by men is inherently in some way predatory. And when you say that, you either have to split that on terms of gender or sex, and very often, turf rhetoric, it gets split on the lines of sex, and so trans women have this same notion applied to them, and it's very gross and very shitty and very frustrating. So Ruta is a lot of actual turf rhetoric, but with AFAB instead of biological women. Exactly. Like, oftentimes referencing assigned gender at birth is just an excuse to do bioessentialism in a way that sounds leftist and queer inappropriate. And no worries on not knowing the terminology. We don't mind teaching people that stuff here. So you've been up too late I think you've been up too late the past few days. I'm gonna go to bed early. No worries, Rosen. Get some rest. Take care. Sorry for keeping you up so late as of late. But straight up, like, the over-reliance on language that references people's sex, it is just oftentimes an excuse to use turf rhetoric in ways that sound appropriate. Hello, Calico, how are you doing? Which is also ironic, because the whole point of assigned male-female at birth is that sex is also socially constructed and arbitrarily assigned. True, true. It is all stupid and really frustrating. How you been? Doing all right, Calico. Doing all right. A little bit out of it, a little bit tired, but we're here, we're making art, we are causing problems, we're biting people. And we're talking about gender. Live it when progressives rediscover bioessentialism. Exactly, exactly. It's rarely relevant. It's rarely relevant. Like, sometimes there is uses to talking about it. I've been working on a video essay recently where I kind of talk about experiences. I'm talking a little bit about, like, trauma that is pushed onto us based off of how we're raised, like, based off of sex, and specifically focusing on AFAB trauma and how that has influenced my experiences. I don't feel qualified to speak on the experiences of trans femme people. Like, there is use sometimes to talking about this stuff. It frustrates me how often it is just used to say bioessentialism, though. Are we ever going to see this video essay, though? Biting you. Biting you. Biting you. This is a different one from Horse Video. This is a different one than Horse Video. Perhaps the most obnoxious thing in queer discourse is when people accuse trans women of being TERFs for doing basic feminism and pointing out trans men aren't magically immune to doing misogyny. This is true. This is true. While themselves engaging in actual TERF rhetoric about unique AFAB experiences. God, it's all messy and complicated. Like, I do want to talk about some experiences I've had. Like, there's a lot of sexual trauma that is very common in AFAB experiences that I want to talk about, and I want to talk about how that interacts with my experiences as a transmasc person who has a preference for men and what it means to interact in, like, gay male spaces with that trauma. Because I think there is worth to talking about. There is worth to talking about some of this stuff, but it so often gets used in really shitty, harmful bioessentialist ways. And it makes me feel sometimes like it's difficult and uncomfortable to talk about this stuff. Oh, that's the old eye chat. Look at the old eye. Why does it look like that? God, I'm so glad I fixed that. I'm so glad I fixed that eye. Danger Safety, thank you for the bites. And hello, Royce. Yar har har indeed. Thank you for the stretch. And the hydrate. A lot of the time it isn't unique to AFAB people, though. As pointed out on Twitter, trans women are actually more likely to experience childhood sexual harassment and assault than cis women and trans men. I spent a long time really uncomfortable expressing or experiencing any kind of attraction towards men because I associated masculinity with having femininity forced onto me. I spent a long time hating my hair because how often I was told that, there's the whole stereotype with ginger people being hypersexual and being very desirable for that reason, and being told that one day because of that, like, I was going to be a very feisty girl one day and I was going to make a man very happy for that. I had a lot of people touching my hair all the time because I had this, like, long ginger hair that was heavily sexualized, and because of that, I don't let anyone else cut my hair. It is a pretty common stereotype that I've found, Mel. There's so many people I found that like me specifically because I have red hair, and it's honestly an uncomfortable thing. God, I have so much trauma around hair, but for me it's less haircuts and more people touching it without permission and associating it with sexuality. The constant comments that one day I was going to make a man happy, that a man was going to be lucky to have me, grossed me out and made it really difficult for me to experience attraction towards men for a long time. There's even the whole like, oh, you have to sit with your legs crossed. That oftentimes it feels like being turned into a sexual object being told that. Like you because you're a bastard? Thank you. Who the fuck touches someone else's hair without consent? Fucking old man. Fucking middle-aged old man. Hearing someone say you'll make a man happy, glad. It is disgusting. It's very uncomfortable. It is gross. And I hate that it's a thing that I experience so often. Like, I'm not doubting that trans women also end up with a lot of sexual trauma, but I also think there's worth talking about the sexual trauma I've experienced and how it specifically made it difficult for me to interact in, like, gay male spaces. I am non-binary, but I am very masculine presenting. My identity leans in that direction, and I am primarily attracted to men. Trying to exist in those spaces and feel comfortable in those spaces, even feeling comfortable being attracted to men was made difficult for a long time. Over that. No, it'd be like that, Royce. It'd be like that. It's I've had similar weird experiences with attraction to women because I knew I didn't feel attracted to women in a straight way, and that's, yeah, I'm sorry you had those similar experiences. It is all very messy. Gender and sexuality, there's so many complicated interactions and intersections. You can't really account for them all. I hate gender. TDLR, I hate gender. It's beautiful that people can express themselves the way they do, but I hate how gender is pushed onto us and how it's so messy how it interacts with our experiences. I want to bite the concept of gender. I think sometimes trans men can overlook how their experiences are actually specifically transmasculine rather than things every AFAB has to deal with. This is true, this is true. Sorry for the ad, everyone. I do apologize. Twitch makes me run ads and I wish it didn't. Mm-hmm. I present very androgynous, but have people interested in me both ways. That's so valid. That's so valid. You'd be like, sorry for the ad to the people who aren't affected by ads. I wish I didn't have to run them, okay? Okay? I'm valid. I'm being a little bastard. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. And sometimes there are things all marginalized genders have to deal with. This is also true. This is also true. I love when people fucking God, I love when people live react to the ads. It's so fucking silly. It's so fucking fun. That's one of my favorite things. Okay, I need to, like, get my head together, chat. I need to get my brain together. My thoughts are scrambled at the moment. My thoughts are a touch scrambled. Chat, how do we recenter my brain? Because I want to talk cool, complex situations. I want to talk cool, complex stuff. How do we recenter my brain? Mentioned this in chat previously that trans women are kind of violently exiled from manhood at an early age, where trans men are more violently confined to womanhood. This is true. Yeah, like I said, there are differences in our experiences, and sometimes those are valuable to acknowledge. But also, it's so hard sometimes to talk about them without it turning into bioessentialism. It's a very difficult issue to navigate, I think. Honestly, never was attracted to women growing up. When I didn't know I was gay, just attracted to the idea of being in a relationship. I kind of feel that. Mask, I do kind of feel that. You are valid to kind of funny. You're apologizing only to the people who aren't affected. Shut up. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. On the upside, as bad as things are politically in places that may or may not include the US of A, now that it's less socially stigmatized to be openly LGBTQ, gender can be blurred over time until it stops being relevant. I'm not sure if that's ever going to happen, to be honest. I'm not sure if that ever will happen. I do think gender is complicated because it is simultaneously real and not. Gender is an extremely cultural phenomenon, but it also is something that does exist, like, psychologically in us. Hello, Float. Lovely to see you. How are you doing today? Good. I love the reactions to the ads. I love when people live react to them. My pleasure is immeasurable. Hello, Wookie. It's lovely to see you. Being trans is radical feminist gender abolitionist praxis. Glad to hear you're doing good, Float. Glad to hear you're doing well. I dyed my hair ginger once, not really a point to that, just wanted to share. You're so fair. I used to get mad about that. I used to get mad about people, like, dyeing their hair to look ginger, because I felt so... I hated my own hair. I held so much hatred towards my own hair. Hello. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me just, 1 second, where's the button? Goodbye. Sorry, I just had to ban someone real quick. Apologies, chat. Also did my hair blue once, you're fair. I used to, though. This is me being, like, a cringe little kid. This is me talking about a cringe little thing that I thought when I was young. I used to get so mad when people dyed their hair red. It's because I hated my hair. Hello, Nighthound of Tear. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I used to get so mad when people dyed their hair to look ginger. Because I grew up getting so many weird comments about it, having it be so loudly sexualized, that I didn't like my hair. I wanted to dye my hair, like, black. I didn't want to be ginger. I had so many experiences with, like, people touching it without my permission. I had so many experiences of people uh, telling me about how I was going to be, like, a hypersexual rascal when I grew up, and that, you know, people had to keep an eye out for me. That I was going to, specifically because of all the stereotypes around ginger folk being, like, sexually promiscuous, that I was going to make a man very happy, etc., etc. That I was mad that other people would want that experience, and it's so stupid. It's so stupid. It was such a stupid thing to be upset about, but younger me was a little shit. Also have plenty to rant about how people use radfem as a socially acceptable alternative to calling people feminazis as an actual radical feminist. This is true, this is true. Like, I do think that there are, you know, we've got TERFs out there, and there are elements I've seen where that kind of ideology can be pushed too far, but fucking people are so quick to attack feminist movements. And it's misogyny again. It's misogyny again, because of course it's misogyny. It's always comes back to misogyny. Where the fuck did that stereotype come from? I'm so completely perplexed by it. We're going back to, like, Irish shit with that. That stretches back to the way that the Irish were subjugated by the British. It was a trait associated oftentimes with, like, paganism and witchcraft. And it also was oftentimes seen as, like, a lower class thing by the English. And there's some element of that has stuck around. I know one person that's a redhead. He once took a Spanish test and left the whole thing blank. And the one answer he put was Ophelia. It's like people who think the part of turf is a problem is the last two letters of the first two. This is true. This is true. The issue is that they're trans exclusionary and they're radical feminism, and there's some really good things in radical feminism. I think the one, and again, this is something that is like turf adjacent but not entirely turfy. The one thing I've seen and this is this is a totally tangentially related thing. It's just something that has had me so miffed recently. When sometimes radical feminism will drift into being like anti-kink and anti-BDSM because this is replicating power structures that are patriarchal. That is the one point where I'm like, please shut up. That's the one point where I'm like, come on, let people have fun. Sex is about pleasure, not power. It absolutely can be used in shitty ways, but don't go start attacking goddamn like don't go attacking BDSM circles and kink circles. There are anti-BDSM such kink feminism movements. Yes, I've seen like on more extreme ends it can drift into that. Usually out of this, it comes from this feeling that it is just replicating power structures that are associated with patriarchy. I've seen it. It's a really uncomfortable. Okay. I am too brain dead at the moment to properly talk on this, but the leftist cooks have a video essay by the name of Sex and the Revolution that I think tackles it way better than I ever could. I've talked on this a lot recently. But I despise the idea that this concept that people have that it is anti-feminist in some way to just consensually enjoy abnormal activities. I get so angry on that specifically. Welcome back, Finnick and Spider, though. How are you doing? The title of the test was La Familiar Vocabulary. Oh no. Telling a young person they're going to be hypersexual is so fucking weird. It is! It is! I hate it! Reject people, become Fox. I just ignore stereotypes even though some of the stereotypes of my heritage are very accurate. Like, I'm mostly Finnish, and the biggest stereotype of Finnish people is being very non-talkative and touch-averse, which I am. No, it's stupid and it should be ignored. It still pisses me off. The stereotype for ginger people, IDK, they're an idiot, which is just British racism, yeah. For a long time, the Irish were not considered white. The Irish being considered white is a relatively recent phenomenon. So for a long time, there was a lot of, and it's not a big deal in the modern day, but there are a few holdovers of it, and I think a lot of the attitudes and stereotypes around ginger hair are one of those big holdovers. But historically, the Irish weren't considered white, and that has created a lot of very weird cultural issues. Then there's feminism drifting into... I don't think that happens that often, Dragon. I do think, though, a lot of the Joe Cat stuff does, like... I think what that is this attitude, this suspicion that oftentimes occurs in queer and feminist circles that men cannot experience or cannot express sexuality in a way that isn't predatory. It's not a... I hate the idea of it again. It's not like a widespread phenomenon. I don't think there's a whole lot of weight behind the concept of misandry, but I do hate this notion, and it ties in again with the whole, kink is just replicating patriarchal power structures idea that, sexualization, the way that men experience attraction is inherently predatory. it also asserts this belief that attraction held by people who are not men is inherently good and it can't be predatory, which I think is also bullshit. It's a whole thing. It's all gender society. I want to implode. Everyone expects me to get a girlfriend. I'm just like, no, I don't want one. My family really wants me to get one. It's fucking stupid. You don't have to. Don't. If you don't want to be in a relationship, don't. They can't control you. I have friends who are in their 20s who have never been in a relationship because they just don't desire one, and that's totally okay. I know folks even older than that who haven't. Some of them because they want to, some of them because they just have no interest, some because they realize they're not in a place for it. And you know what? I'm happy for those people that they're comfortable being alone. At the same time, there's certain corners where people act like something being kink makes it automatically okay. I mean, yeah, that there are definitely problematic things that happen in those scenes, but oftentimes there's this blanket disgust thrown towards them, and it happens for a lot of reasons. Sometimes it is just pure like a lot of time it's purity culture, but some circles of both like queer and feminist thought have drifted back into being about purity again, and I despise that. But no, hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. Hate the stigma. No, there's okay. I was having this conversation on Saturday night. And I do want to be very clear when I talk about stuff like this, we do it from a more like distance educational lens. We don't get too explicit. I do just want to make that clear for any folks. But this. The only time it is seen as culturally acceptable to express sexual desire is if you are a cis man who likes a woman and presents yourself in a like dominant position. If you do not fit that, expressing sexuality is demonized and seen as a bad trait. And it's fucking stupid. I think sex positivity is as stupid as sex negativity. Sex isn't good or bad, it's just sex. I do think there is some use to sex positivity. I think we do have too many negative attitudes towards it. I think some of it feeds into body positivity as well. Like, I do think having a neutral attitude on sex is ideal. We are in a state where the attitudes towards it lean far negative, and positivity is necessary to get to a neutral state. Sexuality and gender are messy. To be alive. One second, I'm checking something real quick. I got a couple DMs. Alright, everything's fine over there. To be in love. Don't get in any relationships you want to. True. Anyway. I hope you all know that you guys are, like, valid in however you choose to express yourselves, however you choose to exist, and I'm wishing you nothing but the best, and society fucking sucks. Know how good it feels to be in love. Okay, how do I want to go about this? The stupid ways people find to be shitty never ceases to amaze me. Agreed. I think analyzing reactionaries as sex negative is inaccurate, especially in the modern day where reactionary spaces are saturated in sex and porn rather than they are hostile to non-normative sexuality. Also, hello, Dr. Kira. It's lovely to see you. That's an interesting thought. But I would again point to the fact that, like, the only acceptable expressions of sexuality, if I can speak, are those expressed by cishet men. Like, any sexuality that is not that, any sexuality that does not fit those expectations, I do think is still demonized. Like, even evangelical Christian society saturated in the eroticism of the subjugation of men to women. Yes, but I'm arguing that sexuality that does not fit that mold is demonized, and therein lies the problem. The content that we see saturating the internet and the world at large, etc., it is all imagery that again feeds that very specific acceptable form of sexualization. Hello, Mr. Assassin Apex. It's been a hot minute. How are you doing? I don't think a generalized uncritical positivity. That's fair. That's fair. But I don't think most people who are wielding it are necessarily wielding it in that way. I don't know. It's nuanced and complicated. As all things are. Also important to consider that there are more incel and gamergate. Okay. An interesting note, something I actually learned relatively recently. The term incel was created by a woman. And I don't remember the exact reasoning behind it, but I think it was about, like, trauma and struggles with relationships from that angle. And I think it's really interesting and sad how that has been, like, co-opted. They've started developing other terms to fit that community. But that was such an interesting thing to find out. Doing good, finally, community Twitch streams. Hell yeah. I hope it ends up going well for you. Have you started streaming already? I've been at this for a long time, so if you need any advice or tips or on setting things up or the like, let me know. I'm always happy to give people advice, to talk shop, etc., etc. 2 days ago it was 3 hours long, I think. Nice! That's a pretty good start. I know a lot of people who start streaming and, like, they can't get past 1 or 2 hours. I know some of my early streams were, like, less than an hour long, because it was difficult for me to get through that. But 3 hours is definitely a great starting point. Not that you have to do longer streams, but oh boy, the algorithm loves them. Okay. So we'll do that. Interesting, considering even my first stream was, I believe, 6 hours long. Really? Avantia, you are brave and have a lot of endurance in that case. I didn't start doing 6-hour streams until very recently. Oops, sorry, hit my mic. At this point, I'm at a point where, like, 4 hours is my minimum, 6 hours is my goal. But for a long time, like, I think in 2022, my longest stream wasn't even 6 hours. My longest stream was less than 6 hours. I've heard endurance about the corner of my eye, and I thought it was... the corner of my ear, I thought I was still talking about... No, Trek! Oh my god. You know what, fair, understandable, have a nice day. Homie has plot armor in the brain, so it doesn't rot, no wear out. Jesus Christ. Lucky you. Being women in progressive spaces means you eventually run into the experience of guys implying you not being sexually available to them personally as sex negativity. That's bullshit, and that's like sex positivity being co-opted. And I don't think it's entirely fair to judge a movement entirely off of the people who co-opt it. Like, just because a movement is being co-opted by shitty people doesn't mean the movement itself is shitty. I think the longest stream I ever did was about 4 hours. For a long time, hitting 4 hours was a struggle for me. I was actually looking at that the other night and realizing just how insane I've gotten recently. Once you talk stop, Wookiees? Funniest thing I've done so far is almost follow my gaming chair backwards on camera. I've nearly done that before. I mean, we're just talking about like right now from like a more like academic and cultural level Wookiees, but I think the conversation will probably veer off soon. I think we're hitting the end of that line of conversation Wookiees if it's too uncomfortable. All my complaints about sex positivity, of course, need to be countered with the fact that I regularly commission. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, and you're so valid for that. You are so valid for that. I haven't even done that. To be fair, I commissioned art for the first time in years, literally the other day. First time in a long, long time I've ever commissioned anything. So it's not like I've had opportunities to do that. Dear God. You're so valid, though. You're so valid. Wait. Oh, okay. That's weird. Why did I set my layers up like that? That's not normal. Figured out how to moderate accounts to do camera, game stream, and all that. I don't know how to link a friend account on the stream title. You just @ them. Just type like the @ sign, and you should be able to type their name and easily search them up. But even if that doesn't work, if you just type the name out with the @ it will automatically link to them. Twitch is, honestly, for all the shit that we give Twitch, I do think it is genuinely a relatively well-functioning website. It has its moments, but so does every website. And with how many users Twitch gets, there's bound, and how often it's changing as well, there's bound to be mistakes. I don't think that works on Streamlabs. You'll have to change it from the Twitch dashboard. But I generally recommend using the Twitch dashboard in general. I've always got it open when I'm live. That's not what I said, Trek, no. That is not what I said. Trek, I think that says more about you than it says about me. My big claim to fame in local politics was defending a local kink convention in a medium conservative town, and you've told me about that, and I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for doing that. You're doing good work there, Royce. But yeah, I don't use Streamlabs. I use the Streamlabs bot, but I don't use the Streamlabs like streaming software. In fact, I generally recommend against them, especially if you're a VTuber. If you're doing like normal, you know, for lack of a better term, flesh tuber streaming, then you're fine with it. But as a VTuber, I would generally recommend against Streamlabs. I think OBS just generally is better. It's open source. So there's a lot more tools and plugins developed for it. At least I'm pretty sure it is. I could be wrong about that, but... We're done. Oh my god. Trek, I'm biting you. Yeah, I mean, you're not a VTuber, so you don't need at least, like, the particular plugins that I use. But if you ever want to use, like, plugins in the future, I don't know if, I don't know how well, Streamlabs is able to handle plugins, but from my bit of research, it doesn't? Every time you do the purring sound, I do it too, and you stim unlocked. Congratulations. It is terminal. You've caught the virus. You've caught the disease. If you're getting some rest, take care, but... No. It's too late for you. The disease has wormed its way into your body. You will die in 3 to 5 weeks. Unless you continue watching Archivist at twitch.tv/Archivist. No, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. Resting right now, might explore City 17 with VR later. Have fun if you do, have fun if you do. I always get a little bit scared when getting into conversations like the one we just had, that people are going to that'll be a bit too intense and some people are going to head out, which completely fair if they do. Gotta respect your own comfort and moderate your own spaces. But it is a source of anxiety for me. But it is also just a fascinating topic to talk on, you know? I love having conversations on various elements of queer theory and culture and how those things interact. Hello, Paraday Borb. How are you doing? 3 to 5 business days. Yes, yes. If you stop watching my channel, you will die of the virus. /J, of course. I do always get a little touch insecure, like, oh, about some of the topics I talk on, but also talking on those complex topics and having those conversations, I've been told, at least, is part of my appeal. Been listening for some time now? Well, that's lovely. Thank you for doing so. It's always wonderful to see you. Have a wide comfort zone, so if you want to talk about the body, I'll sit and listen the entire time. I'm glad for that. I'm glad for that. And I want to build a community that's comfortable with having those complex conversations. And I need to not be insecure about it, you know? The more again, like, I'm trying to build a specific vibe around here, so folks who aren't gonna vibe with those conversations aren't gonna vibe with my wider content, and that's okay. My content's not gonna be for everyone. So I do need to get over that fear, but I'm grateful that I have folks who actively participate in them and are interested in having them. I can be a touch insecure at times, but it's a thing I'm working on, you know? Comfort and chaos and pride in my art. Making art for art's sake. Not an easy thing to do, but it's a journey we go on. No worries, Mask, no worries. Never feel bad about having to head out or anything. Wonderful to see you. Hello, assistant, helping talk about your situation and feelings. I appreciate it. You're a therapist that curses the devil. We do talk a lot of, like, interesting mental health stuff here. I haven't been talking about it as much recently, but I do enjoy, and I think a lot of people have been helped by even some of the conversations we've had here about mental health and the like. I am someone with a lot of mental health issues, and particularly some of those, you know, scarier diagnoses that tend to be a bit stigmatized. And I'm really happy to be able to offer a place where people can talk about those things, ask questions, you know, explore them themselves. If you maintain existence. I actually I really enjoy when, like, I'll have a viewer for a few streams and then I'll suddenly drop, like, oh yeah, I'm a furry, or oh yeah, I have schizoaffective disorder, and it causes them pause, like, oh wait, I think you're cool and you're also this, maybe these people are cool. I've been able to do that a few times, and it feels good. It feels good. Me and my friends and a couple strangers would go to a random room together, and you're so fair. That's fair. Best way I can describe folk punk as queer campfire music. I would agree. I would agree, absolutely. I've heard curses like a sailor, like a trucker, and a devil. I'm glad you enjoy listening to them, Corey. feel like I have quite a different opinion than most people in regards to the topic of LGBT because of me. Hope that's not weird. No, and that's fair. I'm curious, like, what your opinions are, but so long as your opinions aren't anything, you know, uh, like, how do I say? I am always open to having interesting, respectful conversations on complex topics. So as long as you aren't going to come in here spewing, like, transphobic stuff, then we're totally fine. I'm curious to hear what your perspectives are, because I know my perspectives can be a bit odd as well. I'm someone who enjoys digging into queer theory and anthropology and philosophy and the like on occasion, so my perspective isn't the same as a lot of people's. Big dance. Real. I've done stuff like that as well. Talked to someone for like a few weeks, then dropped that I'm a gay furry, and then just think they're chill. That's nice. Yeah, that's a new Twitch thing where you can like use bits to make an emote massive or whatnot. I don't fully understand it, but it's a thing. Yeah, congrats on discovering the new feature. There's another one where you can like make stuff show up on stream, and I'm not sure how I feel about that one because I don't know how it works. I haven't had anyone do it or test it. I'm scared it'll burn into the VOD. Yeah, it's a new bits thing. It's a new bits thing. I don't know. I've seen Twitch testing so many like weird new revenue making schemes, and I don't know how I feel about some of them. Especially when I can't turn them off. Like, I don't mind the big emote in chat, but there's some that I'm a little bit more concerned about. Thank you for the on-screen celebration. I suppose we'll be testing later if that shows up in the VOD or not. Yeah, it is a little lame, but... Da, 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 to anyone but ourselves. Pretty interesting how folk punk and crust punk can convey the same stuff/meaning yet have such different ways of expressing it under the punk category. Honestly, I'm not too familiar with their differences. Like, I enjoy both, but I haven't sat down to analyze what makes them different. And that's something I probably should do, but... Visibly trans, I'll never pass. I think the concept of gender is weird and kind of a catalyst for disaster. Like, hormones are natural, they're literally gay and trenchant for humans to make up the word gender and to narrow it down to male and female, such an unfair way to describe an emotion, chemical reaction. Even go out and bully those because of a made-up word. No one understood, it's so freaking weird. I would agree with all that. Gender is a bullshit, like, it's simultaneously something that is cultural and something that is psychological. And it's worth... Thank you, Muscle Potato. Welcome on in, hope you're having a wonderful evening. It's worth acknowledging, like, to some extent, but the weird ways we've come to culturally understand it are stupid. Good evening to you as well. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful evening. We're doing some Pride Month art and talking a little bit gender and stuff. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Guys, I gotta finish the rest of these commissions before Pride Month ends. Might have bitten off a tiny bit more than I can chew, but we'll get through it. Just muscle potato? Understood. Understood. I will try to remember that. Glad you're doing well. I hope you continue to doing well. To doing well? That's not how words work. I hope you continue to do well. And I hope you enjoy the space and the stream and all that. Don't know anything about crust punk. I know it's a semi-bit talking point in the metal community. Really? Really? I'm most familiar with crust punk as, like, far as fashion goes, because crust punk has a much more established, like, visual aesthetic than folk punk does. Folk punk really doesn't have anything in the way of, like, a cohesive visual vibe. Gender, sexual orientation? Talking a bit on both. Also just punk stuff in general. I particularly am a trans-masc, non-binary individual, and I like men. And the occasional woman, but mostly men. Draconic? Thank you. Oh god. Chat, it begins. Chat, save me. Save me. Chat, you have to save me. Chat, please, 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 I'm under attack. How are you doing today, Draconic? Oh god, no, it hasn't ended. I thought it was over. Thank you, Avanti, as well. It's made help those people who get outcasted find comfort and relatability. So the thing, Pretty Borb, the reason why the LGBT community exists is because we live in a society where, like, gender is a category that culturally matters, and until it doesn't, we need to keep fighting, you know? That's my perspective on it anyway. What if the total water spam is enough to summon the cat? Probably, at this point, probably. I'm doing alright, A little bit brain dead tonight, but it happens to the best of us. Working on some commissions and having a good time. Chatting and vibing. It's all valid in people as are they want, ones that stand out and the few that are narcissistic and view themselves above others. And I think that's like, you'll see populations like that in any community. There are assholes who see themselves as above other people in every kind of community out there, you know? Text to AE didn't work? Oh, whoops. Let me read that. So how text to AE works... Wait, there isn't one in the queue. Oh, there it is. Oh, God. I'll look at it in a second, Trek, but oh, God. Niedswediz. I don't know how to read that, Mal. There's no saving you. It's all valid and people as are they want. Already read that. Don't know what gender I am. Don't want to be classified because gender is just a narrow word, and that's so valid. I'm also a very, gender anarchist, fuck labels type of person myself. The only... Okay. The labels we use to define sexuality are only as real as gender is. If we understand that gender is not expression, is not, chromosomes, is not pronouns, is not etc, 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 there is no... Gender is not something that can be externally verified or experienced in any way, and because of that, the words we use to understand our sexuality are just as fake, you know? You're attracted to a presentation more so than you are to a gender, and that's valid. Which cause most rifts, it's just the ones that cause and propagate the rift. Yeah, and that's unfortunately just a fact of any kind of community or centralizing point, online or otherwise, you know? Good enough? Okay, good enough. Gonna slowly teach AE Polish via text to AE and annoyance. You might actually succeed. Flimin' Wharf. Fuck labels indeed. Me, I'm gender fluid and pansexual, but I'm also a guy who doesn't care enough to think of the description term. And that's fair, valid, you know? We all have weird, unique, and valid experiences. And that's part of the beauty of it, you know? That our experiences are nuanced and complicated and not easy to explain or express. That's part of the beauty, I think. Just like who I like and can't be fucked to care otherwise? Yeah. I think that's the right way to go about it. This is not an attack on anyone, but I've spoken to folks before who argue that, and I've asked this question to people, and I've said, okay, if you were attracted to someone and you perceive them as a certain gender, I've asked this specifically to, like, monosexual people, meaning people who are only attracted to one gender. If you met someone and you found them attractive, but then you found out they didn't identify as the gender that you thought they were, would you stop being attracted to them? And I've had people say yes. And that's something I will never understand. Like, you found them attractive beforehand, physically, visually. Why does that change anything? And I'm gonna be honest, I think that more comes down to stigma than anything. I think that more comes down to like this personal, and I hate saying this because I worry that I'm attacking people's experiences and they're gonna be mad about it or whatnot. Because ultimately everyone's experiences are individual and complicated, and I have no say ultimately in how someone else wants to express themselves and whatnot. But I wonder if that comes down to like this personal conflict and this personal, the same way I thought for a long time I could not be attracted to men because I had a really uncomfortable association with masculinity. I can't help but wonder if it is something similar. Everyone has preferences visually agreed, yeah. And that's fair, Royce. That's fair. That is so fair. Like you're allowed to have that preference. Because attraction and sexuality and gender are all these really complicated topics and categories. It also isn't the end all be all, and that's, yeah. While much of the modern queer movement has become invested in the idea of sexuality being innate, this is true, this is true. I'm too hesitant to say this most of the time because I know I'm gonna get backlash. I hate the born this way notion. When these are, again, things that we culturally construct. And that's, you're valid in that, Royce. You're valid in that. It's heavily socially conditioned and specifically really always relates to patriarchy in some way. Like, the born this way narrative isn't helpful because sexuality and gender are both these complex, culturally constructed ideas. Bark! 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 How are you, Mercy? Lovely to see you. The emphasis on it being not a choice implies it was a choice that queer people would choose to not be queer. Yeah, like, the born this way movement was useful. It was picked up because it was useful. Because it portrayed that it was something immutable and, but it also almost, and this is kind of like a bullshit taking things a little bit too far thought, but it almost pins queerness on the same level as something like a genetic like disability or something. And I think it, for that reason, kind of furthered the whole like queerness as a disorder thought. The point being though, it's no longer useful nor is it accurate. Yeah, not all lesbians are attracted to feminine women only. What if being gay or lesbian doesn't exist? They're just attracted to masculine or feminine features. I mean, okay, how do I say this? I do think people are generally attracted to specific presentations. But there can be, and not always, but there can be differences between the like presentation of a butch lesbian and of a like masculine cis man. Presentation is more complicated than just gender. Presentation isn't just a matter of gender, it is also a matter of like aesthetic and vibe and there's a lot that goes into expression. Got the AE to bark, biting you, but also hi Mercy, hope you're doing well. Excited to play more Sea of Thieves with you sometime, hee hee hee. We had to talk to an idiot who said that. Asked them if I could just turn off autism. Oh yeah, he's a monarchist as well. Keeps crying about the single incident where he didn't get accepted by one job because of a diversity quota. I know people like that. Gay and lesbian are quite narrow. No, like, the words we use to define sexuality are only as real as the words we use to define gender. Gender is complex and cultural, and because of that, sexuality also is. I find 90% of the bad analyses of queer issue out there contribute to failing to consider that patriarchy exists and is pervasive. I'm curious, like, what kinds of analyses you're talking about there. Imagine liking, for example, Asadolf as a man without knowing he's a man. and you're like, woman, it's complicated and fucking messy. Struggling on stopping these pillagers in one area? I don't recall pillager spawn mechanics. I don't know if they follow the same rules as other hostile mobs, so I don't know if lighting works, because there's subtle types of lighting or ways to hide it, I think, but I'm not sure. This is the style of conversation that tickles autism? Well then, welcome on in, because we have a lot of these here. I love talking complicated issues. I do pretty regularly talk on various political and social topics. I enjoy talking on this stuff. I don't always have the brain cells for it, I'll admit, but if you want to watch someone play a video game for 10 minutes and then pause it for the next half hour to go on an entirely unrelated rant, you're gonna love it here. I am an Enfield. I'm an Enfield. I am a creature from Celtic folklore and heraldry with the head of a fox, the hind legs of a dog, and the talons of a bird. Where the horns come from, they're just there. They're just there. Saying that sexuality can't really exist outside of patriarchal gender relations as long as those relations exist and people make the mistake of treating it as something wholly different and unconnected. Ah, I see. Interesting. Interesting. I'm trying to process that and see how that compares to my own thoughts on the matter. Trek, I'm biting you. Trek, I'm biting you. As per usual, I'm biting you. No, I think that's a very interesting and fair thought. Like, being straight is not really separable from the subjugation of women to men under patriarchy. This is reminding me, and I don't think this is what's being referred to here, but of the notion of like political lesbianism, which is a movement in some, for those who are unaware, it's a movement in some feminist circles wherein like people specifically avoid sexual relationships or romantic relationships with men because of like patriarchy and the nature there. And it's it's actually it's a thought that I'm not particularly fond of. But I don't know. Shit's messy. No worries, I'm being lost, Mal. It's a very very complicated. I don't know where that comment was, but man, it's thoroughly lost in the conservative oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't see that message from Mal, but Anyone? I'm still struggling a little bit, admittedly, Vivi, to process what you're saying and figure what you're getting at, but I wonder if that's just like a limitation of communication over text. Can admit the problem, can admit the problem with women being oppressed, but not exactly in this age and the whole. I mean, there's like misogyny is still very real and very much exists. Like it's still a very, very real issue that we need to contend with and bring into our analyses, even of queerness. That may be being tired, maybe not phrasing things clearly. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm having trouble parsing what you mean, wherever the issue is, but no, it's chill, it's chill. I would be happy at some point to get more detail on this, because I am curious, and I've noticed you have some very, very interesting thoughts on a lot of, queer issues, because we do have different experiences and they're going to be angles where where our experiences are different enough to influence thoughts on these, and I'm always curious to hear them, because I know like in my own analysis of any social issue there's going to be holes and missing elements because of the limits of my experiences. Like my personal perspectives and experiences, my personal take on the queer experience, lived experience, is limited to that of a, you know, transmasc person with a preference for men. Transmasc, non-binary, dumbass with too many mental illnesses. Grouping together every conservative movement into one ism isn't good, but I'm not filling up the chat. I mean, a lot of it does come from similar roots. There are times where we need to differentiate them, and there are times where we don't. So the specific context of, like, how people can limit their attraction. Ah, okay. Right. Okay, I'm seeing what you're getting at now. Because I can see that definitely relates to, like, my own experience of having a lot of trouble experiencing and admitting attraction to men as well as expressing masculinity until I kind of deconstructed my own weird traumas around that. I see what you're getting at now. Me on liberal and conservative ideals both have... I mean, no, like, there's bad ideas on any side. Like, fucking... the modern day Democratic Party is a mess and I hate it. Gonna watch the Russian Badger? Have fun, take care. Have a lovely rest of your evening, Wookiees. Lovely seeing you as per always. Okay, something is going wrong here. There's something about the shading here that I'm not vibing with. Okay, how do I... Like, a lesbian can only be attracted to women regardless of how they look because it's a specific shared relation to gender that forms a major component of attraction. Yeah. No, I think I see what you're getting at now. Do you think liberals are leftists? There's a difference between liberalism and leftism. Nah. There's absolutely a difference. Liberals, I do, there is overlap, and it really depends on how you're defining the term liberal in any one given moment. But there is, like, liberalism is not automatically leftist by any means, especially when you look at, like, neoliberalism and that whole movement. I know a lot of and some, I know some folks like reject the ways that the term liberal has kind of been redefined in recent days, and continue to use it anyway. But no, they're not the same thing. And why I myself as a bi woman can totally find different things attractive in men and women. Oh yeah, no. See, I personally am a big fan of androgyny. I tend to... my attraction to men is a bit more broad and open, but I tend to like men who are more in the androgynous, even to feminine range. Meanwhile, in women, I tend to enjoy more masculine presentations. I don't know where that comes from, but it's a thing. The ways in which gender and sexuality interact are so fascinating and so frustrating. Definitely is, but then again, I prefer to hold an impartial view for effect and fair knowledge acquisition. Fair enough, fair enough. The issue with being partial to a group and holding a certain side is wholly perfect, not questioning or upholding true equal expectations. But no, like the modern day the modern day Democratic Party, and you know, this is probably not even an issue of the modern day, it's just that things have shifted. Okay. A big flaw. There's a lot more issues than just this with the Democratic Party. They're just in general not extreme enough for my own interests. Ad will be hitting soon, and I do apologize, folks. There's not much I can do about it. But Twitch does make me run ads. But an element of the increasing distaste towards them. They weren't extreme enough. I don't think they ever have been, but at this point the Democratic Party is far more concerned with getting reelected than it is with actually doing anything. Good night, VV. Take care of a lovely rest of your evening. Thank you for the raid and for hanging out and talking gender and stuff. Which side is democratic? It depends on how you define the term, again. The names that we give to these things are not accurate to their purpose a lot of the time. And these definitions are constantly shifting and being co-opted, and it is... Oh my god, I want to bite someone. Words in politics barely have meaning anymore. I am a leftist, and I am particularly someone in the anarcho-socialist to communist sphere. Where exactly I lie in that's a bit complicated to define. I find it's hard, honestly, to find precise definitions on what differentiate those, to be honest. And this is like, you are welcome to enjoy the space and exist here, even if those aren't your particular leanings. I'm always open to having really like complex conversations on complex topics, as long as everyone's respectful, etc., etc. But those are my own leanings. Very, very strongly leftist, and I have so much frustration with the there is no leftist party in the modern United States. I think the issue is the Overton window in American is too right for Democrats to be too extreme. I mean, yeah, they're worried about re-election. Am I about to shout out the leftist cooks again? Am I about to ramble about another leftist cooks video essay? Because I might be, chat. I might be about to ramble in another leftist cooks essay. There's another really interesting one I was watching the other day that was about how, I think it was how Obama stole the heart of Ireland or whatnot. How Obama captured the Irish population. And it talks a lot on, in the very end of it, it really gets into this conversation about how the Democratic Party has shifted and how Obama was that big shift. He was that big shift towards a focus on being reelected. The narratives that he told were with a very explicit purpose in mind. To create a very specific image. Political parties at the moment are more focused on winning than helping. This is true. I have to say that talk about gender might have flipped a lever for me in a positive way. I'm glad. I think an important thing to remember is that no politician, especially not on a federal level, gives a fuck about you. If you're lucky, the politicians on your local level might. But even then, very few politicians give a fuck about you. Especially the higher you get, the less likely they are to give a fuck. The less likely they are to care. You know, the president doesn't have your best interests in mind. He doesn't even know what your best interests are. The only way that effective decisions that respect your best needs can be made is if they are made by people in your community who know your needs. You know, the needs of a small rural community are going to be really different than those of a big city. So even in situations where politicians have people's interest in mind, they're not going to meet those needs if they are not acquainted with what those needs even are. Country needs to get rid of the two-party system. I don't think that fixed anything though. Like, would that, is the two-party system a big problem? Yes. Would getting rid of it fix anything at the current point? No. Nothing's gonna get better just by removing that system. I don't think it would help because people are so like culturally the idea that these two parties are the only ones that matter is already so culturally pervasive. Getting rid of the two-party system isn't going to magically fix decades, even centuries of like cultural conditioning. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. God, I would kill to not have to run ads, chat. I don't want to run ads, but we do what we gotta do. We do what we gotta do on this platform. How do I want to shade this? Because I could do like some really harsh dramatic shading, and that could be really interesting. How have I done it before? I've kept a pretty mild shading before on these though, so that might not fit the vibe. God, it's 3 hours in and I haven't played Epic yet. That is a shock. Because I don't think this works how shadows on faces work. How do I want to go about this? How is that different from what I had before? Sorry, Chad, I'm thinking really hard. If I could go ad-free, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Agreed. Alas, if I want to get rid of ads, I wouldn't be able to accept subscriptions either, so unfortunately, capitalism is dead and its corpse is, being weakened at Bernie's. We are living in late-stage capitalism. We are living in a late-stage capitalist hellscape. And things are going to fall apart before they get better. We are going to see things implode before anything. Like, we're in a situation where things have to get worse before they get better, I think. But I'm worried that if things get too much worse, that the opportunity to improve things will pass, or at least will be taken into the wrong folks' hands. Like, things are getting so destabilized, I cannot imagine the current system lasting another, like, 50 years. We'd be lucky if it, quote-unquote lucky, if it lasted that long. I don't think it's a good. I don't think it would be a good thing. Just that the system itself, I guess, would be lucky if it lasted another 50 years, and probably less than that. Truly, but I must say that capitalism is. I'm not sure if I'd agree with that. Uh, I don't think we've seen other economic systems given a chance to exist. The U.S. has had a long track record of decimating any other attempts it sees of other systems being put into place. You just look at South America. It isn't a governing system; it's an economic system, and economics and government systems are distinct things that need to be. Well, they are very intertwined. They are extremely intertwined, and they do tend to oftentimes impact each other, but they are separate things. Capitalism is kind of ass. True. God, and like systems of economics and of governmental power, they are separate, but they also are extremely intertwined. Have you ever had a democratic socialist system, like proper democratic? I don't think we have. At least not in the U.S. Not in the U.S. I don't know about the wider world. I haven't done a whole lot of research, and I'm further left than that. So, like my issue, honestly, with mainstream socialism is the fact that it requires that more power be given to centralized government. And I don't like that. All the time, all the time. Because everywhere always says socialism never succeeded anywhere, and I'm like, but those weren't democracies. They weren't. But also, here's the other thing. So this is a big thing in South America that occurred. Throughout South America, there were many like socialist governments beginning and being formed. And the U.S. decided they wanted to oftentimes fund and force coups for many of these governments. The U.S. went in and destabilized these governments, these socialist governments, intentionally. I have a couple books on this. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab the books, chat. I'm gonna grab the books. We're hitting that point of the stream where I grab books, chat. I need to finish them because I actually haven't finished either of these, but yeah, books from the archive, chat. I used to live in an abandoned library, and these are the remnants. Eventually we'll reclaim that space, but today is not that day. I have two books here. I have Empire's Workshop, Latin America, the United States, and the Making of an Imperial Republic, and Bitter Fruit, the story of the American coup in Guatemala. Throughout South America, when was this occurring? Let me remind myself. Let me remind myself about when we're dealing with here, if I can find it real quick. I don't know if I can find it real quick. I don't know if I can find it real quick, chat. Can I get a year anywhere in this book, actually? I'm opening up to random pages at this point, but can I get a year? Yeah, we're talking, like, throughout the 1900s, I guess. Yeah, throughout like, the 1900s. There were a lot of socialist governments rising up in South America, in Latin America. And most of these socialist governments got absolutely decimated by the United States. The United States went in some cases, they just outright, like, it was basically war waged. In a lot of these cases, the US went and funded coups to destroy these socialist systems. Some of these were, like, governments that were enjoyed and voted on. Some of these were, like, governmental officials that had been voted on by the general population of these countries. And the US went, no, you don't. And, funded coups. part of the reason we have never seen, you know, a socialist, a proper, true democratic socialist system, or even a socialist system in general, is because the US, historically, has gone out of its way to destroy them, to tear them down. Hello, JM. Hi, we're talking a little bit of politics. It's weird as fuck people having somewhat similar opportunities just because this is true, this is true. It does suck. The way that society is structured does suck. There's a reason we want democratic socialism specifically, not just whatever the fuck Lenin was doing. I still think, though, that oftentimes socialism, the way it is argued for in the modern day, does require more governmental power, more power to the centralized government than I am personally comfortable with. I think it is the most likely ideal that we will reach. I still don't really like it. Politics is doing for the wrong reasons. Real, real. What if we just full send it to fascism? That hasn't worked poorly for anything. For anyone, rather. Wish the US... No, the modern fucking... God, the US is a country. And this is all politics on y'all's Earth, chat. Imagine how bad it is on my world, wherever... Hello, Crimson Joltian! Thank you for the raid, it's been a hot minute. Hi! Fuck, you DM'd me like a month ago, and I forgot to respond. And then I felt guilty for not responding. And I've been doing that thing, Crimson, where I go, oh... I need to respond to that message. Fuck, it's been too long. It would be awkward to respond now. But how are you? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Hope your stream went well. What were you up to? / shout out at Crimson Joltian. How are you doing? Anyone who does not know me, hello, I am Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not quite retro games here on twitch.tv. We cause problems, we commit chaos. I will bite you. We're talking politics at the moment, so things are a little bit intense, but I hope you had a wonderful stream. Doing okay and yourself? I'm holding up. Life has been very interesting in recent months, for good and bad reasons. But no, I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. Vibing out with a friend at Roblox. I see. If you guys don't know Crimson Joltian, Crimson is a wonderful, wonderful individual. Very, very nice art on this PNG. Is very, very cool person. Go absolutely give him a look. Same sorry to hear. It'd be like that. We do the best we can as we are able, you know? All anyone can ever expect from us is our best. But no, thank you so much for the raid. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, go take care of yourselves. But feel free to stick around and enjoy the chaos. We'd love to have you. Sup, I'm trying to get people to understand why communism in the USSR were in fact fucking bad, and not what we should be going for or naming our beliefs after. True, Mal. I am an anarchist. Keep that in mind. But in general. Honestly, between 50-50 for past few months, only said I don't sound too bummed. No, valid. Wishing you all the best as for always. It's lovely to see you. I see, Royce. I see. You're a fan of Mother. Very good band. This is actually... I have an animatic in my head for one of my D&D characters to this song. It was a 3-year-long campaign, and I really... One of these days I'm gonna make that animatic. One day. I can pull up a picture of her, probably. In your arms I died. Am I going back to 2019? I am going back to 2019, alright. She's edgy, I know, but I love her. This is Yinvin, she's my warlock, she's my Shadar-kai warlock of the Raven Queen, but we had some like little custom lore things going on in the setting. This is from 2019. This is art from 2019. She was dead. And the Raven Queen, the Raven Queen has a particular interest in memory, particularly memory that has like a lot of heavy emotional ties, stake, etc., etc. The Raven Queen loves to collect particularly heavy emotional memories, and that is what happened to dear Yinvin here. She works for the Raven Queen with no memory of her life before, and she ends up in her ventures meeting her aunt. And a lot happens. A lot happens. I love her aunt. I have art of her aunt somewhere. Was that like 2020? Did I draw that in 2022? When did I draw that? I know I have art of her aunt somewhere. Was it 2020? I'm not sure if I can find it. I know it's one of the few posts on my Twitter from before I started VTubing. Oh hey, D&D character trauma, so real, so real. It might, I know it's on my Twitter. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Let me open up my media tab here. I think it's at the very bottom of my media tab, it might be. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and be like, hee look at all this old stuff. Look at all this old stuff on my Twitter. Look at this old stuff on my Twitter. There's so much. Oh, look. These are some baby mourning doves. These are some baby mourning doves. They're fledglings. This is an iconic little inside joke within the community. It's been a long time. That was so long ago, God. Here she is. This was her aunt. This was Melleru. Anyway. Bird, real bird. It was a bird. Indeed, that is Celerity Dust. Yeah, I have a couple of the finished icons pulled up so I can like reference them for style and all that. I think I might have to mess a little bit with saturation for this one, to be honest. The bird is the word, indeed. No, I'm very, very fond. For those who are unaware, my favorite animal is not actually a fox. My favorite animal is a mourning dove. They're wonderful, wonderful little birds. Celery, indeed. We love celerity. I'm hoping I'll still be able to have them on stream on Friday. They're having a little bit of an internet break at the moment, but they said they'd most likely be better and back on Friday. So hoping for the best there. When mourning doves went... Something along those lines. I can't recall it off the top of my head. But no, they're my favorite animal. They're my favorite animal. I love them. But no, like I'm an anarchist and I am somewhere in the communism to socialism sphere. It's hard for me to identify exactly where in that sphere I am, to be honest. Because it really depends on how you define things. You just sounded like a creature from Spore. That's the exact nose they use for some of the creatures. Hey. I still need to play Spore one of these days. It's on my to-stream list. Can you believe Celerity has streamed Spore and I haven't? I'm the early 2000s streamer. No worries. Haloverse COD. Welcome on in. Sorry if I was talking to the raid, was doing something. No worries at all. Who did you come in with? Lovely to have you in any case. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Welcome to the archive. I'm gonna turn back to Gremlin chat. I'm gonna re-Gremlin myself. Hi, I'm a Gremlin now. I love this model. It's probably my favorite of them right now. Spore was such a fun... Ah, from Crimson, from Crimson. Well, welcome on in. Pleasure to meet you. Crimson's a lovely individual and a pal of mine. Hope you had fun. Hope the stream went well. And I've been furried. They've decided that I need to be a furry. Chad has decided that I'm a furry now. God damn it. I'm not allowed to be cute for one moment. Oh my god. Cold in here is very good. Cold in here is very good. Hey JM, did you see that I commissioned Swooty in case? Hee. Did you see that? I'm always cute. Have you considered that I'm biting you? Have you considered that you're getting bitten? They bloom. Leftists, but I can be friends with leftists. But I cannot be friends with leftists who are anti-religion spirituality. Valid. My one thing, like, my one thing with that is, like, when you start giving people power in religious structures, I do worry about that. Like, there's nothing inherently, like, religion itself is actually, like, it is a wonderful cultural and community phenomenon. And it's so important for those purposes. I just do worry when you start giving people power within those structures, because it is a very specific and very dangerous kind of power. So first you complain about being called cute, and now you complain about not being cute. Only I'm allowed to call myself cute. Just like only I'm allowed to call myself little. I'm only little when it's convenient for me. I'm being silly. I never mind the model changes. There are some times where I'm like, some of the models I do wish I got to use a little bit more often, but I'm happy that chat likes my models. Let's move off a contentious topic like politics, and let's talk about religion. When are we not talking about contentious topics here, Arrow? When are we not? It's what I do best. Is endocannibalism considered contentious? I'd say so. I'd say it is, yes. What if you made a mourning dove model? I think that'd be really cute, actually. I think that'd be really cute. Considering endocannibalism has been made illegal in some countries, I think, yeah, it's kind of a contentious topic. Feel safer here, so cold in here. There's something off about this piece that I'm just not vibing with, chat. And I don't know what it is. You can ask me the night or any old time. I'm not sure I'll survive. I'm sick of being cold. I don't know what it is. Is it the nose? Seems a bit severe compared to the rest of the face. Maybe. Why am I so cold in here? Because I like it up until I outline it. Maybe I need to re-outline it. Being cold. I can do that. Tell Nyx you got her nose. Hi, Pizza. How are you doing tonight? Lovely to see you. Agreed on that, Parady. A parody. Non-conforming, but I've done really well. See, I feel like I've overworked this entire piece. Jake and I am Foster. I am somewhere in the middle. Doesn't have the ring I've been looking for. I don't know if I'm a reject. Okay. AE. How did I do it on other people's faces? Sometimes with the comms, I'm so stressed about getting it perfect that I end up overworking it and making it worse in the process. And putting in way too much time. I've put in easily, like, 15 hours into this comm, and that's a problem. Stupid lines about musical theater, that's not what I'm here for. You see, out these stupid words. Do 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 do. Okay. I don't know if. Yo, Jackie's Comfort Cast, welcome on in. How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. One moment. My mods aren't here at the moment. But we do the best we can. Hello, folks. If you don't know me, hello, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident Celtic Enfield. I stream not quite retro games here on twitch.tv. I cause problems that commit chaos. I will bite you. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful evening. What were you up to? More prep stuff for the cat convention. But meow, meow, meow indeed. If anyone doesn't already know Jackie's Comfort Cats, I need to stop by and give you a peek sometime. I've been meaning to, but I haven't seen you live when I was free. But, from what I hear, a artist who does a lot of cool cat stuff. Absolutely, absolutely. Go give him a look. And thank you for the hydrates, everyone. I appreciate it. Hope y'all are doing well, though. Hope you're doing well. Did some more comic stuff, making a special comic for the con. I'm gonna have to check your VOD sometime. I want to see what you were up to. Hopefully I'll remember to do that later. We're working currently on some Pride icons, chillin', vibing, having a good time. This is for the wonderful Lyrical Nyx. She's a bit of a villain. Thank you, Halo vs. COD, for the follow. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Welcome to the archive in full. Absolutely a pleasure to have you. I feel like I didn't quite get, like, the evil vibe going here, but I tried. And Cinephon, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. How was your stream? Hi. What were you up to? Guys, Cinephon over there. It's gonna be a second before I can shout you out on account of the... Oh god. Oh god, they're attacking me. God, they're attacking me. Thanks for drowning me. Cinephon over there, he is a wonderful, wonderful, very, very comfy, cozy streamer with a beautiful, beautiful model. Last I saw playing Zeroscape, what were you up to tonight? And for anyone who does not know me, hello, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident Celtic Enfield. I stream not quite retro games. I don't always look like this. I take many, many forms. Like this. Like this. I'm an artist, I'm a rigger, and I play early 2000s games. We have a lot of fun here. We cause problems, and I will bite you. But no, everyone go give Cinephon a look. As soon as I'm able to do this shout out, dear God, chat really wants me to drown tonight. Don't want to bombard new raiders with serious stuff. No, it's fine. It's fine. But welcome on in, Dire Fox. Lovely to meet you. Let me get a shout out. See if Twitch will let me do it now. At Cinephon. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, anything of that sort, it is an absolute... Or go take care of yourselves, rather, is what I meant to say. But feel free to stick around and enjoy the chaos. We're working on some Pride icons. I was doing some commissions throughout the month, and we're getting a little bit close to the end, but... Another form you forgot? No, we're not talking about that one. We're not talking about that one. We're not talking about the cat. We're not talking about the cat. Love all your models so much. I'm glad. Thank you, thank you. It means a lot. Love the eyes on this one. Thank you. Oh, I love all the pride hearts. Those are absolutely beautiful. Those are so cute, Dire Fox. If you're here for the queerness, I myself am a non-binary, transmasc, gremlin. Also, the texture, thank you, thank you. Hell yeah. Thank you, Dire Fox, for the follow as well. We're a very, very loud, very queer, very trans community here. Try to be a good mix of like cozy and chaotic with the occasional serious conversation and the like. I like talking on complex topics like anthropology, a little bit of philosophy and the like. But we have a lot of fun. Oh, you're gender fluid? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Oh, you got Owlin emotes! You got Owlin emotes! I see you! Trans gang, hell yeah, hell yeah. Out here collecting all the trans VTubers. All of them. I'm not gonna rest until I know every trans VTuber on Twitch. All about eating the rich. Let's go! Let's go! Eat the rich. You're gonna fit in perfectly fine here. Thank you for the hydrate, Halo vs. COD as well. Dear God, I'm gonna run out of water soon, chat. Hello, lament. Bites you, 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 bites you. Hope everyone had wonderful streams though. What were you actually up to today, Sina? I don't think I properly asked. Hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream though. God, y'all are so amazing, and I appreciate all of you. Good night, Izerat. Take care. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Get some good sleep. I need to do better at getting good sleep, chat. I need to get better sleep. Scars, scars, scars. Enjoy your scars. Maybe I do just need to use like this different color for the outline. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's the color. Enjoy your scars. You're out of water if you're made out of 70% of water. This is so true. This is so real. Love your laugh. Oh, thank you. Lethal Company collab. Oh, I hope you had a fun time. Bite you a million times more than you'll ever bite me. Will I bite you harder? Have you considered that I am currently ripping out your trachea? Have you ever seen an owl? I have seen Owl House. I may or may not kin Hunter. I'm normal and healthy. Thank you everyone for the additional hydrates. Haven't been up to much, just recovering from the weekend at work. Lots of stream obligations last weekend. I see. Definitely take care of yourself. I was glad I was able to say hi briefly before I went to bed last night. I hope the rest of your stream went well. You heard Owl House? Hell yeah. You have 2 Owl House tattoos. Hell yeah. Enjoy your lurk, Jackie. Get some good food. Get some rest. Thank you so much for the raid. I love the Owl House. Love the Owl House. Cried so much at the ending, like every episode. No, I relate to Hunter in ways that are totally normal and healthy. Totally, 100%. I did not point at the screen going, oh, what just happened? I did not point at the screen going, that bitch me, every time I saw him. I care so much about that dumbass, about that stupid boy. Ready to lose so much. You're so fair, you're so valid. Hunter for me, but you know. My life, is this what it's like to You and me need never be lonely again. How do I feel about that? Does that look better? Or at least until the end. Please never fall in love again. Enjoy your lurks, Cinephon. Take care. Get some good rest. Thank you for the raid. What do you think of Hunter and Will? I think they're cute. I'm not a big shipper, I'll be honest. I'm actually on the aromantic spectrum, so I don't tend to. I don't tend to ship characters a whole lot, but you have a soothing singing voice. Thank you. I'm actually classically trained, but I've been like reteaching myself recently because I hadn't done any classical singing since like pre-COVID, and I'm slowly getting back into it. Please don't text me your goodbye. Thank you. I mean, I'm just a fox on the internet, you know? When I cry. And by classically trained, I just mean like I was being trained by a classical singer in how to sing, but you know. Gonna need to go to bed soon, can't find your earbuds. No worries, Pyro. Do what you gotta do. Get some rest. It was lovely having you. Always lovely to see you. Please never fall in love again. You went back in time and were trained by a classical musician, is what I assume. Yeah, totally, totally. Exactly. I think just when I say classical singing, I don't want people to assume, like, oh, I went to school for it or something. Like, no, I had I was tutored or trained or taught. I had lessons from a professional singer who is classically trained for a while. What actually constitutes classical singing training is actually an extremely, like, debatable conversation. There is not a clear definition, fun fact. Question is, which classical musician? I will never tell you my secrets. But also cleaned my cat's litter box. There were 2 dead wolf spiders in there! I don't like that. I don't like that. This might also be random, but man, I love it when, no, true, I agreed with that. I agree with that, Avantia. It's the content creator curse. That's the content creator curse. I try not to pay too much attention to it, but it is the content creator curse. Enjoy your lurk, Lament. It was lovely to see you. I gotta chat with you sometime. Wishing you all the best, though. Get some rest. Take care. Just stay. Never heard of a wolf spider? They're terrifying. If you have arachnophobia, don't look it up. I say, as someone with arachnophobia. I'll miss you to see you, friend. Aw, that's cute. Hi, Monster Kicker, how are you doing? Your drawing screams, don't talk to me, or something bad will happen to your family type vibe. That's what I'm going for. That's what I'm going for with Nyx. She is, in fact, a villain. I wouldn't be doing her justice if I didn't, if she didn't look like she could kill you. Oh, it's a no. I'm still not super happy with the mouth. I don't really know, like, I might redo the mouth again. But I can't get it right. Does a teal deer impression. So AE is taught by the greatest opera singer in the entire world in human history. I don't know the reference, but I can assume the tone. Glad Center rated you, was able to meet you. Hell yeah, hell yeah. No, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you. If you're heading out, then I hope to see you again sometime in the near future. I stream Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays at 8 p.m. EST, usually for anywhere between like 4 and 6 hours, but sometimes longer. Shall be looking while I job hunt. Best of luck to you. Best of luck to you. Reference to one of Sean's videos about teal deer. I definitely should know this, because I recognize the name. I recognize Sean. But I might not have seen those videos. Hello, Kai Calypso. How are you? Remember you from Sinner's chat yesterday? Indeed, indeed, I did stop in. Pleasure to meet you. How are you? A pleasure to meet you over on my end of things, I guess. Hi. There's something and there is nothing. There is nothing in between. Because I got pulled into office to tell me I took a 60-minute break instead of a 10-minute. Oh. I'll bite them. I will bite them. If your employer is pulling shit like that, I will bite them. Doing good? Hope your drawing stream has been fun. It has been, it has been. We've been having a good time. A good mix of comfy and more serious vibes. I like to have a lot of different conversations here. we do occasionally get on like more serious topics here, and I enjoy that this is a like safe space to have those kinds of conversations, you know? So we've been talking a lot about like gender, sexuality, and how those things interact with culture. But yeah, it's been a really nice vibe, and I'm really really grateful I have a chat where I can talk about those things. Aside of that, just drawing, doodling, singing, and having fun. Also told me to not look sad or tired when I do the job of 2 to 3 people. I will bite them even harder. I will bite them even harder. I've cried on the floor at when I used to be a barista. I've done that. It's hard work. It is a hard work. Love the chatters are cool with more deep topics. Agreed, agreed. Minna, how are you? How are you? Were you okay? Were you the person that Cinna was collaborating with when I stopped by the other day? Just to clarify, because that's my assumption. I just want to make sure I'm on the right assumption there. Yes, on call. I see. I see. So, what kind of stuff do you do, if you don't mind me asking? Always curious to like find out what other streamers' deals are. You know. Alright, one sec, I'm checking something real quick. Sorry, I may or may not be peeking at your account right now, don't mind me. Don't mind me, I'm normal. Ooh, your model's cute, I like it. Aww. What do you do? What do you do? I'm just snooping around, don't mind me. You look like you're cute and fun. Don't mind me. Oh, you made them yourself. Nice. Congratulations. Do art streams on Wednesdays and Stardew Saturdays and Variety Horror on Fridays, but sometimes have collabs in between. That's lovely. That's lovely. Also, hello, Queen of Rodents. Hi. The petty thief is imprisoned, but the big thief eventually becomes a feudal lord. That's actually so real. Wait, that's actually so real. Oh my god. Thank you, Halo Viscod, for the hydrate again. No, but I love that. I love folks who make their own models, whether 3D or 2D. I make all of mine myself. I got this guy. I got this one. There's a secret one that we don't talk about. And I've got my in progress 2.0. I'm so excited about this model, actually. Oh, what's the button? There's the button. All right. You're just super cute. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm so hyped for my 2.0. Sorry, I love showing this stuff off. I love showing this stuff off. Trans flag, indeed. Indeed. I am non-binary trans mask. So we got the trans flag. I got it in my background too. Love your style. Thank you. I'm nothing if not a little bit of a show off. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I dropped you in as well, but always lovely meeting new folks. The anarchist like for the 2.0. Exactly. I leaned a lot more into like punk looks with this. The first one, the first outfit, this is actually a simplified version of it. It is punk, but it's a lot simpler and a lot more like, how do I say? My color theory was not good, especially if I actually pull up like the full version. My color theory did not go with this. Nope, wrong thing. Color theory was not happening here. Color theory was not happening. There was no color theory in this bitch. So I've gotten a lot better on that front, and I think I've done a better job of capturing the punk look. Because while I am very punk, it's difficult trying to translate that into a live 2D model. Why does my tracking keep... Okay, tracking's being a little finicky. Apologies, folks, but... Oh, wow, it's being really finicky, actually. That's not normal. I'm gonna hope that nothing is going wrong. I'm just going to ignore it. The Dark Clawed arms are so good. Thank you. I love talons. I love my talons. I don't blame you. It looks great. I am nothing if not a show off, and to be fair, I deserve to. I deserve to show off at this point. Color theory? No, I've not heard of that. That video? Love when I stretch and it looks like my character is breaking his neck. There is one model I made that does have that, but I'm not gonna show that model off. No, we don't acknowledge the Kachi. We don't acknowledge the cat fairy. Probably had something to test my orange syrup on. Ooh, I'm glad it tastes good. I'm glad it tastes good. Orange syrup sounds so good. I wanna eat it. I want it. I want it. Okay, something went wrong here. Never mind, nothing went wrong here. I'm being dumb. That's called color theory. No one will ever ask for the quality ears. Oh, they do all the time. I have very good hearing. I only have those ears in this form. In my normal form, because I am an Enfield and I can shapeshift. But I normally do not have those. I need to finish the ref for the updated version of my design in that form, because I had to really quickly sketch out a ref for the commission I got for the commission. Let me pull it up again because you can't stop me because I really like it. Look at me. Look at me. But I can also transform to like straight up just a feral animal, but that's genuinely cool that you have ultimate them yourself. You deserve to show up. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm really hyped because I finally got someone to commission me for like a live 2D model. I'm so proud and also anxious. Love that art style, color style so much. Yeah, so this was actually, you know what, I should actually, if I'm gonna show this off, I should shout them out real quick. But the art for this was done by Spoonie. Let me real quickly / shout out. So hopefully it's a work. Nope. Spoonie plays. Hopefully that'll work. Yes. This is drawn by the wonderful Spoonie, very, very talented artist, and also plays a lot of horror games. So if you're a fan of indie horror, or Silent Hill, go give them a look. They're absolutely wonderful. They're a very good time. They also do a lot of art streams. This was part of a project they did with Case Jackal, where they do a doodle and a musical loop. The musical loop I don't have quite yet due to some personal ongoing issues, but it should be there soon. And I absolutely love this doodle so much. It's so cute, and it got like the multiple top surgery scars and or Resident Evil, true, also Resident Evil. But no, they're absolutely wonderful. I was very, very grateful that I finally got a chance to calm them, because I only recently ended up in a situation where I have like consistent enough income to calm people, and I'm grateful for it. Do I have a calm sheet? My commissions are closed at the moment, but I've been slowly setting up everything on VGen, so you can drop me a follow there or just keep an eye on the page. I'll probably also announce things on Twitter and in the Discord when I reopen. I need to add some stuff for like, so I'll have icons. I need to add a thing for half-body illustrations as well, and also model rigging, but I've got some stuff up on there. The Pride icons will be turning into regular icons once Pride Month ends, but you can also see like the work I've done so far. That was Spoonie art, yes. That was Spoonie. Spoonie drew me. No, it's like multiple sets of top surgery scars, you know? Does From the Dead count as a horror game? I don't think so. Should not speak when politics enter the room. No, you're fine. You're alright, Dr. Cruiser. The topic shifted just because we got raided, but I don't mind politics talk here. How did the double ears work? Do you have hearing squared? I have very good vertical hearing in this form, actually. Both sets of ears do work, and I can very easily hear like above and below me. It's very cool. Full time to get a job? No pressure, no pressure. Now, if you ever do want to call me, that's the place to go. I use VGen because it allows me to be more anonymous and a bit safer. Uh, because there's like less exchange of personal information happening. I think like even if you want to call me outside of VGen, I do think at this point I've set things up in a way where at least my info is safe, but there's a few more tools that allow for more safety through VGen, you know? You also, like, as a commissioner, have some protections that are helpful. Like, I set a due date, and if I do not give you your commission by the due date, you can request a refund, things like that. Tools that are good for both the artist and the commissioner. Various forms of chargeback protection, etc., etc. So it's very useful. It's a very useful service for maintaining my safety and anonymity as a artist, and also maintaining yours as a commissioner. I'm gonna hop into VR chat, still be here, just not paying attention as much. No worries, no worries. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Hope you have a wonderful time. You should play Sonic Dreams sometime. I probably should, shouldn't I? Okay, the one question, because I think that's almost all the shading. There's a few things that I'm just not quite happy with, and I'm trying to figure out how I want to approach those. So I'll finish the last bit of shading here. We can do that maybe. Okay. Is there anything else I want to do shading wise? I think that, oh, I do need to do the highlights actually. I still need to do the highlights. Didn't realize how much booting Helldivers 2 was slowed on my browsers lead to get a new PC. Your PC is probably better than mine is the sad thing. And I stream on this. A due date will make me cry. No, I do tend to be very lenient with the due dates I set for commissions. For icons, it's like 1 to 2 weeks. For like full body illustrations, I give myself a month. Because I am a slow artist and I don't want there to be too much pressure on me, but having the due date there I know can be a big comfort for some commissioners who are worried about like not getting a thing on time. And if I miss the due date, it just gives you the ability to, if you want, get a refund. It doesn't mean you like automatically get one, it's just you are able to request one at that point. And if you do request it, you will basically automatically get it, unless there is some kind of extenuating factor. The other thing that it does is it will like limit my exposure, so it won't let me like accept new commissions while I have things overdue. When I commission, I personally prefer to take as long as needed and not be rushed. Agreed. That's why I feel like these icons has been 2 weeks. That way I don't rush them. And I've been really grateful that most of the people who have worked with me have been very, very willing to like allow me to take my time. There have been times I've messaged people like, hey, sorry it's taking so long, and they're like, literally, take as long as you need, bitch. And I appreciate that to the ends of the earth. I am just one fox out on the internet trying to do my best. Okay, I do think I want to give the mouth another shot, but aside of that, this is done, I think. Unless any of you notice any errors that need to be fixed. Yeah, I'm very, very lucky that a lot of my commissioners have been super chill. I'm so grateful for it. The one other thing I might do is up the saturation a bit. What if I just like... not that much. Because I know the colors on the original model are very muted. But it gets brought out, like there's more saturation in these elements here, and without those elements showing, the whole thing does look kind of dull. So I'm considering that. Just like a tiny, tiny boost in saturation. I think that looks good, actually. Do you glaze your whips? I only glaze like final products that I post online. So I do glaze like any finished product, but I don't really glaze whips. I don't think they really need to be glazed. I also, though, like, I'm not the kind of artist that people are going to be seeking out for that kind of thing. They're more interested in traditional anime art, and anime art with very specific art styles at that. I definitely think the increase in saturation is needed with this filter. Especially against the background, because like I had to down the saturation for celerity, if I recall, to make it look right. I really love this one. Actually, I don't like the hand on this one, but I really like the face here. There will be an ad hitting soon. I do apologize, folks. Not a whole lot I can do about it. If I didn't have to run ads, I wouldn't. But unfortunately, Twitch forces me to. And also, sorry that I make this announcement every single time. Suffer. Unrelated topic, but AI despises to the point of refusing to use Chat GPT for basically anything. Agreed. Agreed. It's specifically generative AI that's a problem, but it is a big problem. And I'm glad to see the majority of like artists and individuals in the artistic community agree with that. Very, very grateful for that. Unfortunately, those outside don't agree, but there's not much we can do about that. Edit. Transform. Just a tiny bit. Maybe. Tiny bit, let me just shift the eye over a little. Alec, and I love the way that you think, but you don't like my unhealthy habits and the way that I'm always bent over the sink is a little bit risky. Good night, Float. Take care, take care. Always lovely to see you. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Get some good sleep. But I want to see you at my intervention. The thing is, I want to make the face narrower from the other end, but I don't think that would work. So no masters, but the reason I do them. Maybe that. Voidpunk is a subculture within the LGBT community, specifically among certain dehumanized or marginalized groups who feel rejected from society's standards of humanity and attempt to reclaim their demonization. I love that. I love that. They don't agree with people being inhuman, such monsters, such feral for doing certain things. That reminds me a lot, Avantia, of the... So, okay. Some of you might be familiar with all of the rabies pride stuff that happened on Tumblr a long time ago. If you aren't, don't worry, I am open to explaining, but rabies pride was a movement that started on Tumblr, primarily among a handful of queer, autistic young adults who felt that they were treated almost as if they were in some way contagious or feral animals for their symptoms. And they took up the term rabies pride because they felt like they were being treated like rabid animals. And the term rabies pride, some folks saw this and went, oh my god, people are. They decided to turn it into a meme about like sexualizing rabies. And that is so sad, I think. That is so sad because I can really empathize with the origin of that movement and identity. With feeling like you are treated as contagious or diseased or an uncontrolled animal for your identity or symptoms. I think it's terrible and very unfortunately real. I hate that rabies pride got memed on the way it did. That's the only context I knew of rabies pride is the meme and joke sad. It is. And it's sad we don't talk about this stuff, you know? It got turned into some goddamn internet meme, and now that's all that it is known as and for. I also believe Void Punk has a certain overlap with other Concelestarian communities. It sounds to me like Void Punk is the new Rabies Pride. It sounds to me like this is the current ongoing Rabies Pride, and I love that that's a thing that's, you know, happening. Heard there are commissioners who stop commissions after receiving a certain whip, ask for a refund, and then use that whip to train AI. People do that. People do that. And one of the nice things about VGen is that it has a lot of steps preventing that from occurring. That's part of why I started using it. It helps with things like chargeback protection and cancellations. Like, I don't think you can easily cancel a commission without, like, approval if it's delivered. I'm not entirely sure on that. I have to look, but... Hi, Axo. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. What have you been up to? Is that better? I think so. Why the fuck do people drink sparkling water? I don't like it either, but I don't know, to each their own. To each their own, I guess. Sparkling water is a phenomenon. People are allowed to have their own taste. I don't know why people like sparkling water. I don't know. Okay, there is a spot here that I did miss, but... Glad you're doing well. What have you been up to? What have you been doing? I'm biting you. I bite you. I have not been biting people enough recently, chat. I've noticed that as of late. I have not been biting people enough, and I'm a little bit sad about that. I'm a little bit sad that I haven't been biting people as often as I could or should be. I want to bite people more. Who would put glitter in water? More violent version of popping rocks. Just drink soda. I drink because it's refreshing, like a soda without any sugar, which I hate. Fair enough. Thank you for the hydrate, monster kicker. Your good boy side is showing? No, I'm not. No, it's not. That's the perfect way to convince me to, like, stop being nice. I've been okay, I had someone tell me, cough, celerity, cough, that I have gotten more docile, more tame recently, and I am so insulted by that. I am so mad at the implication that I have gotten tame in some way. I don't know, like, what expression to do here. If I should just do, like, a cold frown. Or if I should do a smile. Most of the reference art was frowning. I don't think any of the reference art was... I don't think any of the reference art was... smiling. Celerity's mouth was closed. Also want to say gender fucky, but kept it ambiguous between that and funky on purpose. Valid. Gender funky, using that term now. Fuck you mean refreshing my mouth is fighting for its life. What are those for? Because Deffa don't taste good? I guess they look cool, got way too strong of an opinion on what is the right way of drinking alcohol. Y'all are fair, gender fumo. Chat, what's your gender? I love the term gender fuck, honestly. I think it's a very, very fun terminology to express just, like, gender that cannot be categorized or easily comprehended. Hello, Remedy, how are you doing? My gender is pretty funky. Valid. My gender is going to grind you into the floor. My gender is being very... Monster Kicker's gender is being fairy. I feel like the gap, too, that's gonna look way too silly on this piece. Which is why I went for, like, a closed mouth frown. But I feel like the closed mouth frown looks too passive. Because I already had this one. Maybe it's too big? Edit, transform... Nope, wrong thing. Maybe it's just too big? Currently my gender is bug-hating because they keep attacking my lamp. I see. Will it help if I bite them? Probably not, but I'll try anyway. I'll try anyway. It's the thing, it's what I'm best at. It's really all I'm good for. Your gender is now lycanthrope. Hee, Diaries of a Spaceport Janitor reference. Diaries of a Spaceport Janitor reference. My gender's rental. D&D finished and back. Welcome back, Tristan. Lovely to see you. Hope you're doing well. I always worry I sound a little disingenuous when I do that. My whole like, oh, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Because I know it comes out almost customer servicey and I don't mean it to. Like, it is genuine. I just have, like, lines I repeat. Because it's convenient. Because otherwise I will stumble over my words constantly and it's so much easier to just have, like, stock phrases. If you can catch them like a frog, maybe. I'll try. I won't let anything stop me. Nothing has ever stopped me from biting before. How would this stop me? Maybe I have to throw on a lighten filter. I don't know, the mouth just feels off. I'll put it down for now and move on to the next one, but... yeah, this is from Girl Links, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is from Girl Links. Lovely album. It is she, her, hers. What do you mean customer servicey? That's the most genuine welcome back I've heard in a long while. I'm glad it sounds genuine because it is genuine. I don't know, I worry. I have a mild flat affect and I get nervous. My gender's now lycanthrope. I'm just doing my best. Okay. So I think we'll call this done with this one. I can come back to it later if I feel like I want to. But for now we're gonna call Nix complete, and we can move on to Null, where I have the laziest sketch of my life. This is... I swear I know where I'm going with this piece, I promise. I know where this piece is going. Yes, the sketch is the worst thing I've ever created. We don't have to talk about it. Wizard. Null is another lovely VTuber who I really appreciate. I know the sketch looks bad. I did it in 5 minutes. Alright. I'm gonna start definitely with the hat, because I want to have the hat take up a lot of the image and also cover this eye. I'm realizing now that I haven't played Epic tonight. Damn. The rest of the fleet, they were... Okay, actually, I think I should start with the face. I think we start with the face. That is who we're fighting. My gender has collected more sleep debt than the national debt of the US. Please go to sleep. Please go to sleep. Please? I'm gonna steal this color for now. Please go to sleep. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Knees over. Defeat is not allowed. Alright, you have a relatively round jaw, which actually works very well given my style. It's in mind and stay in his blind spot and strike his reels. Show him that we're deadly. Exhaust him. Don't let him get close. We're strong but we're slow. Out of reach. Find a breach. Thank you for the hydrate. I hate the cultural commonness of sleep deprivation and how it's treated so often. It's not a problem, but it's silly quirk. I would agree, I'd agree. And I'm saying that as someone who is very often sleep deprived. But it is oftentimes, especially among teenagers, seen as this quirky, almost competitive thing. People brag almost about how little sleep they've gotten, and it's a very sad and kind of scary trend. I'm definitely guilty of this. In fact, I have a little bit of a complex, I will admit, chat, some of you might have noticed, where I will not let myself sleep until I feel like I have been productive enough, or I straight up collapse. Some of you may have noticed that. Some of you may have figured that out already. You could definitely be considered quirky and sad as weird. Yeah, exactly. And that's a weird complex that I'm struggling and fighting to undo in my life. Because I am every variety of mentally ill you can think of. I say that half jokingly. Is over. Defeat is not allowed. No, but yeah, it's a very unhealthy mindset and habit to have, and I'm saying that fully aware. Modern system with productivity is at detriment of your own health. Exactly. And I would encourage all of you, if you are struggling with the same mindset, to take fucking care of yourselves. Take care of yourselves, and I'll work on taking care of myself, alright? That's the deal, chat. We all work towards taking better care of ourselves, and it'll be okay. If you're yelling at me, if you're yelling at your screen right now, AE, take better care of yourself, you better be doing the same, okay? 6 a.m. I wake up and I go to wash my... I literally get too into games and lose track of time. I think the past week I've had like 3 days where I stayed up for Tristan. Please take care of yourself, please. It is a genuine cultural issue though, and it 100% ties in with this obsession with productivity that we have. I think it's yeah, it really is the cultural obsession with productivity. I was gonna say like, oh, it's also XYZ, but no, it is the cultural obsession with productivity actually. That's pretty much all it is. That's most of it. I'm gonna turn on Epic Chat. I haven't listened to Epic the Musical yet tonight. And the next arc releases in just over a week. So fuck it, we're listening to Epic the Musical. It's Epic the Musical time, chat. I see. I consider sleep and rest productive. I struggle to. I find I never feel rested enough, and I constantly am like fighting myself to get enough done. And for that reason, it's difficult for me to justify sleep. You're growing old and yet you're still here. Do what I say and you'll see them again. Like, I could sleep, just forget to sleep and eat at times. It happens. I'm also prone to that. Just say, well, should any ambush attack and little Ajax will stay back. Lose that well of pride. What do your eyes look like? Okay. Penelope, Penelope, and Telemachus. Okay. Honestly, I cannot understand how people treat complex gender identities as infantile, when their own concept of gender is lift heavy thing and hate wife. That is so real. That is so real. I don't think, how do I say? They see it as delusion. They think that their like middle school biology is more important and valuable and correct than any modern science. It's insane. I don't know, but I have trouble justifying spending time on anything other than being productive. This is actually a problem I've been having that I've been trying to deconstruct by making sure, like, okay, Sundays are supposed to be rest days. Sundays are supposed to be days where I do nothing content related. Because I have so much trouble justifying doing anything if it is not related to content. I feel so bad about like my current Hades hyperfixation because it is taking away time that I could be spending working on content. And that's fucking stupid. That is a bad mindset, chat. If you're dealing with that same mindset, I know it's not this easy, but fucking stop. If you're dealing with that same mindset, please stop. Me with Elden Ring right now, that's so fair. That's so fair. But see, so you do to an extent get it. It is so hard for me to not beat myself up whenever I'm doing anything that isn't, like, explicitly furthering my creative goals. Because this, for me, is, like, it's my dream, and it is my art. I do consider streaming itself a form of art. When I am here live, I am in the act of creating performance art, and sometimes I do better than others. I feel like the last few weeks I have not been doing a good job at, making my streams art. I think I need to at some point like refocus, look back. Okay, what was I doing right, and recenter, which is okay. We need to take those moments sometimes. But this is art for me. It is performance art. It is a very interactive form of performance art. But the conversations I have, the way that I present myself, it is all with some level of intent. Yes, I am being myself, but I'm also intentionally speaking in certain ways that I enjoy. Uh, I also employ elements of narrative. I am myself here. Don't get me wrong. But I'm also intentional with the things that I do. Very intentional with the things that I do. Man. Honestly, everything done with passion is art. So my personal take is if you create something with the intent of it being art, then it is art. You do have to intend to be creating art, but if you are going in with the intention of making something that is art, then you're making art. I don't think that for everyone streaming is art, but for me it is. There is intention behind the things that I do. There's a energy that I aim to create, and I don't always create that. Like I said, I don't think I've been putting on my best performance the last few streams. I've been a little too out of it and not quite on top of the things that I need to be on top of. Cough, cough, like writing down my thoughts and knowing my goals and all that. But this is art. It's still my art. That's part of why I actually started archiving my VODs. Because it made the art more real and took away any excuses I had to not give it my all at any given point. I'm still allowed to have bad streams and stuff, but now that I publicly archive them, I can't justify quote unquote giving up on making a good vibe on any given night. I still have the pressure to perform as best I can. I think that's for the best. It is, Null, indeed. But the art of streaming is so important to me. Where was I going with this? So far, your recent streams have been some of the few I'm actually able to watch for more than half an hour. That is a massive compliment, and I appreciate it. Okay. This probably isn't something that I should ask, but for the hell of it, can I ask why that is? If you can put word to it. I'm always curious to know like what people enjoy about me and why they stick around. But no pressure to answer. But in any case, streaming is so important to me. It is my art, and that's why it is so difficult for me to justify taking time away from it. I need to be creating. I feel guilty when I'm not doing so, and it's a very, very unhealthy mindset that I'm trying to deconstruct, slowly but surely. And I will. I will deconstruct it in time. It's just not easy. For the time being, one of my big goals right now is just getting good at allowing myself to rest, taking those rest days, allowing myself to play video games for a couple hours a day without feeling bad about it, etc., etc., etc. It's a massive work in progress towards something, towards being more healthy. Because if this is going to be my art, then I need to have healthy attitudes around it, you know? I don't know if that's how most content creators feel, but that's how it works for me. Not here for the game, I'm here for the person/streamer. That's the goal. I think that's the... When you have managed that, you have done something right. At least when it comes to streaming, and I'm really grateful to hear that. That something about me captures you. You're amazing, buddy. Hey, I'm biting you. Sunrise. Like, things that I've been told is like, oh, people enjoy the conversations I have. People, like how I can jump topic to topic so easily. People enjoy the queerness of the space, etc., etc. And I'm glad for that. I'm glad for that. I'm just constantly trying to improve. And away we go, speed ahead, full speed ahead. The face in this is so zoomed out that my regular pen sizes are not working. You can relax, my friend. What? Until you're getting nervous, so do yourself a. I'm so tempted to show off a demo I have of this song with a friend, but I'm not. I don't know if I have their permission to do that. But we demoed a cover of this. I know that you're tired of the war and bloodshed. Tell me this is how we're supposed to live. Look at how you're sword enough said. Why should we take when we could give? For example, I've been watching the stream since the moment I got the notification on Discord. That means a lot. I just like your company. I'm biting you. I hope that continues to be the case. I hope I continue to provide a good vibe and good company. It means a lot. Like, at the end of the day, I am a creator, as much as any creator is. But I also really want to build, like, a meaningful community. My ultimate goal is to be able to live off of this, you know? Will I ever accomplish it? Unlikely. But I'd like to. I want to try. And I'm really, really grateful and really proud of the community I've been building towards that effort. Back safely, I've had people criticize me for that, actually, for, like, being an anarchist and wanting to, like, live off of this, because they're like, oh, you're being capitalist in your creation, and I'm like, I just want to make money doing something I enjoy. If I have to make a living, I want to be doing something I love. I want to be benefiting other people. I feel drawn to people who are authentic and being open-minded and not joke about messed up things at the expense of others. I appreciate that, hearing that, Brady. If it'd make money, I think... Yeah, exactly. I'm a dozen different kinds of mentally ill and care so much about the act of creation. If I can make this work, then I'd like to. There's other food to eat. On top of just being, you know, an anarchist bastard on a version of Earth where everything is slightly worse. Want to live off your artisan capitalist? I don't know, I've had this conversation in various anarchist spaces, and I 100% agree with that. I don't think it is capitalist to want to make a living off of the things that I create. I think that is... It's not noble. That's not the word I'm looking for. That's the wrong word. But it is kind of admirable and worth striving for. Hit the world with open arms. Like, and maybe this is a little bit, egoistical for me to think, but I like to think that I better people's lives by doing this. I'd like to think that I enrich people's lives, that I'm able to help people through this. And I think I have, especially, when it's come to, like, talking about mental health. For those unaware, I have schizoaffective disorder, and I'm very open about that in this, stream, in my content. And I've been really glad that I've been able to open up people's minds and help them engage with parts of their own experience through that. You enrich my life, at least? I'm glad. And none of this is me, like, begging for affirmation or anything. It's just gonna be speaking through some of my thought process around content creation. My life has one mission. Create the greatest warrior. I mean, you certainly made my day better. Woke up feeling miserable. Mix of my friend being sick on a shit job. We couldn't hang out in weird sleep schedule. I'm glad. I never want to ask for affirmation, but hearing these things is always very meaningful, you know? I like knowing why people enjoy my bullshit, and I like knowing that I'm doing something good. I think that's a natural thing, though. My day's in fact been made better. Get a fern? Well, I'm biting you. Have you considered that? Have you considered that you're getting bitten? Maybe one day you'll reach him and we could build this world as we teach them. Have the answers, we are the warriors of the mind. Alright. It's always a little bit rough when it comes to the eyes. Why do you keep doing that? Rude? Don't do that. And you fell for my bluff. Okay, I did Athena's vocals on this in a little cover, and I'm absolutely in love with it. And maybe I'll do the same. They definitely aren't, Arrow. How are you doing? Disgusting. Hi, Arrow. Hey guys, I was on Arrow's stream briefly the other day, and apparently, we were doing some tarot stuff, and Arrow's tarot deck has revealed to the world that my tarot deck is in fact a girl. Which, good for her. I lied, I showered instead. Congratulations. Listen, Arrow, it was a fair trade-off. I kept you captive for a while, you kept me captive for a while. But congratulations on showering, Dr. Kira. You've done good. You've done some self-care. Gender reveal without a forest fire, boo. Mine. So in case you're ever wondering what gender my tarot card, my tarot deck is, then there you go. Still hopping in VR chat, valid. Typical East Coast moment. I know what city you live in, but I don't even remember where in the US that city is. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Or at least a city near you, in any case. Because I only know the southern United States, like the southeastern United States. I mean, can you blame me? I'm on a version of Earth where everything is slightly worse, you know, but still. Gender reveal causes a pink 10-foot tsunami. There's this listener also why I watch and support small streamers creators, because they're more likely to have streams that, slash, have a more unique personality. Valid. One of my great fears, if I can be completely honest, I am so anxious that I am going to, like, get big, and people are gonna leave because of it. I want to grow again to a point where I can make a living off of this, but I'm so scared of losing audience over it. Which is stupid. It's a stupid thing to... is it a stupid thing to be worried about? I don't know. Only reason I don't watch big streamers is not because they're big. No, fair. That was just like a recent thing that crossed my mind. I'm like, oh, that's a scary thought. And I'm not accusing anyone by saying that. I just know, like, oh, I tend to mostly watch small streamers because I can have excuse me. Because I find them more personable and I get to talk to them more. But I also almost entirely watch friends, to be honest. I don't know, and I've been finding that's a really common fear a lot of creators have. Gonna leave as soon as AE hits big. I've been clocked. Yeah, no, I can't believe it. No, here's the thing, Arrow. I know you, Arrow. If I get big, you're gonna stick around just to leech off of my success. From me, understanding, sus. Maybe you and I can make a deal. I'll give you my finest treasures. You can keep the world's best tasting wine. Projecting much boom roasted. You're wonderful, Arrow. Take human flesh again, and we'll be on our way. No bloodshed in here today. Nice argument, hey, but no you. So why I look into niche underground music, because I believe not all some of the I would agree with that. One sec. Monkrilla, thank you for the hydrate. I see I know what you're getting at, Avantia. I constantly fear the point where my streams become hanging out with a close knit to me solely entertaining. Yeah, I feel that, Royce. I feel that. No, not no you to the compliment. No. I would agree with that. I do feel that, Avantia. Like, there is a lot more soul and artistic intent in smaller, more niche art. That's something I definitely feel and experience. No, I don't like that. No, what we're gonna do actually instead. The rest of our fleet, they wait at the beach, and if we're defeated, their good is dead. That is who we're fighting. No backup, no chance for support, so draw out your swords. Our foe must be thwarted right here and now. Show me how great is your will to survive. Ginger reveal explodes the fucking moon. Ain't gonna lie, I've seen folks with 100 viewers in the chat as super light even off slow mode. Not saying it's the norm, but that's right around the partner. Yeah, I've definitely seen that too. I don't know. It's a thing that's been on my mind recently because low key. I don't know. I've had some folks tell me like, oh, they're around less because I don't chat with them as much and they don't get as much attention. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, fair enough. I get it on one hand, but also you didn't need to tell me that, you know? Gonna log off for now. Take care, JM. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Wonderful to see you as for always. Thank you for the hydrate. It's just, like, it was like a moment of, oh, new fear unlocked, you know? Gender reveal changes the color of the edge of the observable universe. It's pink now, not yellow-orange. Gender reveal comes out Gender reveal comes out red. Their baby is a communist. One life to take. Journey's over. I think it mostly depends on category. A chaotic meme-worthy community will be faster and less coherent, while a cozy community might be super quiet because everyone is just silently vibing. Fair point, fair point. I can't believe you're drawing such a cutie. I know, right? Look at this absolute cutie. I don't know. It's not a big deal ultimately. It's just like a new anxiety that has developed in me recently. And ultimately it's something that I need to just ignore and keep creating. But it's always such a weird thing to remember, I don't know. It's also kind of an, oh, parasociality goes two ways. It goes, is a two-way street kind of moment, where ultimately I need to also not get attached to folks. Because everyone has their own lives, etc, etc, etc. It's just a thought that's been in my head a bit. Dying on now. Like, I know most of the streamers I watch because they're friends of mine. They now die. And I feel a little guilty for that sometimes. But a big element also is the ability to chat. To have active interaction. I think I'm gonna go circle on the pupils here, but I might change that out for a star or something later. We'll see. But the gender reveal bit to joke, it's very good. No one cares their own lives, eh? Have you ever spoken to anyone in chat? I don't think so, real. Your chat at 10k followers would be unending thirst and biting. Terrifying, terrifying. Still making Pride PFP after June. So I'll be doing profile pics in general, and if you want a Pride one, you can just commission a profile picture and ask for a Pride flag. The entire reason I, like, advertise them as Pride icons is to get more attention, not gonna lie. Because people are gonna be like, oh, you're doing icons specifically for Pride. It was also just the perfect time to reopen commissions, you know? Does the baby's gender matter? Shouldn't you love them the same? Real. I mean, true, yes. But yeah, I'll still be doing icons, and you can absolutely request a Pride one, you know? There's no difference between a regular icon and a Pride icon aside of whether or not there's a Pride flag in it. It just seemed like a nice thematic way to easily slide back into doing comms for the first time in years. Captain, where do we attack him? We gotta stab him in the eye! Icon's always prideful, what do you mean? Is he? No, he is, you're right, actually. But this isn't about the cat era. This is not about the cat. This is not about the Kochi. The flames of those who've gone, and our comrades will not die in vain. I'll figure out the smile later, actually. It's very easy for that smile to become creepy. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? We should run. Who hurt you? Gender reveal doesn't happen. Society has hope. The interior bang is such a thing, which was used more. What do you mean by that? Oh, that. Oh, I'm not familiar with that symbol, actually. I'd never heard of that before. Or at least not heard of that as a term. He's still a threat until he's dead! Alright, I want to have this kind of look where the hat, like, obscures half of the face. When mercy is a skill more of this world could learn. I know this is a bit more, like, ridgy than it is in the original image, but, like, it's fine. Of the mind. He's Cyclops. I led with peace while you fed your inner beast. Die in vain. Chat, can you believe I'm Odysseus coded? Remember us. Remember. Hey, Noel, if you're still watching, if you at any point have any critiques or changes you want made, please do tell me. And when I'm working off stream, I'll keep you updated. Sorry that things have been so slow. I am the infamous. I'll let you know I love what I'm seeing. Thank you, I appreciate it. Just wanted to make sure that was clear. I recently had, like, my first experience in years of calming someone, and I was, like, so nervous to give feedback while they were drawing, so I'm just like, alright, just so you know, feedback away. This is super good? Alright, cool. I tend to have a really weird process where I, like, block out shapes and colors one at a time, and I detail a lot of things underneath. Partially because it allows me to make really easy alts, but... Critiques? For what? Like, one big thing was, the horn shape was initially wrong and I had to correct that, things like that, you know? Do I want to bring that down? And now we're done. This way, we'll cross the line this way. This way. I do feel like that's a little bit too much with the ridges. I might redo that. Why should I be surprised? Selfish and prideful in vain. Unlike you, every time someone dies, I'm left to deal with the strain. If I'll never sleep at night, I'll remind you I saw you as a friend. And now we're done this way. Fun fact, linguistics literally do not know what words/sentences are. No, like, I love linguistics. I do adore linguistics. It is so messy. It is such a difficult subject to study because of how up in the air everything is. You know how hard it was to find a definition for the fucking locative case? Way harder than it should have been. Feel bad to ask you to change something you already finished. The previous piece of TR doesn't really face the same direction as the face. Wait, does it not? Oh, crap. You're right, it's a little bit off axis. Can I fix that easily? You'll hear what I'm saying one day, you might understand. Can I might be able to fix that easily. I'm gonna have to redo the shading, but it's fine. You just pretend I said something out of pocket and bite me. Bites you! Bites you! Is it a really good idea to completely cover one iris? I'm thinking on it. I'm thinking on it because I like the thought of it. I like the thought of having one eye completely covered, but maybe it's not the right move, but I personally like it. Okay, I'm gonna combine those. I'm gonna have to redo the shading. It's fine. What I can then do. Thanks for pointing out it was slightly off axis because I did not notice. Okay, so what I can do after that. Where is it? Just to make it connect a bit better. This storm's our final fight. And it's barely noticeable that anything was changed. It'll be even less noticeable if I just come in here real quick with something like that. One of the secrets of being a good artist is just knowing how to easily shift things around. No, you're fine. He thinks that you're the best. What's this for, Trek? What's this for? You better not be, like, implicating me in a crime or anything. Our fleet will fail. Have them follow my ship. I'll ensure that we prevail. Storm. We'll bait the storm. We won't make it out alive. Okay. And then I can take... Where is it? You, and I can just shift you in a little bit more. There, that's better. That looks better to me. Why would I ever implicate you in a crime? Because this is you we're talking about. Of course you'd implicate me in a crime. When wouldn't you? Alright, select, deselect, and just do a little bit of fixing. See, it's such an easy fix too. So don't feel bad if you notice something is off and I don't, especially if you're the commissioner, but even in general, feel free to call me out on it because it'll ease things up later on. And I never want to give someone a product that they are unhappy with. I think that's good. Alright. About to do what I think you'll do. It's like slightly off, but not enough for me to worry about it at this point. Alright. This is the home of the wind god. Maybe cutting it off entirely isn't the move, but I'm gonna give it one more shot before I abandon that concept. We're up to the top and ask him for a hand. But like, this isn't the reason I stream art, but part of the appeal of it is having the ability to get people's feedback live, you know? It's really nice to have the option of hearing what people think as I work. It's a big benefit of doing the process in an observable space. Why the fuck do I get so nervous when drawing? Getting the weird feeling in my elbows, like, why do they feel so hollow? I don't know. Why are you nervous? Like, in art, you have, especially if you're doing digital, you've got so many opportunities to fix it. And yeah, you have, even traditionally, so many pages if something goes wrong. There's nothing to be nervous, especially when you're not trying to please anyone other than yourself. I do get nervous with commissions at times because I have someone else I need to please. But confidence is really important. You rely on wits and people die on it. Whoa. God, I love linguistics, chat. I love linguistics. I want to work more on Ashi. For those who do not know, Ashi is the language spoken by the Fae in my world. And I've been slowly documenting it since it's, you know, a rare language never spoken outside of Fae circles. No one's ever documented it before. Forget how much we've already faced. And not one of them died there, in case you needed a reminder. Linguistics is such a silly field of research. It is, but it's also, like, so real and so cool. I adore linguistics, and particularly, like, conlanging. I think it is genuinely, even if it is so messy, such a fun subject. Did I do some of this in the wrong color? Oh my god, I did. Or we'll all die in this, okay. I have to decide how I feel about that, because I could shift that. Don't want to fuck up, that's it. But again, I have so much spare paper. You'll be fine, just do it, alright? Just do it. The best thing you can do is just keep creating. Besides, if you're worried about, like, not being good enough or messing up, the only way to learn is by doing. Is blocked by an impenetrable storm. So we at last know the distance and made our journey home. I am the wind, twisting and turning. I am the fire, enough to stay burning. That's what I'm serving. Here in this bag, it has the wind of the storm all trapped. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Okay, I need to fucking close Nyx's reference because I keep clicking onto it. Okay, maybe I start higher up in this shape. I don't actually know what the hair looks like under the hat. Let's see what you've got. No, do not. Everybody listen closely. That's how it's supposed to be. We cannot let the treasure rumor fly. Can send you a photo with the hut if you want to. No pressure at all. It's not like I'd be rendering it, I'm just trying to, like, make sense of the hairstyle. Trying to figure out, like, what's going on with it, you know? I've been wide awake, trying to make it home with no storm or tidal wave. I love this musical. Getting closer to you. If I ever be down to do my own house, etc., I'd want to go 100% DIY, like making my own paper type stuff. That's really cool. Living in a forest. I mean, that's the dream. That's the dream. Being able to be completely self-sufficient and all of that. And I'm the same, but I'm the same. I do like this shape here, but I don't know if this is, like, correct. I think, like, being completely self-sufficient, living off the land, whatnot, is definitely the dream. I don't know if it would ever be feasible. Like, and I hate to be a pessimist on that, because I do absolutely love the image of it. I want it to be viable. Unfortunately, we live in an era where it's very difficult. It'd also be expensive as hell. For me, like, if I ever, you know, I'm out here fighting a revolution on a version of Earth where everything is slightly worse and all that, but if I ever were to see out my goals, I think that'd be the dream. Escape back into the woods, go back to being a creature, live self-sufficiently. But I've had some chatters not so incorrectly accuse me that that is me isolating myself again, because I never feel at home. There will be another ad hitting soon. I do apologize, folks. Poseidon, 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 Poseidon. Alright. Sent, let me take a peek at that. Thank you. Oh, okay. Interesting, interesting. Okay. You've been so gracious. So get rid of this bit. The Cyclops you made blind was mine. Okay. I gotta see you drown. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. His mercy upon ourselves, ourselves. 'Cause you're not even great. That reeks of false righteousness, that's what I hate. I totally should have avoided all this had you just killed my son. Hi, Remedy. Being off-grid sounds pretty hard. Exactly, exactly. And I just... There's too many useful elements of modern life that would make it really difficult to live that way. Not even just conveniences, just nearly necessary things. And you have to provide your own food. It is possible to have internet off the grid, but it'd be more difficult. There's just so many things that would be hard to do without a whole group of people. As much as I love the image of it, I can't dedicate myself to that. You apologize for my son's gain and all his cries. We only hurt him to disarm him. Do you not want to end up with another eczema flare-up without access to steroid creams and moisturizers? So fair. It's really something you can only do if you are both mentally and physically able and healthy. And if you aren't, then you're kind of screwed. Captain, Captain. To your command, my monster, I am your darkest moment. Okay. God, that was way too high. That was way too high. That stupid year-long flare-up fucked up any confidence I had in myself, and I swear, and that's understandable. Look at people who can just own land in modern society. It makes absolutely zero sense. It does make zero sense, and it fucking sucks. Dragging myself and Noel to bed because we eat. Take care, danger, safety, and Noel. Both of you go get some rest. Wonderful having you. I will keep you up to date on progress, Noel. I will keep you up to date. I do tend to draw hair pretty big and, exaggerated, don't I? Okay, I'm so mad that at least as of now, we never find out what it was that Eurylochus wanted to confess here. We never... maybe this happens in the next arc. I could be wrong. We could find out eventually. But as of now, we don't know what it was he wanted to confess. What was it? What was he going to go talk to Odysseus about? I want to know. Eurylochus back so soon? Where's the rest of your crew? By the gods, what happened to you? Inside we heard a voice, it seemed to show no malice, agreed it was our choice. The power that awaited inside. Bold. So this is a musical based off of the Odyssey. You know, the Odyssey being the classic Greek epic. I absolutely adore it. Come inside. Welcome to the best part of your lives. I've got you, don't worry, Circe's got you now. I would absolutely recommend listening to it. I'm kind of obsessed with it at the moment. It is my current hyperfixation, and it is the entire reason why I started playing Hades, so... I've got you, don't worry, Circe's got you now. And I've dragged many people into it at this point. This is the Circe saga currently playing, which is where Odysseus and his crew have to deal with Circe. Circe being a... I don't remember what her deal is, actually. She's like a witch who turns a bunch of Odysseus's men into pigs. Oh, the power. Do you know about Hawaii 2? Of course I do, of course I do. Who would I be if I didn't? Okay, I say this jokingly. What kind of queer person would I be if I didn't? No, absolutely love, because it's the same people as Tally Hall, if I recall, and I remember getting introduced to Tally Hall a long time ago. If it was you I had to save, you'd do the same. We choose to cleave. I've got all the power, no I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I puppeteer. I've got all the power, no, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I puppeteer. Alright. The differences in the two main theories are so funny, they're so wildly different. I don't know the theories about them, I'm just familiar with the album. Did you know the real reason Link is commonly shown small in games and visual art is actually due to creative perspective manipulation, as the real Link is actually 5 foot and 7 inches. The art team has to consistently place him further away than he actually is, so his character can appear smaller. This has been Fun Falses with Strap. Do you love spreading misinformation on the internet? I mean, the entire joke is like, oh, here's something that's presented as being true despite absolutely not being true, and then it's at the very last minute, like, this has been fun falses. It is the joke, is the silly. Thank you, Strap, for your fun false of the day. How are you doing? Oh, it wasn't just that was a 15. Oh. I can read. Chat, I can read. Like you're on your 100th date. She can conjure up a monster that'll grind you to the bones. When you take her on alone. I love Hermes in this. This musical is why I started playing fucking Hades, the entire reason. Because I'm hopeless. So the real reason actually is because I heard that Odysseus appears in Hades 2, which he does. And in order to play Hades 2, I have to first finish Hades 1. And I've started in the process just hyperfixating on Hades, the video game, so. Success? Question mark? Till you've beaten your opponent. Don't do that. Fight last for hours, you could be hurt or you could beat her. What fucking layer am I on right now? I don't know what layer I'm on. Okay. Wouldn't you like your nighttime preferred? Don't tell AE that Odysseus makes a cameo in Hades 1. I'm obsessed with him. So there's two main theories, I have to explain in one sentence. Hi BLT! Bite you, 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 how are you? I'm biting you, how are you? Lovely to see you, hi! So there's two main theories I'll have to explain in one sentence, even though they're both so deep to have full hour video essays about them. Theory 1, a schizophrenic guy has a fallout with his wife, tries to fix the relationship, because his wife goes to some mental hospital and gets treated, dies and goes to hell to repent. 2, the one date that people keep joking about in the USA. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know. I'd have to think on that. I haven't, like, properly analyzed that album, but it's good. Listen, never said it was true. I was saying to not say it, because it wasn't true. Thank you, Arrow. Sorry you're sick, BLT. Hope you feel better soon. Lovely to see you as for always, though. We gotta sail the 7 seas sometime. You and me. I don't know if you were here when I said this earlier, though, Arrow. So I took that one save file, that one, run I made, the one fresh save run I made that got to the Bone Hydra and beat the Bone Hydra, and I decided, screw it, I'm gonna start making, like, actual runs on this save file. Because as much, like, I love doing fresh save runs, and I'll continue doing them, because it's fun, but it's been impacting my playstyle so much. Like, psychologically, I was going into actual runs on stream the same way I'd approach fresh save runs. So I said, okay, I'm gonna start doing, like, actual runs on this, and I am going to focus on learning things like how to properly use casts. So I've been using this fresh save file. I've made 3 runs on it. I've reached Hades. I didn't beat him yet, but I reached him. I reached him. I have, on this save file, a singular Death Defiance and like no buffs. Like my only buff is a singular Death Defiance and a couple extra hit points, I think? I don't remember actually what they are. But in any case, I reached Hades on my third run on this new file. I think I might be good at the game, actually. An axe of lust. But no, I'm really hoping we beat him next week. Nah, couldn't be? Yeah, couldn't be. I just read up in chat. I believe there's someone else that knows about the interior bang. I only know about it by a parody novel of the Forbidden Wizard series. Valid. Literally about to get on Pirate Game. We gotta do something sometime. We gotta. I think the first time I played it took me about 19 attempts. BLTM on 37. BLTM on 37 on my, not, sorry, 27 on my stream file. Don't make me feel bad. Don't make me feel bad. So much power, but there's no puppet here. I turned on God mode after attempt 16. I'm not, okay, fair point. I'm not on, I didn't turn on God mode. I think I beat Hades in the early 20s. Okay, so I'm no longer on pace, is what I'm hearing. I was originally on pace to beat the game like an average person, but I'm no longer there. She's my everything, my Penelope. Also, hope all of you dorks are doing well. Need to sleep, take care, strap, get some good rest. Damn, I felt really good about, like, I was beating Hades at a good pace. Damn it, chat. My sibling beat Hades in his teens attempts, though, so maybe we're outliers. God damn it. It's a really good game that I'm absolutely obsessed with at the moment. I've been making, like, for a while I was making, like, 1 or 2 fresh save runs a day, trying to, like, get better at the game, and now I'm like, oh no, the fresh save runs are making me worse at the game. Because I'm too obsessed with them and it's impacting my playstyle. But no, it's a very, very good game. Very good game. It might be your one final hope. Trouble is this prophet is dead. It does cost like $30. Wait for it to go on sale. I got it on sale when it was about $8. When Hades 2 came out, it was on sale for $8, which is fucking insane, and I don't know if it'll ever, anytime soon, go on sale that much again, but we can hope. We can plead, we can beg. There are other modes of control. There are other means of defeat. There are other roads to the soul. Love once before. Maybe one day the world won't need a puppeteer no more. Won't need a puppeteer. So much power, but there's no puppet here. No, she's not a player, she's a puppeteer. No, she's not a player, she's a puppeteer. I love her. No, I don't. I shall continue. It's an indie company, Mel. We don't pirate from indie companies. Hades is about 25, Hades 2 is about 30. Oh, yeah, we're talking about the first Hades, not Hades 2. Because Hades 2, I haven't played yet. It's still in early access, but... Brought Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 because they were both like $3 each. Congratulations. I don't support stealing from indie devs and companies. They're struggling enough to make a profit as is. Like, I can't stop you, but I do not support that. Technically, we support no yo-ho-hoing around here. We support no yo-ho-hoing around here. but don't do that shit to indie companies. Don't do that to small devs. Mind. Does the man become a monster? The only yo-ho-ho here is Sea of Thieves. I get that, Mal. It's just, I can't justify doing that to a small company. Captain, Captain. When ruthlessness is mercy. Every time I dare to close my eyes. Only nightmares of those who died. Nothing's what it seems. From the infant of that night, I keep dreaming of the infant from that night. Polities. Polities. Whatever the place, we can light up the world. Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms. That voice. Waiting. Oh, I didn't put the delay on my voice. Shit. I normally put a delay on my voice during these streams, so that I sound in time with the music. God damn it. Wait, no, I did. Never mind. Can't you hear I'm... Yeah, sorry, I did do it, I just forgot that I did it. It took too long. I scared myself for a second there. I was like, I didn't do that today, and then I did that yesterday. Well, live, because I did some stream prep in advance. I specifically started changing my audio settings like the day before an art stream because I will forget day of. And I use very different settings. Every time I dare to close my eyes, only nightmares of those who died. Close is only close behind, down in the underworld. Okay. I am the prophet with the answers you seek. Enjoy your lurk, Tristan. Take care, take care. Lovely having you as per always. Get some rest, get some rest. Hades 2 is in early access just like Hades 1 was. It's just their philosophy with these games and likely their future games. In the case of Supergiant, it's intentional. In the case of most games in the industry, it's due to crunch and deadlines. Song of past romance. Oh, hi, Mask. Hi. Sorry for not noticing you sooner. Hope you're doing well. Why is my voice... Okay. Hope you're doing well. Lovely to see you. The tweet of the guy saying, I love pirating indie games. The picture of him pirating Ultra Kill. Oh, God. I'm alive. It was actually Pirate Humidity owned the game and it was a meme. That's good. That's good. I feel like a lot of companies are being pressured into releasing stuff like ASAP, but I would rather wait for a full game than have an unfinished game earlier. So fair. So fair. Done nothing. Da, 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 da. I'm like, I try to support indie devs whenever possible, and I get it. I barely have money. Money is hard. I see your wife hit the man who is haunted. frustrating. It is really hard out here trying to survive. I care a lot about indie devs, and as an artist myself, even if an artist of a very, very different ilk, I care a lot. I love stylized things so much. If her games with worse graphics is more stylized graphics, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. No stand. I do love when games have very stylized aesthetics. Hello, Chip the Guinea Pig. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Why is that not working? Why is that not doing what I want it to do? Oh, when did the area scaling get turned up to 20? It's not supposed to be like that. Alright, there we go. But how are you? Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Now, I love a game with like a super stylized art style. I think too many games these days are too dedicated to trying to create quote-unquote realism. And there's a place for that. There's a place for that. But I have a garbage computer and I want to play my funky little video games, and I'm also a cartoonist myself. Give me my funky stylized graphics. There's nothing bad about realistic graphics, come on. Not every game has to have them. How am I to reunite with my estranged? Do I need to change? I'm glad to see games like Hades with more stylized graphics succeed, honestly. Because I worry sometimes, like, oh, my art style isn't going to be appreciated because it's not either, like, semi-realism or anime. And knowing that media that is a lot more stylized can get a lot of attention and can succeed is really nice. And I did my coloring wrong. Okay. I used the wrong brush. Hope you're doing well, though, Chip the Guinea Pig. I hope you are well. But a monster to us. Might not talk much. Currently trying to build a competitive Pokemon team for a tournament. No worries. Enjoy yourself. There's one stylized thing I don't like: modern art. I mean, I don't actually agree with a lot of the hatred towards modern art. Some of it, don't get me wrong, is shitty and, all that. Can't understand like it. Some of it is, like, shitty and trying to be all, how do I say? Pretentious, that's the word. Some of it is trying to be pretentious, don't get me wrong. But there's some genuinely meaningful pieces of, like, modern, art that have been created that I think are worth a lot. What was that one piece? I think there was this one piece, I think it was something along the lines of, like, who's scared of, red, yellow, and blue, or something like that. And this piece got vandalized. Hello, Just Dead. Welcome on in. How are you doing tonight? This piece of art, this, like, modern bit of abstract art got vandalized. Which was really funny given the entire point of the piece. I mean, look at its name. Who's afraid of red, yellow, and blue is about the controversy around, like, modern abstract art. The point of the piece was to poke fun at that, and it got vandalized for being that. Just vibing, hell yeah, vibing's good. Modern art for some reason terrifies idiot conservatives, yeah. Like, some of it is pretentious and shitty, don't get me wrong. I think there is some genuinely meaningful stuff being made in that scene. And most of it is... There's meaning to a lot of it. If you look into the history and the intentions behind them, there is meaning. I'm gonna be honest, abstract art be kind of dumb. Keep it a buck. Fair enough. To each of their own. But I think there is a point to it. You know what? Let me pull this up. Is a singular modern art piece I like? What is that? Let me though pull this up. Who's afraid of... Okay. Okay. Here it is. This was a painting by the name of Who's Afraid of Red, Yellow, and Blue. You can see it here. And it got vandalized. This is a marker recreation of it. Can I see it actually vandalized? Is this the real thing? Yeah, okay. This is the real thing. This is the vandalized version of Who's Afraid of Red, Yellow, and Blue. Do, 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 do. All mine. So this was a series of 4 large-scale... Don't do that. 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 Don't do... Okay. OBS almost did something dumb. It's like quite modern art, but there was a robot built where its sole function was to use a broom to sweep a crimson-colored liquid back into its base to keep itself powered, but the inevitable reality of it was that the fluid would constantly leak and the robot would never be able to fully keep it all within. The robot was shut down after multiple years of constantly running when its battery ran out. See, I think people misunderstand the purpose of that piece a lot, but I'd have to read again into its history to verify that. To verify what the meaning of it was. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if I can find it. No worries if you can't, but I do think there is worth to some of this art. Specifically when it is trying to say something. But there is oftentimes intent behind it. I feel like saying you don't consider abstract art to be good or whatever, or real or whatnot. Like, what I'm doing right now art? Is me streaming right now art? Because I consider it art. And a lot of this, not all of it, but a lot of it was created with the intent to be art. Who's Afraid of Red, Yellow, and Blue is a series of 4 large-scale paintings painted between 1966 and 1970. 2 of them have been the subject of vandalistic attacks in museums. And the entire point of these paintings, the entire point of them, is this idea that someone who would vandalize this, they are admitting fear of something so small and so harmless. For this to be something worth vandalizing, sure, it might not be your thing, but what's so bad about it existing? Why is simple art like this considered a crime? There was intent to this and genuine technique put into it. It was attacked by... So this is Who's Afraid of Red, Yellow, Blue 3. It's the most famously known piece. It was attacked with a knife and restored in 1991. The restoration cost about $400,000, but was heavily attacked by critics who claimed that subtle nuances in the 3 monochrome sections had been lost. Because a lot of the technique and intention had been lost. These were like custom mixed paints with a lot of intention. I don't know, I feel like there's still meaning to this. A very ironic meaning to it, too. It's fair if, like, modern or abstract art isn't your thing. But why is it worth putting down? Why are you afraid of it? Why is it an insult that it exists, you know? There's a legacy to this. And there's meaning to it. Why were they vandalized? Because people don't see this as art. So they're gonna make in 5 minutes in MS Paint? These were custom mixed paints applied with a very specific technique that made the image textureless. This is a physical canvas that was painted on very, very carefully in a way that left no brushstrokes, nothing. Created in, let's see, yeah, 1967. Does it speak anywhere to the motive here? What was it? Yeah, apparently actually the creator was not happy that it got restored even, which I think is very interesting. Yeah, Jacob Geller's video essay, Who's Afraid of Modern Art, uses the vandalism of red, yellow, blue 3 as a framing to discuss attacks on other non-traditional artists, ultimately identifying the attacks with the Nazi concept of degenerate art. The hatred of modern art stems back to the Nazis. I'm not saying that anyone who believes this is being a Nazi or anything, but like that's where that notion comes from. The reason this is seen as lesser degenerate art, that's where the notion originates. Sure, it might not be your thing, but why is this something worth hating? Why is this something worth putting down? There was intent and meaning to this painting, technique that you could never do. In the entire message of the piece, it was entire commentary on the distaste and hatred towards this art. It's very ironic, very sad. Is it anything, like, yes, there's a lot of pretension around it, but I still think it's worth something. I still think it's worth something. And I don't think we should put it down. It's not quite modern art, but there was a robot. Yeah, I already read that. Okay. It was in China. A lot of people related with it from the constant work and the government's overreach. Was that it? I don't recall. All I see is red with blue and yellow lines that I can make in MS Paint. But could you make that physically on a canvas with no brush strokes? With perfect perfection, with custom mixed very, very precise, pigments. Like, there was intent to that. Yeah, that's the point of a lot of modern art. A lot of it's meant to be challenging in a very ironic way. If I go through the trouble of vandalizing something, it's because you don't like it. I think there's two main camps, the folks who think art is dumb and the folks who think this is too simple for the value it's appraised as fine art. Because it's red, I'm a cartoon bull in the 80s. And red thing makes me angry. Yeah, I love Jacob Geller. That's where I found out about, like, the Nazi origins of the hatred of modern art. But I was already familiar with the piece and its story and the irony of it, but... Love Jacob Geller. Absolutely love him. By attacking it, they multiplied his message tenfold. Exactly. Welcome back, Lament. Hope you're doing well. I really don't understand what the fuck that's supposed to reflect, but I do admire that these cool technique to make it textureless. The entire point of the piece of Who's Afraid of Red, Yellow, and Blue was to ask that question. Why is the existence of this art somehow something in attack? Why is this something worthy of critique? Even if you don't like it, why is this something you're afraid of? You're fair in disliking it. But considering it like lesser or something to be gotten rid of, I think to do that so blatantly, to think of it as something degenerate, as some lesser kind of art, I don't know, I don't vibe with that, you know? In what is this art? Is what I'm doing right now art? I like to think it is. The fact that it's completely matte while being physically painted is pretty cool, but I ain't gonna lie, but I have no idea by looking at it. If you saw it in person, up close, you'd be able to tell. At least I pay attention to that kind of thing. I do notice brushstrokes and the like. About it, stuck in a room. The artist actually hated the restoration attempts because it didn't pick up those techniques. The tour's done for now, I rest. This art does prove a point and it's pretty cool, yeah. I don't know, like... And I'd agree, I don't like a lot of abstract art. I don't think all of it's very interesting, but there's sometimes it's actually pretty cool. There's some pretty cool pieces of abstract art I've seen which say some really interesting things, and I don't like the idea that it's blanketly put down as being less art. In the eyes of many, what I'm doing right now is not real art or is lesser art. Both the things I'm physically drawing and my streaming, you know? So I'm gonna defend all art's right to exist. Hell, I know people who have had, like, art put in museums and shit, It is a hell of a pretentious and shitty industry, don't get me wrong. Um, I know folks, like, quote unquote, on the inside. I have an inside man, chat. Nah. Uh, but I don't think we should blanketly put down art like that. There's also option C, organized crime. You could put 1,000 people in a room with any piece of art and they'll have I'll put a different price tag on it. True, true. No, the pricing of fine art is hell, but that's an issue to have with the fine art industry, not with the creators of abstract art, you know? The fine art industry is hell, it is run by rich people, and it is all garbage. Speaking of AI, a guy made a real-life photograph, submitted it to an AI art commission, and got third from the judges the popular votes. That is funny, that is funny. You feed the machine, bring no back to their knees. Live today. Fuck AI generated art though. Fuck AI art. In his hands. Like I don't know if any of my art has been scraped for those purposes, but if it has, I am pissed and I did not give any permission for that, you know? And people will say, "Oh, by posting it online, you've given consent to that." Bullshit. How am I supposed to advertise my art and get commissions if I don't post it online? Bull fucking shit, you know? The problem with judging art is that art is highly subjective. Seen some amazing abstract pieces and some terrible ones. One of the few benefits of being a security guard at this company is getting to see all the young artists opening up their souls on canvas. That's fucking beautiful, actually. Lister art is such a stupid term. It's utterly the same sort of attitude to defend generative AI art. True, true. Like when I think of abstract arts, when people just throw paint on a canvas and say it has some deeper meaning, hate people who say they're intellectuals, but there's just a follower only repeating what others say to fit it. I hear what you're saying. There's definitely a lot of pretentious shit going on, but I think that's more a problem, again, with the fine arts industry and not with abstract art itself. To their knees, because most abstract art is still trying to represent something. And even then, just the rhythms of nature and of gravity and physics can be fun, you know? Let people make and enjoy the art they want, and sure, some of it's gonna be pretentious and shitty, but ultimately I don't think we're fair to say that any of it's worthless. If we're allowed to look at abstract art and say this is useless and stupid, then people are allowed to look at what I do and say it's useless and stupid. And I would bite someone if they said that to me. Anything but blood. In the corner of the mouth, it was like being the victim. You've done nothing to get out. When I think of abstract, okay, I already read that. And this isn't an attack on you just dead. This is like what we're having here, at least I hope, is a respectful debate on this topic. Wrong, I feel right. My opinion, all art can have meaning, but it might not be for everyone. Exactly. It's not for you, and that's fair. It's still art that deserves to exist. My actions, I would never stoop this low. You but my love, shook it, this is love. Let's go. Can I have a calm debate on generative AI because the topic is my blood boiling? Yeah, no. Like, yes, technically it would be ethical to have, generative AI that only takes from, people who consent, but even then, I hate, like, my bigger concern, honestly, is how it takes jobs away from real artists. The same way I kind of despise, like, self-checkout stations. But it's worse because art is something with so much, like, it has so much intent and specialized skill to it. Hello, the problem that comes from people trying to use that as a shortcut rather than a reference. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? The piece of abstract that I actually say meaning was wall graffiti. It's a 12-foot eye with a bunch of little eyes and a big eye. Smaller eyes were cameras. I'm having trouble figuring out what you are saying there, just dead, but I don't know. Like, ultimately, you're fair in not enjoying abstract art, but I still think there's worth to it, you know? That said, the fine art industry is hell. Fuck the fine art industry. The fine art industry is pretentious as fuck. But I hope you're doing well, Alloy. We've seen a lot of AI bros trying to claim their artists and submitting AI art to art jobs despite not being able to draw a thing in reality. Yeah, fuck that. No, absolutely fuck that. I want to be clear right now that Arrow is joking. Arrow's joking. Then suffering with you. Because you're always like that, Arrow. Arrow likes being ironic and silly and lying on the internet. Okay. How do I feel about that? Me when I spread misinformation on the internet, I highly value honesty and authenticity and legitimate interactions. I know. Granted, I was high off my ass when I say it, so I might have. Fair enough. Air reeks of the same as AI music to me, but I can understand the appeal of it. It's people who like, okay, I know a lot of people are jealous of the skills of artists, but also don't value art as a career, is what it tends to be, or what I tend to notice. And I understand like being jealous of people being able to draw, but if you are jealous of it, then you should understand the value of it. It's so weird and shitty. It's the same folks who complain that you won't, draw their commission for free or whatnot. This is better than suffering with you. Okay. That's a little bit better, okay. How does it look with the hat? I'm not sure how I feel about the hat. Maybe I don't cover that much of the eye, actually. I forgot who said it earlier, but maybe they were right. Maybe that's not the move. I don't think AI can ever replace an artist, at least not for a long time. They're already starting to do it. Like, fucking Disney posted AI art as advertising and shit. Actually, me typing 3 words into a prompt and choosing what I like best and posting it is just as... Like, I'm struggling to visualize a character with these features. I can type them in a few examples. I suppose that's fair, Aura. Or Ally, rather. Sorry, I read the first bit of the name and my brain fucking... I suppose. I still feel iffy on it, to be honest, but... There's already my issue there is that there's already plenty of tools for that. Like, open up Pinterest. Open up Pinterest. Straight up, just open up Pinterest. Search for a person with these features. You know. Watch a full 10-minute spotlight video about the museum. I found the art piece and they haven't shown it. Oh, shit. Good luck. I hope you're able to find it. Don't think AI can ever fully replace the artist. Also, limitation of the software. Same argument Tech Bro would respond. The more we invest, the better it'll be. Gotta feel it's gonna crash and burn like the other Web 3.0 trends. I don't know. It's gonna keep depriving people of jobs, and that's my fear. You ever think there's an AI artist that actually uses their own handmade art as references? I have considered and fear that, honestly. Yeah, no, Wacom. Fucking I can't believe Wacom did that shit. Pinterest, ArtStation, Google Images tab before around 2021 real. But if you use exclusively your art, would you be able to make art in your style and still have it be your art? I mean, why would an artist do that, I guess is my question. I can kind of see why someone would, but I still don't really respect it. Hi, Monster Kicker. Why am I like this? Okay. I'm nervous about the hands on this one, because the hands on every piece prior have been relatively easy to figure out, but the hands on this one look hard. The hands on this next one look hard. I was given a very specific pose idea, and I honestly don't even know if the original artist of the piece is okay with me using the pose, but I don't know, here we are. My question also applies to whether we can digitize the human conscience as well. I don't want to. I don't want that to happen. I'm gonna be completely honest. I hate transhumanism. And by transhumanism, for those who are unaware, I mean things like, transhumanism is the idea that, like, the way to further humanity is by, augmenting ourselves using technology and the like. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes my skin fucking crawl. Arrow, I'm biting you. I think that would be infeasible, as I would need millions of images, and even prolific artists probably won't hit hundreds of thousands in their career. Hi, Royston. Alright, fell asleep too early, now can't back to sleep. Remember, chat, that AE is- no, I'm not. No, I'm not! Only I'm allowed to call myself that. AI music also scares the fuck out of me. It's hard to tell, and I hate that. Mask, it's getting so hard to tell, and it fucking scares me. If you're using your own art to generate, then there would never be anything new. True. Yeah. Knew a guy who was in a drive-by, took his car door full of bullets and made an art piece with it. Made it about the weight of gang violence or something like that. I think that's interesting. I think that's cool. Personally, like the idea of humans having tails, similar stuff cool. I mean, that's fair. What's the difference between that, glasses to crutches, even prosthetic limbs? I mean, I'm talking about, like... I hear what you're saying, but I think there's a big difference between that and when we start pushing people beyond human capabilities. What we're talking about right now is restoring people to quote-unquote baseline functioning. I'm talking about when we start pushing individuals beyond normal human capabilities. That very easily, like, the moment we start doing this, we are going to create new social divides. We are going to end up furthering existing class divides, and we're only going to create new social divides. It's absolutely going to fuck over disabled people. It's going to turn into eugenics real fast. And if we establish this under capitalism, we're going to end up with rich people who have superpowers and will live forever and keep accumulating wealth while the rest of the population fucking starves. I'm talking about modifying bodies and stuff like that, Royce. That's like... Oh my god. Those kinds of arguments are like saying the fact that I take medication is transhumanism. You see that there's a clear line we haven't crossed yet, and suddenly all of the existing issues will suddenly come into existence. Way more blurry, and we're already halfway in it. It fucking scares me. It fucking scares me. Yeah, I hate CRISPR, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like it. I'm curious where that line is. I mean, my line again is when we start pushing people beyond normal human capabilities. I do think it requires some kind of like modification of the body. Because if we don't consider like some kind of modification of the body, then we're saying like, oh, a gun is transhumanism, and I don't think that's true. Um, don't want fucking Elon Musk to live forever and steal memes for all eternity real. Hi, Cruiser. Oh, you found it, Avantia. You found it. Hell yeah. When I'm able to get some Cyberpunk 2077 type of Chrome is the moment I go full villain. That's part of the fear, but also you know the rich people are gonna get it first. I do agree with your points, by the way. I just like interrogating ideas. Oh no, feel free, feel free. I do that to people all the time. I do that shit all the time. I love poking at a worldview and watching where it breaks down. Because okay. I don't think that worldviews have to be like airtight and the same from every angle. I think the expectation that they are is kind of stupid. I think we're allowed to have worldviews that aren't 100% airtight. The expectation that they need to be is stupid, because every worldview is going to fall apart at some point. What about using CRISPR to remove a genetic illness from someone before it develops in an infant? We get way too close to eugenics very easily with that kind of stuff era. We get way too close. I think, like, having tools like CRISPR is a net negative because you know if it goes too far, it will straight up become eugenics. Like, where's the line between that and eugenics, honestly? Where's the line? If I can do the exact kind of thing that y'all are doing right now, where's the line between that and eugenics? It's even better when you look at it in real life. Oh. The Wish. Let me take a peek at this. Let me take a peek at this. Let me take a look at Matthew Wong, The Wish. Ooh. Interesting. No, this is some very beautiful art. Broken, I don't want to play. Sight needs a host. Alright. Oh, this is beautiful. I do really like this guy's art. It's very good. Let me open up some of this so chat can see it real quick. This is the artist that Avantia was speaking of. I don't know which specific one of these pieces it was, because there's a lot of them, but very, very beautiful stuff. Hello, Lucky. Oh, the song hasn't started yet. First line. Lucky, there you are. Only know your story so far. Second picture at the top. Ah, I see. It's very nice. This conversation was heavy? I know. We get into heavy stuff here on occasion, and apologies if it is too heavy for anyone. I like having serious conversations on serious topics, and it's not going to be for everyone. If it's ever too much for you, feel free to step away. I fully understand, but... Found a way to genetically eliminate cancer. We shouldn't pursue it because it might lead to eugenics. It's not gonna work like that. That's not how it's going to work. And, I'm sorry, but like the whole idea of like curing cancer is nigh impossible. It's not realistically how any of that would function. the way that mutations occur, all you can do is try to eliminate all of the cells possible. With CRISPR can help someone who could be born with a disability of some sort simply not have it. Okay, Just Dead. Autism is a disability. Should we start CRISPRing people into not having autism? Because if you say that, the entire autistic community is going to, like, be at your fucking doorstep. A lot of disabled people don't want to be fixed. It's not necessarily a disability, but I'm schizoaffective. I want to be able to function. But, okay, there's this entire notion called mad pride. Mad pride centers on the idea that we should focus, or rather that it is okay to have some element of pride in and identity in more severe mental illnesses, that sometimes psychiatry and the like can be abusive institutions, and that we shouldn't medicate people into fucking oblivion because it's not a bad thing to have these symptoms. I have undergone abuse at the hands of the psychiatric healthcare system. I was given medications that had a really negative interaction with other medications I was on. I developed medication-induced Parkinson's disease, and it was a fight to get myself taken off of those meds, as I was literally experiencing fucking Parkinson's disease. Because they would have rather medicated me to a point of being unable to function than let me experience any kind of symptom at all. Any kind of delusion or hallucination at all. I don't want to be fixed, I just want to be able to function. I don't think it's a problem if I experience a bit of paranoia or the occasional hallucination. If I am able to function, I think it is more important that I am at a point where I can lead a healthy life, than be medicated to the point where I can no longer function. I fucking experienced that. It's terrifying. It removes so much agency. If they tried to medicate me to the point where I never experienced a symptom, I would be a blob on the goddamn bed, unable to do anything. I wouldn't be functional. They would rather feed the comfort of everyone around me than get me to the point of my own highest functioning. The point being, a lot of disabled people don't want to be fixed, they want to be accommodated, they want to be able to function. Genetic modification, I just, welcome. Sorry, Mask, for not acknowledging you sooner. Enjoy your break from your Pokemon stuff. Team building is hard. Line for me is denying someone's choice to have a child. I'm not sure entirely what you mean by that, Royce. Genetic modification, I don't see it get to 40k marine type shit that would be badass. I disagree. The line between we cured cancer and we made people with autism extinct is really thin. Exactly. Mal is speaking to what I'm saying here. Problem with the whole genetic modification thing is that it's impossible for anything outside of very new scenarios. Also true. There are very obvious benefits and very obvious drawbacks. Gonna be a bit heavy here, but as someone who lost a good portion of their family to cancer, had it themselves, isn't how cancer works. Exactly. I just think it further promotes this idea of normalcy, which is completely unobtainable. Agreed, exactly. BLT gets it right now. BLT gets it. Also, if a cure for cancer was eugenics, I'd definitely not agree with it. I've read The Speed of Dark. It's about a cure for autism. I have not read it, but that's very interesting. It's very interesting. I hate the risk, but I also see the possibility. Don't trust humanity in its current state with this sort of power. It's very true that the scenarios are very niche. That's because it's all imagining things that haven't happened yet. There's very little concrete basis for what would happen. Exactly what I meant, but we need to know what they'll classify as genetic illness. mean, if we can prevent disability, then this is a good thing. I don't necessarily agree, just Dad. Just want my neurotransmitters. One sec. Chat keeps fucking missing around. Bruh. Just want my neurotransmitters to work properly so I don't sleep 20 hours a day. That's so real. So up to my question from cancer to sickle cell anemia, the point isn't the specific thing being messed with, it's the question of, is the concern for eugenics so high that we should actively not pursue methods of treating certain maladies? Wouldn't you be unable to fix a function... Wouldn't you being unable to fix a function be a symptom that can be fixed? This is my liked songs playlist, Rorston. This is entirely my liked songs, I'm sorry. Not being able to function can range from paranoia to your skin being sensitive. True. But a hell of a time for some McDonald's. Sorry, I forgot to warn people. Hi, Colt, how have you been? Lovely to see you. Sorry for not greeting you sooner. Gyoza, thank you for the resub. Let's keep it up. Let's go. I appreciate it so much. I hope you're doing well. You wouldn't want 2 hearts, 3 lungs, rib cages stronger than bulletproof armor. That's not my... I'll be honest, just dead. I'd say no to all that shit. I'm so sorry, Colt. I'm so sorry. Alright, what's going on in chat right now? There's a lot happening. But welcome back, Colt. I'm so sorry. Hope you had a wonderful, wonderful time. It's lovely to see you again. Seems like, quite a stage is considered no symptoms. This person is cured. It's like quite a state to just consider no symptoms. This person is cured. What would count as cured for me? Rise of autism spectrum. What would the fuck would count as fixed? I don't think that Royce, at least what I'm reading, Royce is not being hostile in any of this, or at least not saying that. I'm trying to figure out what the conversation is right now. When being unable to function be a symptom that could be fixed? I'm trying to figure out what's going on right now. And back, back, back. Running back, back. Those are some long ass ads. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. Not a whole lot I can do. To my... People want to cure stuff like autism are so obsessed with being normal. I'd agree. It's better... I'm more focused on accommodating people. Love it, I do horrible things to him, but the money isn't there for another subscription, and you're so fair. You're so fair. That's the long-ass variety. I'm autistic, and when I wish to be fixed, it's very, nevertheless case. Honestly, what I want to be fixed is the depression and anxiety caused from society completely disregarding people like you. And the fix there is the fix thing societally. Like, if you were properly accommodated, a lot of that would be better, I imagine. There are people who wouldn't give a shit about what I think and try to use that sort of tech to fix me anyway. Yeah, it's a genuine danger. It's a very messy and complex situation. And one that I don't necessarily have a clean answer to. But if someone could say, go back and, you know, fix me so that I would never develop, like, schizoaffective disorder, I wouldn't want that. I'd rather live as I am now. I'd rather go on like this. Feel so. What I was talking about prior to the question of does the concern of it going wrong mean it shouldn't be pursued at all? Some sort of argument. A lot of fascists used to say democracy is inherently flawed because it gives rise to demagogues. It's a very messy line. Like, I hear what you're saying. But I also think this speaks to a fundamental misunderstanding of what CRISPR is, first of all, how it functions. Because the only use of CRISPR, the only viable use of CRISPR, is to take a embryo or the gametes and to modify them. That is the only feasible use of CRISPR. The only way you can use it is by looking at either the gametes or like a barely existing embryo. What's the point though of looking at something that will never be possible, you know? What's the point of, I guess there kind of is a point to theoretically looking at this. I suppose there is. It's messy. But I think we're also seeing a lot of folks... Like, I'm more concerned with the perspectives of disabled people and people who have these conditions. And I've met some folks who have things that would absolutely want them fixed, but... If I want to look at something that's just impossible, I look at 100% test score. God, Colt. How are you doing, by the way? I'm glad your track stuff's been going well. Or, what... It's not track. It's the bike stuff, right? I'm glad it's been going well. I hope your travels have landed you in cool places. You're enjoying yourself. I don't know how to draw, like, a hand extended out. It's not something I've ever really tried to draw. If I want to look at something impossible, like a single stream where A doesn't bite someone, I don't think people would want to watch a stream where I don't bite someone, to be honest. I think I've seen a lot of disabled people introduced to Elon's Neuralink technology, and some are fond of it, but a lot aren't. I actively don't want... Like, I'm schizoaffective, and I actively don't want to have that medicated away. I don't want to have that fixed. I want to function, sure. But the way the medical system is set up, they consider it a problem that I experience any symptom at all. The experience of anything, in their eyes, is not me functioning. The existence of any symptom is something that needs to be fixed, and I don't trust that. I'm not comfortable with that. I don't watch your streams, period. I'm locked here. Let me out. Never. Suffer. You live here now. You live here now. You can't escape. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Especially those who can't walk. You take rough photos of your own hand. She does OP. I know. The promise of Neuralink is much better understanding of the inner structure of the human brain that are very difficult to monitor with modern imaging. Technology is actually being developed by several different companies, but the one that gets all the rage is Neuralink. I am still iffy on it. I mean, like, I know a lot of labs are doing some really cool stuff. There's this one lab that I'm familiar with that is currently, like, slice by slice, imaging, like, the individual neurons in a brain. They're taking slice by slice of, cells off of this brain and imaging all of them to get, like, 3D models of all the neurons in the brain. There's really interesting stuff happening, but... I fear where this technology can go. I share your distrust of the modern medical system, and anything I was saying was just to prod at your points and see how you'd answer. Way too easy to exploit it now. Fair enough. No, and I do that too. I do that too, and I'm not. I hold no frustration towards you or anything. Like you've seen me Arrow and Celerity's stream prod at worldviews until they fall apart because I think it's interesting to do. Um, I think it's an unfortunate thing, but you know, the how do I say? If we had some magical way to go to adult developed people and say, "Oh, I can modify your genes so that the cancer in you stops existing." You know, to go to people who are alive and suffering and need this, or even, you know, living disabled people and ask them, under the conditions that they are already being accommodated and able to, with their conditions, you know, access the tools that they need, and ask them, oh, would you want this resolved, etc., etc., then that's cool. I'm okay with that. But we can't do that. We don't have that. And that's not happening anytime soon. As the things stand, a lot of this technology is not going to be used responsibly. Uh, I don't trust that most people in the goddamn mental health care system give a fuck about my functioning, you know? Because they'd rather me be sedated to a point, and they'd rather everyone around me be comfortable by making me quote unquote normal than allowing me to function in a way where I'm able to be happy and live a full life and be conscious. And I think that's important. I'm just saying, should be illegal to name your kids both these and not just Adolf Hitler. Sorry, who? Uh, Draconic, thank you for the stretch. Thank you for the stretch. Just a line that's really difficult to draw with accommodation too, which is a big problem. Because you have to generalize accommodation to a point, but every person is different and has different needs. True. And people's accommodations do have to be analyzed on an individual level. He locks me in Discord until the wee hours of the morning. Suffer. Get fucked. What sort of thing to be optional? I don't like the idea of being forced onto anyone. My teeth are not that pretty to look at. Just want to make sure, because the points I brought up are very much against the grain here. No, and you're fair, Arrow. Like I said. I think I said this like 10 minutes ago. I don't mind people prodding at my goddamn worldviews. I do it to other people. As long as it's all in good faith and none of us are getting pissed at each other, we're fine. Even I risk being sent ads to it. Why you gotta be a hater? It's cool tech. Being able to interact with the technology on the screen sounds so useful, even if I risk being sent ads through it. I am so uncomfortable with the notion. I don't want anything... I don't want anything interfacing with my brain. Hello, Serpentius. How are you doing? Hi, we were just talking about Neuralink and similar technologies. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Sorry for taking a moment to acknowledge you. I don't understand why people want to be immersed in screens 24/7, including outside. True. I've been trying to implement at least an hour a day where I am not interacting with any kind of technology. I've been using it to like work on my punk jacket and stuff. An hour a day where I am without any of that, you know? I don't manage to hit it every day, but it's a habit I'm trying to develop. I can understand your hesitation of the technology, but I have to view it as a way for us to continue understanding the human brain. Okay. This is a thing that I honestly... I'm going to touch on this in a second, Limit, but this is a thing that I understand and a worldview that I have a lot of internal conflict about. Or a thought that I have a lot of conflict about. I'll get to it when I get a chance. Don't even care. I'm naming my kid Bartholomew Marquolivus Gelamus III. Valid. Don't trust a single product that Musk promotes. True. I hate him. got some tech haters in the chat. For real fear mongering. It's a lot more. It's more than just fear mongering. There's a lot of stuff out there that's very concerning. I don't know, Avantia. I don't know. If someone broadcasted ads directly into my brain, real. I'm gonna be real. BLT same. Anyway. Yeah, fear mongering means the fears are not legitimate, and can you imagine what's going to happen when rich people get the ability to live forever and the like? Like, the current economic gaps are hell. It's only gonna get worse. Not down for that in any capacity. Agreed. But hi, Serpentius. Sorry for taking so long to greet you. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, there's a lot happening right now. There's a lot happening in chat right now. Watching your stream in VR, so I'm a green zombie. Oh no, Dr. Cures. Wait until the technology advances and it can rip out your neck in reality. A mechanic in training and never away from new tech, especially new tech. You move out in the middle of nowhere, it's always just gonna be near with tech and stream. Unless you move out in the nowhere, it's always gonna be near. And it's actively ruining people's lives and health. Should we continue picking up new technology when it's actively harming people? Just because it's new tech, does that erase the fact that it is literally worsening people's lives? But okay. Regarding what Lament was saying, I feel you. But again, it's this for the same reason. It's a very slippery slope that I have a lot of concerns about. There's been a lot of efforts in various points to like find genes or brain areas that are somehow related to transness or queerness or gayness. And I used to find that so interesting. I used to dig into the research on that. I used to try and engage with every bit of it I could find because I thought this was such an interesting thing that would, help really back up the existence of queer people and their validity and all of that. And then I grew up a little bit, did a little bit more thinking, and I realized that this stuff has the far more capacity to do harm than good. If we find a gene that is responsible for making people gay or trans or whatever, that is going to be used, even if it is not used to, like, modify kids to not have that trait. Even if it is not used for that, it is going to be used to gatekeep. Imagine we find out a way to, with high accuracy, identify from the brain whether or not someone is trans. There are going to be people because of that are cut off from treatment. Because the brain is way too complicated for that. Because gender is not binary. I have a lot of fears around this kind of stuff. I think, while it can do a lot of good, I think there are parts of, like, the brain and genetics that are not worth digging into. Not all progress is good progress. Your sweet hand in mine. And I say all of this because, like, neurogenetics is my shit. Neurogenetics is my beloved. I love doing research into neurodevelopmental genes. I'm saying this a little bit under the table, but I've done a lot of research into... I've done a lot of PCRs in my time. I've run a lot of PCRs, done a lot of gel electrophoresis, done a lot of sequencing. This territory gets really messy really quickly. Having this knowledge, it's too easy for this knowledge to be abused for me to trust humanity with it right now. That's where I'm at least. Oh yeah, great timing for Rad to come on, wasn't it? Let me catch up. Okay, there's a lot of arguing happening in chat right now. Fearmonger is trying to make you believe what ifs you can imagine. Yeah. That doesn't mean you need the ability to interface with all of them, not to mention the studied health detriment. Exactly. I like VR when it's separated from the real world. When it starts getting mixed, starts making me uncomfortable, I start to dislike it. Agreed, Avantia, agreed. If something new uses actively making things worse, don't blindly support it just because it's new. Exactly. I hate the arguments that people make that, like, oh, any progress is good progress. No, it's not. When it's making people worse, we shouldn't support it. Took a course in general psychology in college. Did you? We use a system called psychosocial, which is basically focusing on the influence of biology, society, and psychology. I feel like queerness is a social thing. It is, but they try searching for this stuff, and that's scary. I think that's very abusable. Okay, guys, can we stop talking about... I want to stop the other conversation going on here in chat. I have intentionally not engaged with it. I don't want this conversation. Can we please shut this one down? I usually, when things are going too far, I try to ignore them and let them fizzle out on their own with minimal acknowledgement, but this one's gone too far. I'm gonna take my meds real quick. We've devolved into straight up argument, and it's getting to a point. Research would have discovered these discoveries eventually without rampant human rights abuses. Oh, no, you're fine, Lament. I'm talking about the other conversation. I'm talking about the other conversation people are having right now. I don't think we need to be sitting here having an argument about, like, what terrible person was the worst terrible person. I think we need to cool down. And I think a few people have been scared out of chat by the intensity of the discussion going on. Yeah, I'm not talking about, like, the genetics and disability conversation. Oh, fuck, my water's empty. Give me a second. One moment. My water is empty. I'm gonna go fix that, because I don't want to dry swallow pills, chat. I don't want to dry swallow pills. I'll be back in a moment. Let me just transform... Nope. Transform... Center to screen. BRB water. Be back in a moment. Fox has water. Fox has taken medication, chat. If you haven't taken your meds yet, go fix that, alright? Alright? I'm gonna go chill. I'll be back. No worries, Monster Cure. We might not be going for that much longer, but chill if you need. I don't want conversations in here to ever get hostile. If people are hitting a point where they are getting hostile towards each other and starting to, like, genuinely argue, I think at that point we've gone past the point of respectful discussion and we have entered into messy territory that I'm not comfortable with. And there's just certain topics that I don't think are things we should be discussing in a Twitch stream. I love talking politics and stuff. I think arguing over which of two terrible historical figures was worse is bad and kind of pointless. You know? Not much longer. Alright, he's going for 8 hours, chat. We'll see, we'll see. I'm willing to watch for 24 hours straight for real. You give me too much. If I take mezzo, I'll fall asleep. I don't know what time zone you're in, VLT, but maybe you should get rest. Alright, let me catch up real quick. But no, you're fine, Lament. Just progress at any cost is how you get eugenics and human tests on brand new drugs, yeah. Relating to what I just said, I believe you have no moral backbone compass. The reason I went to the neuroscience program was not to change someone. Restore psychological function. If it isn't desired, I understand. There's nothing wrong with being differently able. Just want a way for those options to be made available. Here's the thing with that, though, Lament. What's the difference between, quote-unquote, changing someone to match societal views of what's acceptable and restoring psychological function? Where's the line? That's my thing. That's my thing. I think the more important thing is changing society in a way that allows people to comfortably exist. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I think more important than that, more important than, you know, restoring psychological function, quote unquote, is making it possible for people to comfortably exist and accommodating them properly. If people's state can be improved by improving the world, then why are we focusing on fixing the individual and not the world? You know? In any case. I'm snacking right now. If changing the world completely resolves the issue, then why fix the person at all? Probably get rest pretty soon. Take care, Mask. Lovely having you as for always. If you go for 8 hours, I'm gonna make fun of you after this stream. You say that like that would stop me. You say that like that would ever stop me. You'd do that anyway. Oh, to a new person. Hi, real. Anyway, I think I'm caught up. It removes all stops we normally have. I'd rather have no war and slower research than innocents dying. True, real. Humans will make progress anyway. Yeah. Do you want a cookie? No. No, I'm good. Not sleeping yet just soon? No worries, no worries. I probably won't be going for too much longer. I say, probably gonna go for at least another hour. Please stop me if I try to go for another hour, chat. Please stop me. Please stop me. Please, I'm begging you. As someone with high-functioning autism, this has always been a fear of mine. Part of me curious about how different I would be without it. If it was ever taken away, would I still be Alloy? I feel that, to an extent. I feel similar about some of the things that I have. I make fun of you because you never respond to DMs. Listen, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, okay? I forget. He cannot be stopped. He is just... I'm not little. I'm not little. I'm not little. Just seems like we are in a zero-sum game mindset. We can both make the treatments available and improve society as a whole for everyone. I guess. Like, I still worry. Because the way the system is set up right now, I'm not comfortable with these things existing until we fix the system is my thing. I don't know if I've not made that clear enough, but my big thing is I'm not comfortable with these things existing until we have fixed the system around them. Because I know the way that things are currently set up, if we have like some kind of cure for schizoaffective disorder or whatnot, I'm going to be pushed into it. Not because I want it, but because everyone around me wants it for me. And I don't trust that that's going to change anytime soon. We need to change how the system functions before we can have those things. Now go for 100 hours, scratch that 3-second. Real. Then not get people who shout progress and then leave it at that. Yeah, like, there is such thing as bad progress. The idea of treatments can be good, but we need to understand how dangerous these can be, and there needs to be laws. My other end of that is that I'm an anarchist Alloy. Which kind of... And I know this is going to be an unpopular take, but that leaves me in a situation where, like, I recognize my worldview makes even, like, large-scale industrialism near impossible, and I honestly think that's a good thing. And I know that's an unpopular opinion that I hold. I know. It makes you feel better, AE. There's a concerted effort in academia to destigmatize schizophrenia. Hard to change society at large. They still would rather me not have it than have it. They're more focused on treating it in ways that remove it rather than accommodate it. I had to deal with fucking medication-induced Parkinson's disease for a month, and I was told it was justified and I was in the wrong for taking myself off the medication when they wouldn't. You know? I don't have trust in the system, especially after that. That experience fucked me up. When I was younger, I didn't get it. These days, however, I understand way too much. Real. So wave that anarchy flag. I will. I'm gonna keep doing that. As best I can. And I'll love you till you love yourself, and I'll love you till you love yourself, and I'll love you till you love yourself. I'll love you till you love yourself, I'll love you till you love yourself. I wouldn't be here without my depression medication, but I've also had negative experiences with early antidepressants. I assure you I understand that. I do get that. I don't know, no antidepressant I've ever been on has helped. I'm on mood stabilizers, which have helped a little bit. But none of that... I wouldn't get rid of the condition. And maybe, you know... I've had that criticized as me, like, equating my condition with my personhood and all of that. And I can see why people have concerns with that. If you start finding identity with it, etc., that can be negative, but I disagree. I just want to be able to live comfortably, and right now I'm living pretty fucking comfortably, even if every now and then, I say this in a funny, humorous way, even if every now and then I see a guy in the closet, that's not stopping you from functioning. If the, you know, if I see a figure in the corner of my eye and it's not impeding my ability to function day to day, I don't think that's something that needs to be medicated away. I mean, the fact of the matter is that they want to do that. The fact that I experienced that at all in their eyes is the problem. I've tried way too many medications and ended up forgetting to take them all. God. That's a separate issue. Time will need. Thought you were talking about gay people for a short second. No. I have some of those scary conditions that make people uncomfortable. General society, this includes the goddamn doctors, would rather I not have them entirely. They would rather see me medicated to the point where I could not fucking function than allow me to exist and be happy. Yasumi. When you said a guy in the closet, I thought you were talking about a physical gay guy. Sorry. Maybe he likes keeping people in the closet. I volunteer as tribute. Aww. Aw, Lynette, you'd let me do that? Oyasumi, oyasumi, I know that it's hard to do. Do 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 do. Saw a shadow person once. They were cool. Did not impact my productivity. Exactly. It's where I found this sword. Really the mindset among some doctors. Doctor's job should be to find the treatment for the patient that improves the patient's quality of life, not those around them. And unfortunately, especially the mental health care system, I don't want to be offensive when I say this. But the medical experience of someone with something like depression is going to be very different than someone like me. Just let me out of the closet for food, drinks, and gaming. Understood, Lament. The experience someone is going to have with like the psychiatric system is going to be okay. The experience someone with like depression and anxiety is going to have with the psychiatric healthcare system is going to be very different than someone like me. And I think that's fair to acknowledge. Turret noises for Portal, valid. I have a handful of friends who have similar psychiatric stuff to you, and I'll say on medication they all act like zombies and sad to see. Exactly. They put me into that fucking state. They put me on that fucking state because they would rather prioritize the comfort of the people around me than my own ability to fucking live and be happy. It's a very common experience. And I'm not saying that there aren't similar experiences found among people that are depressed. I honestly think people are kind of over-medicated. In a lot of cases. We rely on medication as a fix-all to make people appear normal rather than treating root causes. Root causes that are oftentimes societal, unfortunately. But there is a difference between the experience of someone with, like, you know, with depression and schizophrenia. Because while depression can be a long-term, near-permanent illness, schizophrenia, by its nature, is that. Schizophrenia is almost always that. Depression is something you can, like, fucking get therapy and get better from if you are in a good environment and are able to get a good therapist and you're not treatment resistant, because treatment resistant depression is a thing. Schizophrenia is something I will always have. Welcome back, Monster Cooker. Apologies for the intense discussion earlier. We're still on a little bit of a heavy topic, but not as much so. We've calmed down, thankfully. Dead and burn out, overwhelmed by what I needed. Bathroom tiles carved into my knees. It's my hard to think, is this conversation worth having? I know you're sick and tired of feeling stagnant. Don't need you to grow, I know we could all use some validation. Between my pattern-seeking paranoid defenses. Wish I could function without my antidepressants, but I lived 10 years off of them and they were... No, and that's understandable, but I do wonder, and I don't mean this in an offensive way, but I do wonder how many issues could be fixed by just the world being better. Like, trust me, I wouldn't want to go off my meds right now because I found a concoction that works well and gets me to a point where I can function day to day without leaving me like a fucking zombie. But I have to lie about my symptoms. Because if I say that I'm still experiencing any of it, and I've made that mistake before, they'll up my fucking dosage. And I will no longer be functional. If I say, yeah, no, I mean, every now and then there's a little psychotic symptom, like, that is... It doesn't matter that I'm functioning better than I have in a long time. They would rather medicate that away. I'm functioning pretty well right now. I'm functioning fine. I'm happy with how I'm functioning. And I'm constantly at threat of that being ripped away, if I'm fucking honest. So, you know. Welcome back, Finnick! Hi, how are you? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. TDLR. Mental illness messy. Medication good, but also not always. Brain is too fried to add any substance to the conversation. No, you're completely fair, Mask. There's no need to add anything. Took a nap and woke up at 11? Oh no! Well, welcome back. You're in a very different time zone than me then. Can we go back to me trying to rizz up to you and feeling miserably? Of course, of course. I do apologize if things were too intense. And your experiences are also valid. I'm so happy that your medication helps you. Again, none of this is me trying to, like, attack the existence of medication, but God, I do wish that we would focus on resolving real-world issues that make people's conditions worse instead of just trying to fix the conditions, you know? Da 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 da. You seem very stable. One sec. Let me read this properly. You seem very stable, and I'm proud of you. You got to the stage and I was say thank you. I appreciate it. But welcome back to the world of the awake, Finnick. Welcome back. Remember taking my eczema flare at my parents, got me some sort of pills, they did fuck all? True, true. All they did was make me sick. Medication is messy and complicated. All I can do is to compare my experience to yours. Don't want to see my shadows anymore, but if you want to see your shadows more, who might judge you for that? We're valid, you know? What just got on YouTube text runs the Black Pants Legion channel, and his depression just does not go away. You can kind of hear in the way he talks. Some people, like, treatment-resistant depression is a thing that sucks. It's a rough situation. Probably set more alarms, wasn't expecting to sleep for 4 hours. Oh dear, I'm so sorry for you. I'm so sorry for you. I should never have gone into psychology. Why do you say that, Lemon? Why do you say that? I'm curious. And the sky opens up. None of this is meant to be an attack on you or anything. It's just like, it's a very nuanced issue that I am very passionate on. I've really fallen in love with the idea of mad pride. With the notion of being able to find some amount of pride in and identity in your condition. And the idea that we are allowed to exist these ways. Na 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 na. Hush and burn, young and Alright. Gonna go back to bed. Take care, take care. Get some good rest, Finnick. I'm so sorry, that you didn't get good sleep. Sorry if the conversation going on is too heavy or anything, but get some rest. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Get some rest. All I want is to remember to take my medication. Sometimes you gotta send a lot of reminders. Sometimes I have to ask other people to remind me, to be honest. It's almost been an hour. Shut up. Shut up. I'm fine. Because you realize that nothing you wanted to do is actually wanted. I'm sorry that I imparted that feeling on you, Lament. I guess 6 months more of this and I can get the degree and go to social work where I can... I'm sorry, Lament. I'm sorry. Do we need to bully them into stopping? Don't do that. No, it's fine. I'll end soon. I'll end soon. Just gonna finish this hand, okay? I just want to be accommodated. Not your fault. I'm sorry. If any asshole has been a losing position the last few weeks, it happens, it happens. We have, like, bad episodes and bad days and weeks and hell, months and years sometimes. I've been having, like, a fucking bad couple months, not gonna lie. We do the best that we can. I don't think what you're doing or what you want to do is unwanted or unneeded. It's just a very careful issue, and it's gonna happen either way. It's very delicate and something that I worry about. Also, this is I believe this is Apes of the State. Let me check. Yeah, this is Apes of the State. Glass plate apology. I do think, like, I do think more neuroscience and psychology individuals, people in that field, need to take ethics classes, but I'm also saying that as someone who has done very extensive research into neuroethics. I think okay, hot take. Scientists in general, but especially people in biology, do genuinely need to take ethics classes. But that's a whole situation. We have several ethics classes. That's good. That's good. Most of the people in STEM that I know have never taken an ethics class. And none of this is a personal attack, okay? I want to make that clear. Lament, I think you're a cool person with grand ambitions, and I want to see you do good things. I just have concerns about the long run, I guess. I dread trying to be fixed. I just want to be able to exist. Can't do a class without looking at the evil aspects of our field. Can't talk about neuroanatomy without talking about lobotomies and eugenics. Shut up. I'm surprised that some of y'all have had to take ethics classes, because that's not been the case with, like, any university folks I've spoken to. Damn, I'm kind of glad for that. Waking up at 3 p.m., though I haven't seen the sun since God knows when. If this winter doesn't kill me, then I will. I have a song I want to write that's very much inspired by this, and I feel a little bad that I'm writing a song inspired by another song, but it's important, I think. We're a liberal arts university, I see. I feel guilty and bad now. I feel really guilty and bad now. Quiet hours. of the night. All artists being inspired and doing something about it. True, fair point. Something isn't right. Chemical imbalance. It ebbs and flows. But I'm glad that at the very least I have this community where y'all tolerate me being all sorts of fucking mentally ill. Admitting there's a problem. It's been a several-hour stream, should probably get some rest. Fine, fine. Might as well end before the next ad hits. Alright, folks, who are we rating? Do we got any raid suggestions in chat? Now bite me like one of your French girls? I will. I will. One of these days. Give me a raid suggestion. Give me a raid suggestion, chat. Raid suggestion now. We got 5 minutes. Before the ad hits, we got 5 minutes, chat. Raid suggestion. Stat. Friend of mine is streaming. If you want someone new, hell yeah, hell yeah. Let me take a look at this individual. Let me take a peek and see if I like their vibe. I usually ask for suggestions unless there's someone on that I particularly want to raid, you know? Let me take a peek at this. I should also honestly check to see if there's anyone I know on who I particularly want to raid, because I haven't raided Orleans in a bit, have I? Yeah, I'll raid Orleans sometime this week. I'll probably have a chance to. For now, let's peek at this person playing Final. Let's see what this person's up to. Playing some Final Fantasy. Ooh, they're cute. Window Art School. That's a thought. Let me peek at this other person real quick. Wait, we've got a lot of people suggesting folks. Need to fucking sleep. I'll stay for the raid. I'm deciding right now, chat. I'm very slow at deciding. I'll be deciding between the folks that people have suggested. I'm your lawyer. Don't want your reputation ruined. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for being my lawyer. Ooh, an artist. Chat, I'm being indecisive. Or reject us into the void? I could send you nowhere in particular. I think I'll go for this first person, this Natsuki-chan. Why not? Why not? Or I could look for someone. Chat, I'm being indecisive. Chat, I'm being indecisive. Someone fucking bite me right now. Someone bite me right fucking now. Well, let me see, like, same category. Anyone interested in the same category? Because I'm looking for someone who, like, catches my eye. Wait, have I been in the just chatting category all stream? Chat, have I been in the just chatting category? Fuck me! Okay, alright. It's fine. We're just gonna go after this first person. I am so... No one told me! None of you told me! I will next be live, 8 p.m. EST on... tomorrow. Wednesday. Okay, go for the raid. I didn't know! I didn't know! God damn it! Have a good evening, everyone. Take care. Go greet this new individual with all the love you would show me. I will next be live tomorrow at 8 p.m. EST. I hope to see you then. If I don't see you then, have a wonderful...